Introduction. A young man adorned with a crown of ruby Valyrian steel strides purposefully toward the throne. From the status of a bastard to the founding sovereign of the Second Valyrian Empire, he has traversed a path fraught with bloodshed and bones over the course of 25 years, until the reign was forged from the crucible of blood and fire. Without dragons, one need not suffer blows. It is merely that I choose not to strike you today. Chaos is not an abyss, chaos is a ladder. We are the heirs of ancient Valyria, and we shall rise. The glory of the Second Valyrian Empire shall undoubtedly surpass that of the ancient Valyrian freehold, illuminating the world with the brilliance of dragon fire. Chapter 1. Lovely Lys. 106 AC. In the 106th year following Aegon's conquest of the continent of Westeros, Essos, Lys, one of the 9 free city-states, is affectionately known as Lovely Lys. Situated on an island in the southwestern region of Essos, is a quaint city built upon rocky terrain. The island enjoys a temperate climate, abundant sunlight, and fertile land, adorned with numerous palm and fruit trees. The ocean glimmers in shades of green, with colorful fish darting through its depths. Contrasting sharply with the breathtaking views outside, the arena within the city reverberates with the thunderous cheers of the crowd. As the largest fighting arena in Lys, it can accommodate nearly 1,000 spectators in extreme conditions. The audience erupts in applause, their excitement palpable as blood splatters across the ground. At the center of the arena, a man and a woman are locked in combat. The woman seizes an opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to the man's chin. The impact sends him crashing to the ground, silence enveloping him almost instantly. A chorus of boos arises from the crowd, with some venting their frustration, evidently having wagered heavily on the man. Cayman sits at the judge's platform, observing the woman with keen interest. Her silver hair contrasts with her dark skin, and her displayed combat prowess is remarkable, having dispatched the heavy gunner, Sorda, with a single blow. The woman appears to sense Cayman's gaze, turning to face him with narrowed eyes. Cayman responds with a smirk, tossing the dagger he had been toying with to a nearby guard. In a swift motion, he leaps from his stands, provoking a momentary hush before the crowd erupts into even louder cheers. The master of the Free Trade Guild has entered the fray. Tickets have never been more valuable. Stormfire! 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 The audience chants. Cayman raises his arms, reveling in their adoration. He relishes this sensation no longer burdened by the trepidation of his past life, nor forced to play the scapegoat. In this life, his origins remain humble. He is the illegitimate son of the governor of Lys. This era is fortuitous. On the day of his 13th birthday, he boldly requested 30 gold dragons from his father, the governor, and subsequently established his own free trade guild. Although Lys possesses its own currency, the oval-shaped naked maiden coins, for clarity, the currency will henceforth align with the Westerosi system. Now, 3 years later, he has become one of the wealthiest merchants in the region, with aspirations to contest for the next governorship of Lys. "What is your name?" Cayman inquires, directing his attention to the woman before him. Reka Ross, she replies, her tone even. "Are you in need of money?" Reka remains silent. "Do you hail from the Summer Isles?" Those from the Summer Isles participating in life-and-death duels are undoubtedly in dire straits. "Hey, race the deal. Should you defeat me, the prize will be tenfold 50,000 gold dragons. What say you?" Cayman states, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Agreed." Reka responds without hesitation. "Would you care for a moment's respite?" "No need. I know you are but 16 years old." Reka exudes confidence, having inquired about Cayman prior to entering the arena, ensuring his reputation was intact before stepping into the blood-soaked pit. With 50,000 gold dragons in her grasp, she can procure a warship, and with a warship, she can become a pirate. Cayman chuckles as he propels himself toward Reka, summoning his strength for a thunderous punch aimed at her face. The sudden strike takes her by surprise, causing her to instinctively evade. However, her extensive combat experience allows her to quickly regain her composure, and the two engage in a fierce exchange. Amid the cacophony of cheers, some rally for Cayman, while others fervently wish for Reka to vanquish him, as only then would they attain the thrill they seek. Reka's expression grows serious. Cayman's strength exceeds her expectations. A mere 16-year-old boy can contend with her at this level. Reka commits herself fully, seizing a moment to land a heavy blow on Cayman's face. The force of her strike sends him staggering back, and he spits blood, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Now that's more like it," he exclaims. Reka rubs her wrist. "Shall we continue? You cannot defeat me." "Huh. 50,000 gold dragons are not so easily won. Cayman laughs heartily. Through their bout, Cayman realizes he is not Rhaeka's equal, yet he is unwilling to concede. It is not for pride, nor is he stingy with the gold. He simply desires Rhaeka Ross for herself. If memory serves, the Ross family holds considerable status in the Summer Isles. Taking a deep breath, a green luminescence ignites in Cayman's gaze. The rhythm of his heartbeat resonates like a drum, a formidable force surging from his heart to his limbs. In an instant, he charges at Rhaeka, delivering an unadorned yet devastating punch that sends her crashing to the ground, unconscious. Gasping for breath, Cayman feels the peculiar state he has entered consuming his vitality with each passing moment. After a brief moment, he gestures for Rhaeka to be carried away. As for the deceased heavy gunner, Sorda, a fallen gladiator holds no value and will be incinerated without ceremony. Cayman raises his arms to accept the crowd's adulation, offering a few perfunctory words before departing the arena. Upon returning to the estate, after changing clothes with the assistance of a maid, Cayman is taken aback to find Rhaeka stripped bare, lying on the bed. TSK, he clicks his tongue softly. Having been reborn into the world of A Song of Ice and Fire for 16 years, he is no longer the individual who clung to modern ethical standards. He has not altered this era, steeped in the darkness of human rights violations, yet it has assimilated him within a mere few years. Since reaching adulthood, he has engaged with numerous women, even fathering 2 illegitimate children. But he swears to the goddess of love and desire that his intention to safeguard Rhaeka Ross is solely based on her fighting prowess, and perhaps to explore the opportunity to influence the Summer Isles. Rhaeka possesses an elegant, elongated figure standing at least 175 centimeters tall, her physique reminiscent of a graceful panther, particularly her long, muscular legs, which exude a unique allure. Carmen stroked his chin, surveying the scene with unabashed curiosity. I recall that the inhabitants of the Summer Islands seem quite liberal in this regard. This is a native colony of Valyria. The indigenous people here typically possess golden curls, azure eyes, and skin as fair as milk. Carmen had long grown accustomed to women with fair skin. However, upon catching sight of Rhaeka, dormant memories stirred within him. He recalled an anime he had watched in his previous life, featuring a sister and her 2 friends with a notably large brother. Among them was a striking dark-skinned beauty who left a profound impression on him. Chapter 2, Hidden Motives. Rhaeka stirred awake. Upon realizing her elongated legs were pinned, she widened her eyes in shock. She sprang up from the bed instantly. Awake, are you? Carmen poured a glass of wine from Qingting Island, a gentle smile gracing his face. Rhaeka's expression darkened. She quickly assessed her condition, relieved to find no tearing pain. Aren't the people of the Summer Islands rather open-minded in this regard? Why the tension? Rhaeka's muscles were taut, her complexion grim. Not everyone is the same. Where are my clothes? She murmured. You lost. According to the rules of the duel, you would die. I trust this is self-evident. Carmen refrained from addressing Rhaeka's question. Instead, he took control of the conversation, steering it towards the matter of gladiatorial combat. Once he uttered those words, the atmosphere in the room became palpable. Rhaeka maintained a stony silence. Silence is futile and merely wastes time, Carmen remarked, taking a sip of his wine. What do you intend to do? After a considerable pause, Rhaeka retorted. Carmen was correct. By the rules of the arena, the duel only concluded upon the death of one participant. Since she had agreed to Carmen's wager, she ought to abide by the terms. Yet, Carmen had not killed her, which must have signified something. Rhaeka believed she understood Carmen's reluctance to end her life. Her naked presence here spoke volumes, but she was perplexed. Did not the Lysians favor women with pale skin and delicate bodies? Carmen, seated at the table, remained silent. He poured 2 glasses of golden wine and approached the bed, signaling Rhaeka to relax. Are you in dire need of money? Carmen's heterochromatic eyes bore into hers. Perhaps I could assist you, but you must first divulge your reasons. Rhaeka bit her lip, sensing that Carmen was not a man of virtue. Her instincts had always been astute, yet she found herself in desperate need of funds. To reclaim what was rightfully hers, she needed to gather resources and establish a mercenary band loyal to her. Could you return my clothes first? What do you think? Carmen replied with a smile. Rhaeka inhaled deeply, suppressing the surge of embarrassment within her, and took a hearty sip from the glass. I hail from the Russell family of Valorano Island, with our fief located in Lotus Harbor, but I failed in my bid for the title of princess. The Summer Islands lie in the Summer Sea, south of Westeros. It comprises a lush archipelago of over 50 islands. Each isle within the Summer Islands has its ruler. In the common tongue, the term for their leaders is prince or princess. The larger islands, Zal Island, Auburno Island, and Valorano Island, typically host numerous rival princes. Historically, the Summer Islands have been ruled by a single sovereign only 6 times, and each instance was fleeting. The capital, Lotus Harbor, along with the towns of Last Lament and Tall Trees, resides on Valorano Island. Lotus Harbor is home to numerous nobles, and during elections, a plethora of princes and princesses emerge. Evidently, Reka had also participated in the contest. However, an unfortunate incident must have led to her current predicament. Carmen surmised the situation and felt a surge of excitement within. If he played his cards right, there was a tangible opportunity to seize the Summer Islands for himself. It is worth noting that although the mining industry in the Summer Islands is underdeveloped, lacking iron, tin, and other metals, it is rich in gemstones such as emeralds, rubies, sapphires, and various pearls, all of considerable value. Moreover, the island's timber trade flourishes. Rare hardwoods, bloodwood, ebony, mahogany, purple heart, hibiscus, burl, tigerwood, golden heart, ivory, and other scarce timbers are in high demand across nations. However, the export of golden heart wood has been prohibited by the islands. Agriculturally, the islands are prosperous, abundant in spices such as nutmeg, cinnamon, and pepper. They also trade monkeys, gorillas, leopard cubs, and parrots with nobility from across the realm. Palm wine, fruits, and feathers are likewise sought after by the wealthy and aristocrats. Thus, apart from its mining deficiencies, the Summer Islands possesses the potential to become a dominant maritime power. Especially with its wealth of gems and spices, it is akin to possessing a gold mine. Carmen discreetly removed his robe. As Reka witnessed this, a decision crystallized in her mind. Previously, she had rejected the ambiguous advances of Brenna Godwin, clinging to what was now a worthless virtue. This had incited Brenna's wrath after he ascended to Prince of Valorano Island, leading to a relentless vendetta against the Russell family. Now, her family lay in ruins. If she could exchange her virtue for Carmen's support, she would not hesitate. Yet, the tempest she had envisioned did not materialize. Carmen did not forcefully pounce upon her. Instead, he draped the elegant robe he had shed over her shoulders. His gentle voice resonated. "I apologize I mistook you for a greedy pirate." Carmen's expression was one of sincere regret. "Forgive me for failing to accord a princess the respect she deserves. You must have endured considerable hardship along this journey." Carmen's unexpected apology and concern left Reka momentarily speechless. Looking up, she met the earnest gaze of the handsome Carmen, whose face was etched with remorse and guilt. His tender tone nearly brought tears to her eyes. Reka hastily lowered her gaze, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. "I am not a princess. I failed, and my indifference led to the ruin of my family." More than a year of wandering had opened her eyes to the stark realities and cruelties of the world, and the helplessness, despair, and regret she harbored were known only to her. Each nightfall found her lost in thought. Had she acquiesced to Brenna's proposition to become his mistress, would the Russell family have escaped annihilation? Would she have been spared a life of wandering, and her parents and brother not reduced to ashes? Alas, reality offers no room for what-ifs, and vengeance consumed her thoughts. It was for this reason that the long-standing suppression of her emotions rendered her somewhat incapable of managing her feelings in the face of Carmen's unexpected understanding and kindness. "I sympathize with your plight. However, I believe that anyone who dares to pursue their true self deserves to be called a prince or princess. This spirit should be celebrated. You need not bear guilt." Carmen grasped Reka's hand, the roughness of his touch sending a jolt through her. Seeing that Reka did not recoil, Carmen gently pulled her into his embrace. "You may share your experiences with me. I will do my utmost to assist you." Reka nestled against Carmen, curling into a ball. A flicker of joy briefly illuminated her downcast eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by sorrow and helplessness once more. Unbeknownst to her, Carmen, who held her close, also harbored a glimmer of joy in his own gaze. Introduction. A young man adorned with the ruby crown of Valyria strides purposefully towards the throne. From a bastardy to the founder of the Second Valyrian Empire, he has traversed a path drenched in blood and bones for a full 25 years, until the power of kingship is born from fire and blood. No dragons do not necessarily mean defeat. It's merely that I choose not to engage you today. Chaos is not a chasm. Chaos is a ladder. We are the heirs of old Valyria, and we shall rise, The glory of the Second Valyrian Empire shall surely eclipse that of the Freehold, illuminating the world with the brilliance of dragon fire. Chapter 1. Lovely Lys. 106 AC. The 106th year following Aegon's conquest of Westeros. Essos. Lys. Lys, one of the 9 free trade city-states, is often referred to as Lovely Lys. Nestled on an island in the southwestern region of Essos, it is a small city perched upon rocky terrain. The island enjoys a temperate climate, abundant sunlight, and fertile soil, adorned with numerous palm and fruit trees. The ocean gleams a vibrant green, occasionally revealing schools of vividly colored fish swimming by. In stark contrast to the breathtaking scenery outside, the air within the city is filled with the thunderous roars of the Bloodstone Arena. As the largest arena in Lys, it can accommodate nearly 1,000 spectators in extreme conditions. The crowd erupts in cheers. The splattering blood flushes his face with exhilaration. In the center of the arena, a man and a woman are locked in combat. The woman seizes the opportunity first, delivering a powerful punch to the man's jaw. Struck by the blow, the man collapses instantly, silence following swiftly. A chorus of boos erupts from every corner of the arena. Some even resort to foul language, clearly having wagered heavily on the man. Seated in the judge's box, Common observes the woman with keen interest. With silver hair and dark skin, her displayed combat prowess is remarkable, as the heavy gunner Sorda is felled by a single strike. The woman in the arena seems to sense Common's gaze, turning her head towards the judge's box with narrowed eyes. Seeing this, a smile creeps across Common's lips. He then tosses the dagger he had been idly playing with to a nearby guard. In a few quick strides, he leaps down from the stands. This act momentarily stills the crowd. Then, a louder uproar erupts from the audience. The master of the Free Trade Guild personally enters the fray. The ticket is worth its weight in gold. Fire the storm! Fire the storm! Fire the storm! The spectators chant in unison. Common raises his hands high, reveling in the adulation. He relishes this feeling. No longer must he tread cautiously as in his former life, nor be regularly thrust into the role of scapegoat by his superiors. In this life, he remains of humble origin, the illegitimate son of the governor of Lys. This era is splendid. Thus, on the day of his 13th birthday, he demanded 30 golden dragons from his gubernatorial father. He then established his own free trade guild. 3 years have since passed, and he has become one of the wealthiest merchants in the region. He even anticipates running for the next governor of Lys. "What is your name?" Common inquires of the woman before him. Reka Ross," she replies in a flat tone. "Are you in need of money?" Reka falls silent. "Are you from the Summer Isles?" Those from the Summer Isles entering a deadly arena surely indicates financial desperation. "Hey, race the deal. If you defeat me, the prize will be tenfold 50,000 golden dragons. How does that sound?" A confident smile graces Common's lips. "Absolutely." As expected, Reka promptly agrees to Common's proposition. "Would you like to take a break?" "No need, I know you. You're only 16 this year." Reka exudes confidence, having inquired about Common prior to her participation in the duel. She sought to ascertain his reputation, ensuring there were no issues before arriving at the Bloodstone Arena. With 50,000 golden dragons in hand, she could procure a warship. With a warship, she could become a pirate. Then, she would continue her plundering, swiftly establishing a naval fleet. Common grins slyly. With a surge of energy, he swiftly approaches Reka. His right hand crashes towards her face with the force of thunder. The unexpected strike causes Reka's expression to shift dramatically, her nape prickling with alarm. She quickly sidesteps. Fortunately, her combat experience is extensive. Soon enough, she regains her rhythm and engages Common in a fierce struggle. The arena is alive with shouts and cheers. Some cheer for Common, while many others hope to see Reka defeat him, for only then can they experience the ultimate thrill of the contest. Reka's countenance is grave. Common's strength far exceeds her expectations. A mere 16-year-old boy can contend with her to this extent. Reka resolves to give it her all. Seizing an opportunity, she delivers a punch squarely to Common's face. The force of her blow sends Common staggering back several steps, barely managing to retain his balance. Thoof! Common spits out blood, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he regards Reka. "Now that's more like it." Reka rubs her wrist. "Do you wish to continue? You cannot win against me." "Haha, 50,000 golden dragons are not so easily won." Common laughs heartily. Through the course of their battle, Common realizes he is no match for Reka. Yet, he is unwilling to concede. Not for pride, nor out of reluctance to part with 50,000 golden dragons, but simply for the desire to know Reka Ross. If memory serves him right, the Ross family holds considerable status in the Summer Isles. Drawing in a deep breath, a green glow ignites in Common's eyes. His heartbeat resonates like a drum, a powerful force surging from his heart into his limbs. Bang! In an instant, dust swirls beneath his feet. Common lunges towards Reka, delivering a punch that sends her sprawling. This blow bears no ornate techniques, it is pure simplicity, yet renders Reka unconscious. He gasps for breath, feeling as though every second in this heightened state consumes his very lifeblood. Just a fleeting second, and he feels as though he is on the verge of being drained dry. He gestures for someone to carry Reka away. As for the heavy gunner sorta, a dead gladiator holds no value, he shall be burned. Common raises his hands in acceptance of the crowd's fervent cheers. After a few perfunctory words to the audience, he departs the arena. Upon returning to the manor, he changes clothes with the assistance of a maid before entering his chamber. To his astonishment, he finds Reka stripped bare, lying naked upon the bed. TSK. Common clicks his tongue. Having been reborn into the world of the Song of Ice and Fire for 16 years, he is no longer the individual who clung to modern moral standards. He has failed to alter this era of human rights darkness, and this wretched time has assimilated him entirely within a mere few years. Since reaching adulthood, he has indulged in numerous women, even fathering 2 illegitimate children. Yet he swears to the goddess of desire. This time, protecting Reka Ross is merely due to his admiration for her skills, and perhaps to see if there lies an opportunity to influence the Summer Isles. Reka possesses a slender and graceful physique, easily exceeding 175 centimeters, resembling a lithe and elegant female leopard. Her long legs, sun-kissed and taut with muscle, present a unique beauty. Carmen stroked his chin, unabashedly surveying the scene before him. I recall that the inhabitants of the Summer Isles are rather liberal in this regard. This is a native colony of Valyria. The indigenous people here typically possess golden, curly hair and blue eyes, complemented by skin as fair as milk. Carmen had long since become accustomed to women with pale complexions. However, upon catching a glimpse of Reka now, he was struck by a wave of nostalgia. He recalled an anime from his past life, featuring a sister and her 2 friends alongside her considerably larger brother. One notably dark-skinned vixen had left a profound impression on him. Chapter 2. Hidden Agendas. Reka stirred awake, her long legs tangling in the bed sheets, and her eyes widened in sudden realization. She sprang upright. Awake? Carmen poured himself a glass of wine from the Isle of Qingting, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Reka's expression darkened. She quickly assessed her body, relieved to find no tearing pain. Isn't it true that those from the Summer Isles are rather open-minded? Why the tension? Reka's muscles were taut, and her demeanor was far from pleasant. Not everyone is the same. Where are my clothes? She muttered. You lost. According to the rules of combat, death is the consequence. I shouldn't need to elaborate, Carmen responded, evading her question and seizing control of the conversation. The atmosphere in the room grew thick with tension. Reka remained silent, her face set in stoic defiance. Silence is a waste of time, Carmen remarked, taking a sip of his wine. What do you intend to do? After a long pause, Reka finally countered. Carmen was correct. By the rules of the arena, the contest only concluded upon one party's demise. Since she had agreed to Carmen's wager, she was bound to abide by the rules. Yet, Carmen had refrained from killing her, which surely held significance. Reka believed she understood the reason behind Carmen's restraint. Being completely bare in his presence spoke volumes. However, she felt a pang of confusion. Wasn't it the case that the list preferred women with fair skin and delicate forms? Carmen, seated at the table, did not address Reka's inquiry. Instead, he poured 2 glasses of golden wine and approached the bedside, gesturing for her to relax. Are you in dire need of money? Carmen's peculiar eyes locked onto hers. Perhaps I can assist you, but you must first divulge your reasons. Reka bit her lip, instinctively sensing that Carmen was no benevolent figure. Her intuition had always proven accurate. Yet, she found herself in desperate need of funds. To reclaim her rightful place, she must gather resources and establish a mercenary group under her command. Could you return my clothes first? What do you think? Carmen replied with a playful smile. Reka inhaled deeply, suppressing the rush of humiliation, and took a hearty gulp from her wine glass. I hail from the Russell family of Volano Island, with fiefdom in Lotus Harbor, but I failed in my bid for princess. The Summer Isles lie in the Summer Sea, south of Westeros, a lush archipelago comprising over 50 islands. Each island within the Summer Isles has its own monarch. In the common tongue, their titles translate to prince or princess. The larger islands, All Island, Albunlu Island, and Valano Island, are often home to numerous competing princes. Historically, the Summer Isles have been ruled by a singular sovereign on only 6 occasions, and none have endured. The capital, Lotus Harbor, along with Lamentation Town and High Tree Town, are located on Valano Island. Lotus Harbor is home to a plethora of nobles. During election season, a multitude of princes and princesses emerge. Evidently, Reka had partaken in this election. However, some unforeseen circumstance must have led to her current plight. Carmen surmised the situation, his heart swelling with delight. If he played his cards right, he could potentially bring the Summer Isles under his dominion. Despite the Isles' lagging mining industry, lacking iron, tin, and other metals, they are rich in gemstones such as emeralds, rubies, sapphires, and various pearls, all of considerable worth. Moreover, the islands boast a thriving timber industry. Rare woods, such as mahogany, ebony, and other precious varieties, are in high demand across nations. However, the export of golden heartwood has been prohibited by the Isles. The agricultural sector is flourishing, abundant in spices like nutmeg, cinnamon, and pepper. They also trade monkeys, orangutans, leopard cubs, and parrots with noble families around the world. Palm wine, fruits, and feathers are likewise coveted by the aristocracy and wealthy merchants. Thus, one could argue that the Summer Isles, aside from their mining shortcomings, possess the potential to become a dominant maritime power. Especially with their array of gemstones and spices, one might wonder how this differs from possessing a gold mine. Carmen discreetly removed his robe. As Reka witnessed this, her heart made a decisive choice. Initially, she had rejected the suggestive advances of Brenna Godwin, clinging to her now worthless virtue. This refusal had led to Brenna's ascendancy as a prince of Valano Island and his subsequent vengeful wrath against the Russell family. Now, her family lay in ruins. If she could barter her virtue for Carmen's support, she would not hesitate. Yet the tempest she had envisioned failed to materialize. Carmen did not pounce upon her violently. Instead, he draped the discarded ornate robe over her shoulders. His gentle voice resonated. "I apologize, I mistook you for a greedy pirate." Carmen wore a mask of contrition. "Forgive me for not affording a princess the respect she deserves. You must have endured considerable hardship along the way." Carmen's unexpected apology and concern left Reka momentarily speechless. Looking up, she met the handsome face of Carmen, whose expression was filled with regret. His tender voice brought a surge of emotion, nearly causing her to weep. Reka quickly averted her gaze, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. "I am no princess, I failed, and my family's downfall was a direct result of my stubbornness," she murmured. More than a year of wandering had illuminated the harsh realities of the world. The helplessness, despair, and regret she harbored were known only to her. Each night, she would indulge in fantasies. Had she consented to become Brenna's mistress, would the Russell family have remained intact? Would she have avoided this aimless wandering, and her parents and brother not turn to ashes? Alas, reality knows no what-ifs, and vengeance consumed her thoughts. It was this very repression that rendered her unable to contain her emotions when confronted with sudden understanding and tenderness. "I express my sympathy for your plight. Yet, I believe anyone who dares to pursue their true self deserves the title of prince or princess. Such a spirit is worthy of admiration. You need not bear guilt." Carmen took Reka's hand, the roughness of his grip palpable. Seeing her not withdraw, he naturally drew her into his embrace. "You may share your experiences with me. I shall do all within my power to assist you." Reka nestled against Carmen, curling into a ball. A fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in her downcast eyes, quickly overshadowed by sorrow and helplessness. Unbeknownst to her, Carmen, who held her close, too harbored a spark of delight in his gaze. Chapter 3. Those who commit patricide will meet a dire fate. Reka did not take the time to elaborate on her past. Instead, she impulsively threw herself upon Cayman. As night fell, Reka, weary and exhausted, collapsed into Cayman's embrace and began recounting her experiences. Initially, she had vied for the position of Prince of Valano Island, only to be ultimately defeated by Brenna. Already a married man, Brenna had set his sights on her, demanding that she become his mistress. She resolutely rejected Brenna's unreasonable proposition, yearning to wholly entrust her body to a man truly worthy of her devotion. However, she was unprepared for the narrow-mindedness of Brenna. Following his ascension to the role of prince, he embarked on a relentless campaign of vengeance against her and the Russell family, culminating in their utter annihilation. Tears streamed down Reka's face as she spoke, as if she had finally found someone to lean on, pouring out her grievances. Yet, the true circumstances surrounding the downfall of the Russell family were far more intricate than she had disclosed. Not only had she spurned Brenna's marriage proposal, but she had also publicly humiliated him. With her family's backing, she had brazenly mocked Brenna after his elevation to prince. Furthermore, her claims about wanting to preserve her virtue for her future husband were nothing more than fabrications. The customs of the Summer Isles included both drinking and carnal pleasures, and women of conservative disposition were rarer than the island's iron production. Nevertheless, it was indeed her first time. The evidence lay in the bloodstains upon the sheets. Yet, this was not due to Reka Russell's chastity. Rather, it stemmed from her exceedingly lofty standards, preferring to labor for her own desires than to lower her expectations. Upon hearing her tale, Cayman, regardless of its veracity, promptly declared his intentions. He vowed that if Reka bore him a son, he would finance the creation of a formidable naval fleet once he became the governor of Reese, aiding her in reclaiming all that was rightfully hers. Reka's eyes sparkled with hope, and she swiftly embraced Cayman, kissing him fervently. She was no longer the same Reka Russell of yore. A year of wandering had stripped away the pride befitting an heir of the Russell family. Previously, she had earned her keep as a sailor, but upon hearing of the lucrative prizes at the Bloodstone Arena in Reese, she had chosen to become a gladiator. Reka understood all too well the slow pace at which she could amass wealth. If Cayman could indeed forge a powerful naval fleet for her, she would not balk at bearing him a son, or even 2, 3, or 4, as long as it meant restoring the Russell family's glory and exacting vengeance for her kin. What did it matter if she became Cayman's clandestine mistress? As the morning sun streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow upon the room, Reka rested her legs upon the windowsill, her posture peculiar and her demeanor contemplative. It was evident that she was in a great hurry. Cayman stretched and called for a maid to assist him in rising and preparing for the day. Despite the commotion, Reka remained fast asleep. Carmen did not call for her, but instead made his way alone to the grand hall of the manor to partake in the breakfast of the day. He was quite discerning when it came to his meals, never one to skimp. The breakfast was served in succession. The maid sliced the crisp and tender white bread, the aroma of wheat wafting through the air. She spread a layer of honey on it and added a slice of crispy bacon. After sipping a mouthful of warm water, Carmen began to chew heartily. Meanwhile, the maid picked up a fried egg, spread sauce on it, and quickly prepared another slice of white bread. Carmen did not rush to eat the egg sandwich. Instead, he took up his knife and fork to savor the succulent and juicy venison steak. It would not taste as delightful once it had cooled. After finishing the rib steak, he casually consumed the fried egg sandwich. Only then did Carmen leisurely lift a cup of warm milk to his lips. Just as he was enjoying the rich flavor of the milk, a woman entered, cradling a baby in her arms. Behind her followed a nurse, also holding an infant. "Your father has come again. He wishes to take Grace and Diana away." Johanna Swan sat down beside Carmen. Carmen downed his milk in one go and crossed his legs. "What are your thoughts?" Johanna's expression was resolute, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "Grace and Diana are our children. I would rather die than part with them." "There is no need for such fervor, Johanna." "He is my father," Carmen replied softly. "But you are merely a bastard. Your father has another son, a deranged man with a twisted mind and a crippled leg." Johanna's expression turned increasingly cold. If Carmen truly intended to hand over Grace and Diana, she would undoubtedly take them back to Westeros. Years ago, she had been captured on the steps of the Isles, and her uncle had refused to pay the ransom, leading to her sale in the perfumed gardens of Lys. Carmen had purchased her at the auction. Over 2 years, she bore him a son and a daughter without ever demanding a title. Yet, her time had not been wasted. She had managed brothels, taverns, and inns under the Free Trade Guild, garnering a loyal group of supporters within the guild. "Why are you so anxious? You've frightened the children." Carmen shot a disapproving glance at Johanna. "Rest assured, how could I possibly relinquish my offspring?" Carmen would have to be insane to offer his children as hostages. His father had long coveted the beauty of the soap and had always sought its secrets. "Carmen, I must remind you, your father is the governor of Lys, a merchant. He sees only profit. Do you understand my meaning?" Johanna's brow furrowed. She could empathize with the desire of a bastard son to be acknowledged by his father. Yet, Carmen's father was truly no good. "Ha ha, of course I know." Carmen gently cradled Diana in his arms, the little girl deeply immersed in slumber. "I possess a clearer understanding of the nature of my father than anyone else. Johanna, there is no favorable outcome for those who commit patricide. The gods shall bestow divine retribution upon such individuals." A smile graced Carmen's face as he softly swayed, ensuring that Diana's sleep remained undisturbed. Yet, Johanna's brow remained furrowed. She found herself perplexed by the thoughts swirling within this man's mind. Was he attempting to convey that his gubernatorial father and half-brother would not harm Grace and Diana? Or was he merely stirring doubts within Johanna's heart? She quickly dismissed her musings and turned her gaze towards Carmen, who wore a tender expression as he soothed the child to sleep. Chapter 4. Am I afraid of deep waters? Your father has arrived. You must deal with him yourself. With that, Johanna turned and departed. Shortly after her exit, a somewhat portly, shiny-faced, middle-aged man strode in. Upon entering, he exclaimed, "Carmen, my son, let me behold my precious grandchildren. Father, welcome." But Johanna has just lulled the little ones to sleep. It may not be the most convenient time, Carmen replied with a smile. Bernik's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. I suppose my timing is rather unfortunate then. Disappointment flickered across Nick's face as he gazed into Carmen's eyes, which were filled with a sense of loss. However, within the depths of those eyes lay a seething anger. Years ago, he had lent this rebellious son 30 gold dragons for business, intending it as a simple investment. Little did he anticipate that Carmen would flourish to such an extent in merely 3 years. The impudent youth who had once flattered him was now beyond his control, amassing wealth that could rival his own. He never fathomed that a casual investment would yield such an uncontrollable, greedy wolf. I hear you intend to compete for the position of Governor Rees. Bernik managed to suppress his emotions, awkwardly shifting the topic. The governance of Rees is overseen by a council of governors, selected from among the wealthiest citizens of the city, typically 5 to 7, occasionally increasing to 10. Currently, there are 5 governors, and Carmen is free to announce his candidacy at any time. The citizens of Rees will cast their votes, and should he secure more than a third of the votes, he shall prevail. Carmen nodded with a smile, unreservedly acknowledging his ambition to run for the governorship. I can assist you. I still possess some influence in Rees. If I lend my support in garnering votes, you can rest assured of securing your position as governor. What do you desire? Carmen nonchalantly reclined, crossing his legs. To him, Bernik's proposition seemed almost ludicrous. Over the years, he had been occupied with far more than merely accumulating wealth. The establishment of armed forces and the economic infiltration of Lysene have not escaped his attention. Since a year ago, he has been renovating public facilities such as squares and roads under the guise of the Free Trade Merchants Association. Simultaneously, he has opened shops catering to various needs: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, enticing customers with affordable prices and high-quality service. Furthermore, he has personally designed the emblem of the Free Trade Merchants Association, transforming it into a symbol of excellence at a low cost. Should he run for the governorship of Lysene, the probability of his election could be as high as 70%, if not at least 50%. However, Bernik remains oblivious to the fact that in Cayman's eyes, he has become a mere jester. A look of unwarranted pride unconsciously appears on his face. I have served as governor for 16 years. I was already in office when you were born. As you know, your brother has yet to produce an heir. If you hand over the secret of the beauty soap to me, I shall ensure your ascension as governor of Lysene. Moreover, I will personally nurture Gus to inherit my wealth in the future. Cayman gazes at Bernik, whose haughty demeanor suggests he believes he has made an enticing offer. His arrogance is palpable, as if he is bestowing a favor. Cayman watches him with a half-smirk, silent. After a prolonged pause without a response, Bernik lifts his gaze, only to meet Cayman's inscrutable expression. Anger surges to Bernik's flushed cheeks. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Young man, your arrogance is not a commendable trait. The waters of Lysene run deep. If I do not speak, no voter will cast their ballot for you. Bernik's patience is clearly waning. His veiled threats toward Cayman are evident. He cannot afford to wait any longer. The spice trade has come under attack, and among the 5 governors of Lysene, his financial standing is the weakest. If he fails to secure the beauty soap from Cayman, he risks being ousted from the governor's council, with his properties, ships, and estates being bought at a pittance. Upon hearing Bernik's threats, Cayman's smile gradually fades. Father, it is in deep waters that the great fish swim. Do you still remember how I used to make my living? My little fishing boat still rests at the headquarters of the Free Trade Merchants Association. Would you like to see it? With a resounding thud, Cayman slams his hand on the table. Am I afraid of deep waters? Bernik, my calling you father is a sign of respect. Do not take it for granted. You are nothing but a foul traitor. Let me guess, how much longer do you think you can hold your position in the governor's council? A year? 2 years? Cayman's words are direct, marking his first confrontation with Bernik, completely tearing away any pretense of civility. As of today, his influence rivals that of any governor, and there is no longer any need for him to feign humility. You. Bernik's face flushed with anger. He was taken aback by how well Carmen understood his situation. Bernik bellowed, his face reddening. "You little wretch, without the 30 golden dragons I bestowed upon you back in the day, would you be where you are today?" Carmen, equally incensed, retorted without reservation. "Haven't you drained enough from me over these past 3 years? Constructing a large cargo ship requires at least 5 golden dragons. You've taken 3 from me. How dare you even bring that up?" Bernik's business had been deteriorating over the years, suffering losses annually. Out of respect for their familial ties, he had already funded Bernik with at least 150,000 golden dragons. Yet, Bernik had the audacity to mention those 30 golden dragons from years ago. Bernik felt as though he might explode with rage. However, the other party was no longer the naive young man he once was, and he could not easily manipulate him. He took a deep breath to regain his composure. "Her origins are quite remarkable. If you share with me the technique for the beauty soap, I will reveal her identity to you." Bernik's words immediately darkened Carmen's expression. His mismatched blue and purple eyes fixed intently on Bernik. Chapter 5. The Golden Sapling, Dragon Egg Fossil. Seeing this, Bernik straightened his posture, convinced he had found Carmen's Achilles heel. He could hardly believe that a bastard child would show no interest in his lineage. "Cain, escort him out," Carmen suddenly commanded with an unsettling calmness. Bernik's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you not wish to know who your mother is? She possesses noble blood. This could be your opportunity." Bernik was relentless. "Of course, it is to become." Bernik's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly fell silent, almost revealing too much. Carmen chuckled coldly. "Take your leave. I shan't see you out." In the end, Bernik departed from Carmen's estate with a troubled countenance. In the main manner, Carmen approached the mirror. He gazed at the handsome youth reflected back at him, slightly widening his eyes. His left blue eye resembled the tranquil surface of the sea under sunlight, while his right purple eye added an air of allure and madness. He ran his fingers through his golden white hair. Even without Bernik's words, he could surmise the identity of his mother. Such obvious traits, combined with the peculiar history of Bernik's rise to power, rendered the answer evident. "Targaryen," Carmen murmured to himself. His mother most likely hailed from the Targaryen family of Westeros. During the time Bernik was amassing his fortune, a pure-blooded Targaryen was indeed sampling various men in Lys, Sanella Targaryen, the daughter of Jaehaerys and the paternal aunt of the current ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. After spending several years in Lys, she departed for Volantis over a decade ago. It is said that during the heir election assembly at 101, Jaehaerys, her 3 illegitimate sons, including the offspring of a Valyrian governor, also ventured to King's Landing to assert their claims to inheritance, the outcome of which is naturally not in need of elaboration. Carmen inhaled deeply, rising to make his way into the estate. Passing through layers of guards, he arrived before an iron gate. With a gentle hand, he produced a key to unlock it. A chilling breeze, mingled with the scent of metal, rushed forth to greet him. Carmen squinted, greedily savoring the aroma of wealth. After closing the iron door, he proceeded directly to the innermost depths of the warehouse. Flames flickered, and a brazen fire pit appeared before him, within which lay a black dragon egg, 3 times the size of a typical dragon egg. He extended his right hand before the fire pit, from his palm emanating an abundance of golden threads. These golden strands entwined with one another, ultimately forming a sapling of gold, its crown shimmering with a faint green luminescence. He was a traveler from another realm, burdened by the pressures of a bureaucratic life in his previous existence. Thus, during a vacation, he ventured to Kunlun Mountain, where curiosity overcame him upon sighting the golden sapling, leading him to touch it. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and when he awoke, he found himself transformed into an infant. Carmen remained uncertain of the origins of this sapling, yet over the years, he had discerned its purpose. With a mere thought, the sapling slowly extended 2 branches under his control, effortlessly piercing the shell of the dragon egg and delving within. The green luminescence from the crown began to flow along the branches into the egg. This ritual had persisted for a decade, as he visited every 7 days. This dragon egg was not a living one, but rather a fossil from the Shadowlands, likely a relic of the early Valyrian dead eggs. Carmen was unaware of the exact time of its formation. Perhaps the fire sorcerer whose skull he had fractured in a dream might know. As the green light surged into the egg, it suddenly emanated a crimson glow, darkening to a purplish hue, appearing rather eerie. This lasted for approximately 3 seconds before Carmen withdrew his hand. His countenance had turned pale, as though he had been utterly drained. The green luminescence perpetually radiating from the golden sapling was a unique form of energy, imbued with remarkable vitality. This energy was potent enough to revive the dragon egg, restoring its potential for hatching. Carmen sensed that the egg was on the cusp of hatching. After a decade, if the egg successfully hatched, his investment of time would not be in vain. In this world, Dragons were nearly invincible beings. A single dragon's influence far surpassed that of an entire army. Kamen understood the significance of dragons and the stark contrast between possessing one and being without. Thus, he felt fortunate that his mother was a Targaryen and that Bernik was a pure-blooded Rhys, also a descendant of Valyria. Kamen disregarded the roaring flames in the brazier and boldly reached his hand into the fire, retrieving the dragon egg and gently caressing its uneven shell. Perhaps due to the influence of the golden sapling, he was entirely immune to the searing heat of the flames. Moreover, while enduring the scorching fire, he could absorb the radiant glow emitted by the golden sapling, thereby permanently enhancing his physique. However, over the years, the glow released by the sapling had been entirely bestowed upon the dragon egg. Initially, his intention was to stealthily tame a wild dragon in Westeros. But as he gained a deeper understanding of this world, he realized how naive his plan was. The foremost concern was his identity. He lacked any means to prove it. Would the Targaryen family not simply regard him as a thief of dragons, perhaps sending their dragons to hunt him down? Even if he could demonstrate that he bore Targaryen blood, it would still be difficult to justify his status. The continent of Westeros placed great emphasis on lineage, and as a bastard, he held no distinction from commoners. Furthermore, in his previous life, Kamen had seen a dance with dragons. Now, in the year 106, a brutal and bloody civil war known as the Dance of the Dragons would erupt in 23 years, ignited by disputes over the Targaryen royal succession. After careful consideration, Kamen opted for the most rudimentary approach. Although it would be time-consuming and fraught with potential failure, he decided to attempt to activate a dragon egg fossil on his own. Thus, even if he ultimately failed, he could still develop slowly in Lys while awaiting the opportune moment. With that thought, Kamen returned the dragon egg to the brazier and turned to leave. Suddenly, just as he was about to close the door to the storeroom, a sharp crack echoed from within. Chapter 6. What are you hiding? Kamen, in disbelief, turned back. His gaze swept past the mountain of gold dragons to the brazier at the very back. He fought to contain his emotions as he rushed to the brazier. To his astonishment, he saw a crack had formed in the dragon egg. Another crack resounded, and a small head of the dragon hatchling emerged. With a screech, the hatchling swiftly freed itself from its shell. Unable to withstand the scorching coals, it flapped its wings and soared into Carmen's embrace. The scalding scales scorched a large patch on Carmen's expensive embroidered garment, yet he felt no anger. Instead, he gazed upon the hatchling with joy. The young dragon was adorned with black scales, its back fin and flesh wings tinged with deep crimson. Though its horns appeared somewhat juvenile, they hinted at a future formidable presence. With a cry, the hatchling conveyed its hunger, filling Carmen's mind with a sudden realization. Hungry? Haha, just wait. This estate is never short of meat. A smile could not contain itself at the corners of Carmen's mouth. He is surprisingly able to perceive the thoughts of the dragon hatchling, indicating that he may possess the potential to become a dragon spirit. From now on, you shall be called Igalus, Deathwing Igalus. Cayman's laughter echoed throughout the treasury. He finally felt empowered to confront the dragons. Once Igalus matures a little, he would return to Westeros with his offspring, attempting to restore the Targaryen surname and request a few dragon eggs for Grace and Diana. A decade to revive a dragon egg fossil is indeed an excruciatingly slow endeavor, while merely asking for them would undoubtedly prove far swifter. However, before that, he must first take control of Lys, becoming its dictatorial governor. Only with a sufficiently high status, coupled with Igalus, would he have the opportunity to procure dragon eggs for his children. Hiss hiss. Igalus anxiously squirmed in Cayman's embrace. As Cayman comforted Igalus, he quickened his pace towards the kitchen. Upon exiting the treasury, Cayman swiftly made his way to the manor hall, locating Cain, and immediately summoned all members of the Storm Brigade. Effective immediately, the manor was under lockdown. Understood. I shall. Cain's words faltered mid-sentence as he stared blankly ahead. Is that a dragon? Cain's eyes widened in astonishment. On Cayman's shoulder, Igalus poked his tiny head, fixating on Cain. Hiss. Igalus issued a warning, displeased by Cain's unwavering gaze upon him. Observing this, Cayman chuckled. Indeed, it is a dragon. Go now. Before Igalus grows, we must ensure its safety. The Storm Brigade shall refrain from undertaking any external missions for the next 2 years. Understood. Cain crossed his right arm before him, fist towards inward in salute, and then turned to depart. Cayman squinted his eyes. The Storm Mercenary Brigade was the first armed force he established, comprising 2,000 men, 500 warhorses, and 3 elephants, all clad in armor. Lys was a small town built upon an island. The gathering of the Storm Brigade at Cayman's manor immediately attracted considerable attention. At this moment, within Cayman's manor, He was not focused on the external situation, but rather promptly announced the existence of Igalus. A dragon cannot be concealed, regardless of the circumstances. Since it cannot be hidden, it is better to boldly declare Igalus's existence. However, while Cayman publicly acknowledged Igalus internally, he did not rush to announce it externally. Spies from other factions would naturally disseminate the information. Just as Cayman proclaimed the birth of Igalus, within the palace of Lys, Bernik. What scheme does your illegitimate child intend to concoct now? Anders Sonda questioned sharply. He showed no regard for Bernik's dignity, possessing the audacity to do so. As the wealthiest merchant in Lys, at the age of 40, he regarded himself as superior to all, especially in comparison to the declining Bernik. How should I know? Bernik's face flushed a deep crimson. He did not confide in anyone about the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Cayman. Thus, in the eyes of others, Cayman remained the contemptible, illegitimate child. You, this illegitimate child, are nothing but a constant source of trouble. Why didn't you simply seize the beauty soap technology from the start? This is all your fault, Bernik. Anders roared, his spittle landing on Bernik's lips. Bernik, indignant, retorted, I only wish to protect him. Cayman is my son. Nonsense. You merely sought to monopolize the beauty soap. What pretense are you putting on? Enough. Both of you be silent. The most pressing matter at hand is the plea for aid from Tyrosai. Ivica Grims slammed his hand on the table, halting their quarrel. He then produced a letter and tossed it onto the table. The missive from Tyrosai revealed that Demon Targaryen and Corlys Valyrian were preparing to invade the Stepstone Islands. You all know how ferocious that red worm is. The Valyrian naval fleet is no less formidable than any city-state. We are up against a dragon. While you squabble over power and influence. At nearly 70, Ivica remained robust, his voice echoing throughout the Grand Assembly Hall. Anders, feeling disgruntled, contemplated retorting with a warning to Ivica, but ultimately chose silence after a moment of reflection. Chapter 7. The War of the Stepstone Islands. The palace hall fell into a prolonged silence. Finally, Ivica picked up the letter from the table. He addressed the other four. The Stepstone Islands belong to the Tri-City Alliance, yet the majority of the benefits have been appropriated by Tyrosai. We are the weakest among the 3 cities of the Alliance. Therefore, I believe it suffices to send only some supplies. No ships should be dispatched. Ivica's words met with the agreement of the other 4. Whether from the perspective of their city or their personal interests, none wished to send out their vessels. However, at that moment, a spark ignited in Anders's eyes. I believe that if we do not send even one ship, Tyrosai will not relent, especially Lord Phaetos. What do you mean? Ivica turned to Anders. What I mean is, doesn't T. Common aspire to run for governor? Then let him. Why are you all looking at me? I am doing this for his benefit, without tangible achievements. What voter among the Lysene would support him? The others brightened at this notion. It indeed presented a viable solution. If Common wished to run for governor, he would need to showcase some commendable accomplishments. It seemed unlikely he would turn down such an opportunity. Moreover, it would effectively silence Tyrosai and Meal without deploying their own warships. What was there to lose? If Common were to perish on the Stepstone Islands, they could still unite to besiege his trading company and seize the beauty soap technology. It was a win-win proposition. Ivica rapped his knuckles on the table, signaling for quiet. Then it is settled. Bernik, since he is your son, you shall negotiate with him. Can you manage that? Upon hearing this, Bernik's expression shifted dramatically. Go again. That seems implausible. Bernik immediately declined. I shall not deceive Cayman knowing the truth. Those who wish to go may do so. His face was a mask of fury, tinged with shame. Alas, his remarkable acting skills could not deceive the seasoned individuals present, particularly Anders. Can you refrain from putting on such a facade? With your rotund face. It is utterly revolting, do you not realize? The scornful words of Anders caused Bernik's eyes to twitch, his inner rage barely contained. During the prosperous days of his business, Anders would not have dared to speak to him in such a manner. Now, with his business thriving, this humiliation was intolerable. Yet, in the realm of the free trade city-states, personal wealth speaks volumes. At this moment, Bernik lacked the audacity to retort. Ivica, with his piercing triangular eyes, fixed his gaze on Bernik. If you will not go, I shall. Bernik, I am unaware of what transpired, but the priority now is the Stairs Archipelago. Do you comprehend my meaning? He had fortuitously encountered Bernik and learned that this individual had recently visited Cayman Manor. Undoubtedly, some unpleasantness had ensued. Otherwise, Cayman would not have dispatched the Storm Brigade to the manor. Very well, let us adjourn the meeting here. I shall determine the amount of support after conferring with Cayman. Ivica waved his hand, and the others departed. As Anders exited, he cast a glance at Ivica, his eyes brimming with jealousy and malice. This old man perpetually sought to overshadow the other governors with his seniority. Presently, the wealthiest individual in Riss was none other than Anders. He ought to be the cornerstone of the governor's council. Meanwhile, upon returning to the manor, Bernik erupted in rage. Beasts, dogs, a wretched lot. He kicked over the rosewood table before him, his eyes bloodshot. To be humiliated twice in a single day was an unprecedented affront. He wreaked havoc in the room. Collapsing onto the floor, trembling slightly, his features contorted. "It is all you're doing. Ha ha ha, it is all you're doing. Do not blame me for being ruthless." Bernik's face flushed with an eerie hue as he rose to retrieve paper and began to write furiously. Soon, a handwritten letter was completed. He carefully sealed it and called for the headmaid. "You are to find Frank and ensure he personally delivers this letter to that wench, Rhaenyra Targaryen." He handed the letter to the maid. Farland received it with both hands, displaying utmost respect. Just as she prepared to turn away, Bernik suddenly called out to her. Farland's heart skipped a beat, but her face remained a mask of deference. "What is your command, my lord?" "First, conceal the letter." Bernik spoke while seated on the floor. His legs spread apart. Observing this, Farland silently breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, obediently, she knelt on both knees and began to immerse herself in her work. Minutes passed, and Farine wiped the corner of her mouth before rising to leave. Soon, she murmured to herself as she departed. Gently, her hand caressed her abdomen, and a radiant glow, unique to maternal love, illuminated her face. "My child, I shall never allow you to be sold to a master like a mere beast. Trust me, you will grow up healthy and happy." As Farine spoke softly to herself, she remained blissfully unaware of the presence of another behind her. Chapter 8. Are you pregnant? Are you pregnant? A deep voice suddenly resonated. "Who?" Farine exclaimed, startled. Turning around, she found a tall, robust man standing behind her. "Frank, what brings you here?" A cold sweat broke on Farine's forehead as she desperately urged herself to remain calm. Yet, when she met Frank's tranquil blue eyes, which seemed to see through everything, fear crept in. "I was just wandering about. It's my duty to protect the estate." "Yet, why are you so anxious? Moreover, you are pregnant? It cannot belong to the master, can it? If he discovers this, he will surely torment you to death, and the child within you may very well be extracted, potentially fed to the fish or the dogs. Most likely, it would be meant to feed the dogs. Do you remember Maya?" Frank's tone was as calm as still water. Maya was the former head maid, who became pregnant after an affair with a servant. When Bernik learned of it, he expressed no dissatisfaction until the child was born. He sent someone to seize the child, forcing Maya to witness her daughter being devoured by hounds. "I don't know what you're talking about." Farine stubbornly prepared to deny it. At this point, she had no other recourse but to pray that Frank would not delve deeper into the matter. However, Frank's next words plunged Farine into despair. "Let me guess, the child belongs to that scoundrel Aegon Fsharito, does it not? No need to rush to deny it. The entire estate is under my watchful eye. You've been quite close to him lately. It was merely a few exchanged words. You are overthinking it, my Lord Frank." Farine's voice quivered, a fact she herself did not notice. "Is that so?" Frank confirmed his suspicions. He continued, "If so, I shall have that scoundrel minced into pulp for bait when fishing." To everyone's surprise, upon hearing this, Farine's expression shifted to one of fury and determination. "Stop with the nonsense, Frank. What exactly do you want?" Frank scrutinized the tall, beautiful Farine. "Oh, do not act like that, Farine. Anger is not good for the fetus. Shall we find a place to discuss this properly?" Taking a deep breath, Farine ultimately acquiesced to Frank's request. She did not wish to relinquish any opportunity. Frank then turned and departed. Fallon lowered her head, following closely behind him, until they arrived at a secluded woodshed. Frank casually settled onto an old wooden bench, which creaked under the strain of his weight. "This place is quite safe. Now, speak freely. Whom have you secretly contacted among the governors?" Frank presumed that Fallon must have reached out to a governor, or she wouldn't have uttered such words. "It is not a governor, but rather a nobleman." Fallon hesitated to divulge the identity of her mysterious associate. However, Frank persisted in his inquiries, relentlessly probing her for information, even resorting to threats against Gonfu's life. "Are you not concerned about Bernik discovering your condition?" Frank inquired with genuine curiosity, pondering who could grant Fallon such audacity. "Bernik won't be able to leap for much longer. Have you considered an alliance with me?" Fallon refrained from directly answering Frank's question and instead extended an invitation for him to join her clandestine faction. Frank shrugged. "I am unaware of your benefactor's identity. Should it turn out that you merely wish to escape with Gonfu, I would merely become your stepping stone. Knowing the nobleman's identity leaves no path for retreat." "That would be my honor," Frank replied with a smile, differentiating himself from Fallon, His origins were not of servitude, thus he needed to secure an alternative arrangement in advance. As dusk fell, the city sparkled with lights, revealing a mere glimpse of the opulence reserved for the elite. Unlike his usual excursions to the harbor, Kamen chose to host a banquet within his estate. Upon arriving at the manor, Ivica was greeted by a peculiar sight. The exterior of the estate was heavily guarded, yet the interior exuded a festive atmosphere, creating an oddly contradictory ambience. "Governor, there is a banquet this evening. Lord Kamen awaits you in the main hall. Allow me to escort you there." A maid, clad in a fitted gown, led the way, swaying her hips enticingly. Ivica trailed behind her, casting furtive glances around. A sudden wave of unease washing over him. The last time he visited Kamen's estate, it was a picturesque haven filled with melodious birds and fragrant blossoms. Now, it resembled a military fortress. In the manor's hall, the maid announced, "My lord, Governor Ivica has arrived," bowing gracefully before retreating. "Governor Ivica, it has been a long time. You still appear quite robust." Kamen's hearty laughter echoed, causing Ivica's eye to twitch slightly. Kamen's words still bore the flattery reminiscent of their past encounters, yet the tone lacked the previous servility and obsequiousness. "It has indeed been a while. You've grown quite sturdy yourself. Want to invite me to sit?" Ivica quickly composed himself, engaging Kamen in conversation from an equal standpoint. He no longer felt the urgency to discuss the war over the staircase aisles. Instead, he was eager to understand the reason behind Kamen's significant transformation. Chapter 9. It is time to advance further. Ivica had never been concerned about Kamen instigating a rebellion, but now he could not help but feel a sense of unease. At Kamen's invitation, Ivica took his seat at Kamen's right hand. "Governor, your arrival is most timely. The feast has just begun," Kamen remarked as an array of exquisite dishes was presented one after another. "Do indulge in this roasted venison. The fawns from the contested lands are particularly tender." With a wave of his hand, a servant promptly sliced a piece of venison and placed it before Ivica. Ivica offered a faint smile and, under Kamen's watchful gaze, cut a small piece and placed it in his mouth. The rich flavors exploded on his palate, and his eyes sparkled with delight. "This is delightful. What spices have been used?" he inquired. The fawn meat was indeed delectable, but Ivica was certain that some unique spice had been employed in its preparation, one he had never encountered before. Noticing Ivica's keen interest, Kamen smiled and said, "It is fresh salt powder, a specially crafted seasoning that costs more than gold." "And its availability?" Ivica pressed. "Very scarce, and thus quite expensive," Kamen replied. The fresh salt powder he spoke of was essentially refined salt mixed with dried and crushed sea cucumbers, a blend akin to a combination of salt and monosodium glutamate. In the past, when their power was limited, they dared not exploit many lucrative opportunities. However, after 3 years of stable development, they were beginning to expand. The reasoning behind mixing sea cucumber powder with salt was straightforward. The flavor of sea cucumber powder was similar to that of MSG, yet its production was quite simple. Freshly harvested sea cucumbers, once cleaned and dried, could be easily crushed, making it susceptible to imitation. Thus, it was more advantageous to blend it with refined salt to enhance its market value. Ivica swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He understood better than anyone the profitability of the spice trade. Behind the collapse of Bernik's spice business lay his shadow, intent on capturing a larger market share and amassing greater wealth. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Yet, the thought of Kamen gaining yet another substantial financial avenue left him restless. If fresh salt powder were to be introduced to the market, it would undoubtedly flourish in a remarkably short time, permeating every corner of the known world. That was an immeasurable fortune. "Kamen, I hear from your father that you aspire to run for the governorship of Lys." Ivica suddenly pivoted the conversation toward the election. "Indeed, that is the case," Kamen acknowledged directly. In truth, this matter was hardly a secret, as Kamen had voiced his ambition to run for the governorship of Lys on numerous occasions in public settings. "I have held the position of governor of Lys for nearly 30 years and am acutely aware of the challenges associated with such an election. Besides wealth, one must also have made significant contributions to Lys. That fellow Anders proposed at the governor's conference that the next governor of Lys must have participated in the War of the Stone Steppes. No, it is not just an intervention by the others in the election. You must have heard about the impending war over the Stone Steppes archipelago. The navy of the demon Tonglien, in alliance with the Valyrian family, seeks to reclaim control of the archipelago." Ivica promptly betrayed Anders without a hint of hesitation, openly declaring it was Anders's idea. Kamen took a sip of golden wine and looked up at Ivica, a large question mark seemingly hovering above his head. So, observing Kamen's feigned ignorance, Ivica felt a surge of irritation. This lad, who had previously only shown firmness regarding matters of beauty soap, had otherwise always acquiesced. What on earth had transpired to provoke such irritating speech from him? Therefore, if you aspire to successfully campaign for the governorship of Rys, you must confront the dragon. Common, displaying timely concern, quickly inquired if Ivica had any alternative solutions. Seeing Common's worried expression, Ivica quietly exhaled, stroking his grizzled beard, and replied nonchalantly, "If you wish to avoid warfare, it is not without recourse. I can stand by your side and vouch for you. This would essentially secure your campaign. Furthermore, I have been old friends with Culaire and Destin for many years. I can assure your success in the election." Common's face lit up with surprise. "Really? Of course. Genuinely so. It is even possible for you to directly replace Bernik. However, I am a businessman, as you know, and I cannot assist you without recompense. Then what must I offer? Salt of fresh essence. We shall partner. As long as we unite, even if others are envious, they shall not dare to challenge us. You, I, together we shall seize the wealth of the entire world." Ivica raised his glass, signaling for Common to toast in celebration of their impending fortune. Common regarded Ivica with a smirk, his glass held motionless in his hand. Ivica's demeanor stiffened. Common took a sip on his own, tilting his head. "Then I suppose I need not run for governor at all. In truth, whether one holds the governorship is of little consequence, wouldn't you agree? Esteemed Governor Ivica? In a free trade city-state like Rys, the political structure is exceedingly loose. Essentially, those with the might hold the truth. Common, you are still young, and your experience is limited. Some matters are not as straightforward as they appear. Sometimes, being unable to act freely is the norm, even if you merely wish to conduct business peacefully." Ivica silently retracted his glass, his gaze no longer soft. His triangular eyes appeared cold and piercing, fixated intently on Common's mismatched pupils. "Common, in light of your youth, I shall impart this wisdom as one who has traversed these paths. The beauty you possess has incited envy in many. Do you comprehend the implications if you were to monopolize the salt of fresh essence? The situation in the Stone Steppes archipelago is dire, with undercurrents of discord swirling within the Tri-City Alliance. You cannot fathom the brutality of power struggles. The waters run deep and turbulent in Rys. If you do not align yourself, you will be ruthlessly dismembered and devoured." Ivica resembles a venerable elder imparting wisdom to the younger generation. Although his tone is one of counsel, it is laden with threats and warnings. The banquet suddenly fell silent, save for the crackling of the torches that echoed in the stillness. All present were subordinates of Cayman, quietly observing Ivica, unfazed by their varied gazes. Ivica steadfastly fixed his eyes upon Cayman, awaiting his decision. He believed Cayman to be an astute individual capable of grasping his intent and making the right choice. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, the wailing of a child broke through. Johanna's impatient voice rang out, followed by the entrance of Johanna cradling Grace. Reka trailed behind her, holding Diana. Then, a lively black dragon burst into the room, emitting a series of hisses. "Is this a dragon?" Ivica gazed in shock at Cayman. Cayman, nonchalantly sipping his golden wine, replied, "Have you forgotten that I have only been a merchant for a few days, my lord? Am I to fear the depths and the turbulence?" Chapter 10. The Dragon Knight Governor? Ivica looked at Igilas, wanting to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. A dragon? When had he last encountered one? Ivica was bewildered, but Cayman was unfazed. With a simple gesture, Igilas obediently soared into his embrace. "Governor, it is my honor to introduce my new family member, Igilas," Cayman said with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "A black dragon, hatched from an ancient Valyrian egg. I deem this nothing short of a miracle. Do you not agree? Where did you procure the dragon egg?" "That wretched Senela Targaryen stole the Targaryen family's dragon eggs?" Ivica regained his composure, his voice tinged with sharpness as he fixed a penetrating stare upon Igilas, clearly incredulous that this lively creature had emerged from a fossilized dragon egg thousands of years old. It was indeed Senela Targaryen, and the unexpected revelation that he had acquired definitive answers from Ivica was startling. "Mind your language, Ivica, lest you become the first governor in Rys's history to have his tongue severed." Cayman's eyes turned cold. He despised the term theft. The egg that hatched Igilas was one he had shattered from the cranium of a fire sorcerer, activated only after a decade. Ivica's expression fluctuated between shadow and light. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Cayman had adopted such an uncharacteristically assertive demeanor. After Cayman uttered these words, some guests at the banquet had already risen to approach. Before encountering the dragon, Ivica had been confident that Cayman would not dare to harm him. However, now that Cayman had a dragon by his side, it was entirely plausible that he might indeed be bold enough to sever his own tongue. for the common folk of Rys. Securing the protection of a dragon lord would undoubtedly compel them to support the removal of other governors. After all, Rys was once a native colony of Valyria. Yet, for those in power in Rys, this was hardly welcome news. Apologies, I merely got carried away with excitement at the prospect of Rys also being under the dragon's protection. Ivica immediately conceded. He had come to Common's estate with only 2 servants, lacking even a single guard. I understand, it's quite all right. I forgive your rashness. Common quickly regained his smile. Let us continue to drink. It would be a pity to waste such exquisite food without wine. Ivica released a sigh of relief. His initial purpose for visiting Common's estate was to persuade him to join the fray. Although he had encountered a series of unexpected events, the most crucial aspect was that he had not provoked Common. The priority now was to return alive. Upon calming down, Ivica suddenly realized something. When he arrived, Common not only welcomed him, but even took the initiative to present the fresh salt and the dragon. There was surely a hidden agenda here. As it turned out, Ivica's suspicions were correct. Common had originally planned to invite Ivica and show Lear in a couple of days. Unexpectedly, Ivica had come to visit today, bringing along a piece of news of moderate significance. Common rose to personally pour Ivica a glass of wine. As Ivica accepted the goblet, Common cheerfully remarked, "Governor, I believe you are right in saying that in the tides of time, those who do not band together are doomed." Ivica took a sip of the golden wine and nodded in agreement, though he refrained from speaking. "I am preparing to select a few trade partners to jointly expand the production of beauty soap. What do you think?" A glimmer of understanding flashed in Ivica's eyes as he grasped Common's intentions. With the availability of more profitable fresh salt powder, the significance of beauty soap naturally diminished. Consequently, using beauty soap to win allies became the optimal choice. A smile crept across Ivica's face. "A splendid idea. Have you identified suitable candidates?" "Indeed, I have. In Rys, you are one, along with Lear and Destin. You are my dearest friends." "Oh, it seems I am not the only one who perceives our relationship favorably." Ivica expressed his satisfaction with Common's selections. Lear and Destin were both old friends of his. "Of course, I too believe our relationship is quite amiable." Common clinked glasses with Ivica. The ensuing banquet was filled with merriment, as Common and Ivica engaged in jovial toasts, drinking to the point of forgetfulness. As night deepened, the banquet concluded, and Common rose to see Ivica off, and they agreed to host another banquet the following day, simultaneously inviting Lear and Destin to discuss a potential collaboration. Ivica readily acquiesced, and, under the watchful eye of a servant, staggered into the carriage. Once inside, Ivica's demeanor transformed dramatically. His previously dazed, slanted eyes sparkled with clarity. His index finger incessantly tapped against the armrest as he contemplated the events of the day. The emergence of the dragon had thoroughly disrupted his subsequent plans. As a former colony of Valyria, the people of Lys viewed the dragon with respect rather than fear. It was only the ruling class, himself included, who truly felt apprehensive. The dragon's presence could very well enable Cayman to effortlessly garner the support of the common folk in Lys. Given his insights into Cayman, this wretched creature was likely to transform Lys into a realm governed solely by his whims. He might even establish a hereditary monarchy akin to that of Westeros, centered on bloodlines. This had originally been his ambition. After serving as governor of Lys for 29 years, he had long dreamed of converting it into a traditional hereditary kingdom. His son, his grandson, his descendants would rule Lys for generations, instead of allowing those destitute commoners to vote and share the supreme power among a select few. Chapter 11. The tenacious. Late at night at Cayman Manor, Rika lay breathlessly on the bed, utterly exhausted. After a considerable time, she gradually regained some strength. She turned onto her side, propping herself up to observe Cayman, who was engrossed in his writing by the flickering light. "Did you stay up this late every night before I arrived?" Rika found it somewhat absurd. She had not anticipated that Cayman would indulge in drink until such late hours, only to return and exhaust her, only to continue working afterward. "My vitality surpasses that of ordinary men. Even before your arrival, I was never short of women, and work serves as one of my outlets for energy. Did you seek out courtesans? Haven't those courtesans borne you any children?" Rika inquired, her curiosity piqued. It seemed to her that Cayman had a peculiar fondness for procreation. He would occasionally engage with courtesans, yet no matter how high class they were, they remained mere courtesans, unworthy of benefits. "What is my value then? Is it simply that you have a unique taste for my complexion?" Cayman set down his pen and gazed at Rika, remaining silent for an extended moment. Only when Rika felt a shiver from his scrutinizing gaze did Cayman finally speak. "Have you rested enough? Come over and take a look." With that, Cayman placed the meticulously written plan on the table. Rika's eyes lit up, and she immediately sprang to her feet. Be careful not to soil the bed and floor. I know, I will be careful. Don't worry. Rika delightfully perched herself on the table, picking up the parchment to examine it. Over the years of wandering, she had learned the Valyrian language and could naturally comprehend the contents of the parchment. After scrutinizing it thoroughly, Rika bit her finger in silence, even forgetting to clasp her legs. Do you desire the entirety of the Summer Isles? Hesitation was evident on Rika's face. The parchment that Common handed to her contained a complete and elaborate plan, titled The Return of the Birds. Within this scheme, Common would assist her in assembling a formidable naval fleet, comprising no fewer than 5,000 well-equipped individuals, and securing actual control over Lano Island. Furthermore, she and Common's eldest child would ascend to the throne of Valano Island, while the younger child would adopt the surname Russell, becoming the heir of the Russell family. Initially, she believed that her transaction with Common was complete and satisfactory. However, the return of the birds merely constituted the first phase of a grander design, which encompassed 3 significant stages. The second phase entailed waiting for the maturation of her children with Common. Common would finance their endeavors to launch a unification war over the Midsummer Islands. This war of unification served merely as a trial. Subsequently, the third phase of the return of the birds would unfold, representing the ultimate strategic objective. Should this child successfully unify the Midsummer Islands and solidify their rule with only Common's logistical support, he would bestow upon them a dragon egg and increase his backing, enabling the child to establish their own lineage and become the new Dragon King, ruling over the Midsummer Islands and the surrounding seas. This was a long-term plan extending over 2 decades. Rika found herself hesitant due to the implications for the Russell family. Her original intention was to leverage Common's support to reclaim her family's fiefdom while simultaneously gaining control over Valano Island. Nothing more. In contrast, the third phase of Common's return of the birds essentially allocated the entire Midsummer Islands as a domain for his descendants. If this plan succeeded in the future, would she not be inviting a wolf into her home? The Russell family had flourished in the Midsummer Islands for a millennium, boasting a noble and ancient lineage. With Russell blood coursing through her veins, she would undoubtedly possess a significant advantage in the unification war against Common's eldest child. Yet, she would also have to contend with a monarch steeped in ancestral tradition. In simple terms, Rika felt that she was at a disadvantage. She aspired for her own children to bear the Russell surname, envisioning the Russell family as the hereditary rulers of the Midsummer Islands, the new Dragon King lineage. Contemplating this, Rika slithered into Common's embrace like a serpent, playfully expressing her thoughts. Common squinted slightly, a smile playing upon his lips, yet his right hand crept around her neck, gradually increasing its pressure. Have you forgotten that you still owe me a life? What kind of woman do you think I cannot find? Do you truly believe my support in helping you reclaim your family's fiefdom is merely for your body? Common's expression remained impassive, yet the force of his grip intensified until Rika began to roll her eyes. Only then did he release her. My objective has always been the Midsummer Islands. Assisting you in reclaiming your family's fiefdom was merely a matter of convenience. You should be grateful for this, rather than growing greedy and wanting everything. Do you understand? Rika gasped for breath, her face flushed. I understand. There was an indescribable meaning in her gaze fixed upon Cayman. It is good that you comprehend. I shall take a rest now. Clean your thighs before retiring to bed. Yes, I know, Rika replied softly. Cayman stretched languidly before lying down to rest. Rika bit her lower lip, gazing at Cayman's silhouette. She had never encountered a man so challenging. The skills she had learned from her mother were utterly ineffective. Chapter 12. The contested land. The first ray of morning sunlight had already descended. Creak. A shrill cry echoed in her ears. Cayman's eyes widened in an instant. He glanced at the nearby Igilas, his eyelids twitching. He squeezed Rika tightly, venting his displeasure at being awakened by the dragon's noise. Rika let out a small grunt, glaring at Cayman. If you break it, you might as well prepare to find a wet nurse for the child. Cayman replied with a smile, it won't break. I am well aware. Igilas, born with a tail, measured a remarkable 30 centimeters. Now, it appeared to have grown a bit more. The rate of growth was truly astonishing. From birth, Igilas had only consumed venison, but acquiring deer meat was proving difficult, and the estate stock was nearly depleted. Thus, Cayman decided to switch Igilas' diet to more affordable lamb starting today. After getting dressed with Rika's assistance, Cayman took Igilas to the kitchen warehouse. The 2 cooks had just slaughtered a plump sheep, and blood covered the ground. Igilas' eyes sparkled, drawn in by the scent of blood. However, just as it prepared to dart over to indulge in the feast, Cayman suddenly commanded, Stop, Igilas. His words flowed in pure ancient Valyria. Perhaps Igilas did not fully grasp the meaning of the phrase yet, but it could glean Cayman's intentions through his expression and tone. A look of confusion adorned Igilas' small head. It could not fathom why Cayman wanted it to halt. "Be quiet, Igilas." Cayman issued another command. Igilas, who had almost let out a screech, closed its mouth and watched Cayman silently. Perhaps due to the bond forged through the golden sapling, Igilas was deeply reliant on Cayman. It never defied his orders. Cayman noted this, but had no intention of easing off on Igilas' training. Once on the battlefield, Igilas would be his vital partner, fighting back to back. The two of them, a man and a dragon, could achieve greater synergy. Young dragons grow hungry quickly. Igilas stared anxiously at the bloody sheep, its red-finned tail flicking back and forth, displaying evident agitation. "Igilas, dragonflame," Cayman commanded, waiting for the cooks to chop off the sheep's head before issuing the order. Upon receiving the command, Igilaras leapt upwards, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that charred the leg of lamb, and began to feast with unrestrained delight. The chef swallowed hard. It was his first encounter with a dragon. The ferocity of Igilaras instilled a profound fear within him. Should a single breath of fire be directed at himself, would he not be reduced to ashes? "My lord, your breakfast is ready. Shall we proceed to dine?" Marwan, the exclusive chef of Cayman, inquired cautiously, casting furtive glances at the voracious Igilaras, the implication of which was unmistakable. Cayman chuckled heartily, patting Marwan on the shoulder. "Rest assured, Igilaras is not so foolish as to harm you without cause." At these words, Marwan felt tears welling up, yet he forced himself to nod in feigned composure. In truth, he had contemplated suggesting that Igilaras be fed elsewhere. If it became accustomed to dining here, would it not soon be making frequent visits to the storeroom? After much deliberation, Marwan decided to voice his concerns. It would indeed be troublesome if the storeroom were to accidentally ignite from dragon flames. Cayman nodded in agreement, accepting Marwan's suggestion. "Marwan, you are among the first of my loyal servants. Your son serves as my wine steward, while your wife oversees all the maids in the estate. I place my trust in you," Cayman said earnestly, observing the ravenous Igilaras. Marwan, not a fool, understood the underlying message in Cayman's words. "My lord, rest assured. Every ingredient in the storeroom has been personally selected by me. The maidservants who serve you have also been meticulously chosen by my wife. I have complete faith in your family's capabilities," Cayman replied with a smile. "What have you prepared for breakfast today?" "I have prepared a small lamb chop, a fried egg, a slice of honey-glazed bacon bread, and a warm glass of milk, hoping it pleases you." "Thank you. You always know how to satisfy my palate, just as you did a decade ago." Marwan scratched his head, opting for silence. Observing this, Cayman did not press further. Marwan had always been this way. A decade prior, Marwan had presented Cayman with a fried egg. At that time, Cayman's life was far from prosperous. He was merely one of the many illegitimate sons of Bernik. Marwan, one of Bernik's chefs, often crafted delectable dishes for Cayman using scraps. Once Cayman established himself, he promptly summoned Marwan and his family to join him. Igilaras swiftly devoured the entirety of the lamb, contentedly licking its lips. It truly possessed an insatiable appetite. Such a large lamb had been consumed in mere moments, Marwan marveled. It is remarkable for a normal person to consume an entire leg of lamb in a single sitting. In time, its appetite would only grow. And soon we shall relocate to the Contested Lands. The Contested Lands is a region in the southwest of Essos, historically coveted by the three free trade city-states of Lys, Mir, and Tyrosh, with Volantis occasionally participating in the fray. Later, Rhys, Mill, and Tolosi united to establish the Tri-Cities Alliance, also known as the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Since then, Volantis has been completely expelled from the Contested Lands, which were subsequently divided peacefully among the three factions. Cayman purchased extensive tracts of land there, channeling a significant portion of the Commerce Guild's revenue into this venture. This decision left many within the guild puzzled, for as a trading enterprise built on the reselling business, land seemed superfluous. Even if it were to enhance soap production, such an expanse of land was unnecessary. However, Cayman's esteemed reputation within the guild rendered any dissent unlikely. Indeed, some voiced their concerns, but Cayman, eager to showcase his receptiveness to feedback, initiated an internal vote. He emerged victorious by an overwhelming margin, subsequently relegating all dissenting managers to subordinate positions, justifying it as an opportunity for their skill development for future growth. From that point onward, while Cayman continued to solicit opinions from the upper echelons, opposing voices remained conspicuously absent. Chapter 13, We Must Eliminate Him. Once Cayman had finished his breakfast, Johanna approached, cradling her child. "I intend to take the child back to the estate in the Contested Lands. It is unsafe here with the dragon." Johanna expressed her concerns for the child's safety, as news of Common becoming a dragon rider had already circulated. The estate would inevitably become a focal point for Rhys, posing a significant danger. Yet, the powerful and wealthy nobility felt no apprehension. They feared only the dragon, devoid of any reverence. Be cautious. The affluent merchants will not allow your dragon to grow easily. They are the true wielders of power within Rhys City. Observing Common's nonchalant demeanor, Johanna reiterated her warnings, unwilling to risk her child's future without a father. Rest assured, I will arrange for you and the child to be discreetly escorted away. There is no need for concern. Common, aware that he could not conceal the colossal dragon, had long prepared for the ensuing plans. Just be mindful. If you perish, both I and the child will be in peril. Johanna tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Since becoming a mother, her focus had gradually shifted from the struggle for power to her child. Upon your arrival, ensure the child is entrusted to the nurse. I shall provide you with a decree to command all estates. Remember the teachings I imparted, stockpiling provisions, training troops, fortifying walls. Have you not retained them? Johanna's brow furrowed slightly. Common gently kissed her forehead. I will return in 3 months. Before then, I have matters to attend to. Very well, Johanna replied, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Suddenly, Johanna raised her head. I can remain your mistress for a lifetime, but may our child bear your surname? Johanna had been contemplating this matter for quite some time. She believed it was imperative to strive for something, at least for the sake of her children. Have you always considered Grace and Diana to be illegitimate? Carmen remarked with a hint of amusement. Many people suggest that, yet you have never directly addressed the issue of the children's lineage, have you? Johanna pressed her lips tightly together. You think too much. Carmen reached out and gently pinched little Grace's porcelain cheek, brimming with collagen. From the moment of their birth, Grace and Diana were children of the Solon family, while little Grace was destined to be the future king of Rislong. Hello, future king of Rislong, Mr. Grace Solon. Grace burst into laughter at Carmen's exaggerated expression. At this tender age, he was blissfully unaware of the weight of such a promise. Yet Johanna understood all too well, and it left her in disbelief. Raising her gaze, she happened to meet Carmen's mismatched eyes, which sparkled with mirth, while her own eyes brimmed with unshed tears. No one knew the despair she felt upon discovering her uncle's unwillingness to pay the ransom. No one understood the terror she experienced when treated like a commodity during the auction. Now, she had finally found a sense of security in Carmen that could grant her a peaceful night's sleep, even if that security stemmed solely from a verbal promise. Enough of the tears. This was all part of the plan. Carmen gently wiped her tears away. Within the estate of Ivica, Curiel, Destin, and Ivica were gathered around the table. I have no idea how Synira managed to steal the dragon egg, nor do I understand why she would gift it to that little brat Carmen. Yet, the reality is that he has become a dragon rider. That little dragon possesses black scales, with deep red fins and wing membranes. Clearly, it is not a creature of virtue, much like Carmen. Curiel rubbed his forehead in exasperation. We've heard enough about it. Rumors are rampant throughout Rhys City. Furthermore, I do not believe that woman, Synira, is capable of such a feat. Many men have shared her bed, and as far as I know, she currently has 3 illegitimate children, one of whom is the offspring of Governor Valantis. Do you think she would bestow the dragon egg upon her child with Bernik? We both know that Carmen is merely an unintended byproduct of a transaction, catering to Bernik's peculiarities. By the gods of desire, who could have foreseen that this lad would grow to such heights in just 3 years? A silence enveloped the three, a sense of imbalance lingering in their hearts. They had invested at least a decade to acquire their current wealth. However, speaking of it now was futile. They needed to devise a plan to eliminate him and that dragon, lest Ivica's words remain unspoken. Yet Curiel and Destin understood the implications of what he intended to convey. As long as a dragon was possessed, the next step would inevitably lead to the establishment of a new dragon royal family, destined to rule over Rhys. The original governor's council may, with a stroke of fortune, be transformed into the royal council. Conversely, should misfortune befall it, dissolution is likely imminent. What course of action do you propose? Culier's eyes sparkled. The common estate was currently impenetrable. Not even a mouse could gain entry. Chapter 14. What more do you desire? A dragon requires time to mature. We still possess an opportunity, for it cannot maintain such vigilance indefinitely. Let us first engage in normal cooperation. After all, he intends to share the exquisite beauty of the soap, does he not? Culier chuckled. Ivica sighed, acknowledging that this was the only feasible course of action at present. Common was at its most alert. An impulsive assassination would likely fail and only serve to heighten Common's vigilance. Is there no alternative to assassination? The reticent Dostin suddenly inquired. Poisoning. Poisoning is akin to assassination. It still necessitates infiltrating the common estate, and that old wretch Malwan is not easily swayed. Perhaps we could attempt to contact Bernik. Urging him to approach Malwan, Ivica proposed. Bernik's intentions remain uncertain. Let us not forget that Common is his son. Culir remarked with a grin, a son of a dragon knight. What would those present do if any among them had a dragon knight offspring? Ivica averted his gaze. Was there truly any question? Certainly, they would rally their support to restore the glory of the Valyrian Dragon Lord. For this assembly of power brokers, trepidation towards the Dragon Lord is customary, yet their greater ambition is to ascend to that very throne. The Lys were once the progenitors of Valyria, their veins coursing with the blood of dragon lords, the golden hair and azure eyes serving as impeccable testament. Though the purity of this lineage may have long since diminished, it still ignited within Ivica a fervent and audacious notion. He had never married, and one could argue that his dragon blood remained purer compared to that of other Lys. With this thought, Ivica's swelling ambition became uncontrollable. He yearned to eliminate Common and seize his black dragon. Yet, lost in his reverie, Ivica remained oblivious to Culir's profound gaze directed at him. In that moment, Culir could discern Ivica's fanciful musings without a doubt. He gently massaged his right thumb, refraining from disturbing Ivica's daydreams, while mentally calculating how to maneuver in a manner that would best serve his own interests. Unlike Ivica, who was enraptured by power, Culir was more enamored with the prospect of wealth. As long as profit could be secured, what did it matter if a dragon lord loomed above him? Currently, the governor's council of Lys was dictated by Ivica and Anders, while he and Dostin, along with Bernik, were relegated to peripheral figures. The benefits would not extend to them, yet they were always expected to contribute without fail. Thus, whether Ivica or Common stood above him made little difference. He resolved to observe Common's demeanor during the evening banquet before making any decisions. Ivica emerged from his daydream, reassembling his expression. We must devise a way to eliminate Common. He poses too great a danger. In due course, we could capture his little dragon and sell it to the Targaryen family, reaping substantial profits. Ivica naturally refrained from openly expressing his ulterior motives. He could subtly gauge the sentiments of others, keeping the dragon in hand before attempting to tame it. This notion is promising. Yet how shall we divide the proceeds from the dragon's sale? Culir inquired. This idea was mine. I shall take 40%, while the remaining share will be evenly divided between you two. No problem. Culir readily agreed, though inwardly he scoffed. There was a time when the governor's council had devolved into a mere mouthpiece for Ivica. Since then, Ivica had grown increasingly arrogant, believing that Culir lacked independent thought and would follow him unquestioningly. In truth, this had once been the case. Back then, to maintain stability in business, Culir seldom voiced dissent regarding Ivica's demands. However, times have changed. With the rise of Anders and now the emergence of the dragon rider Common, Culir would not blindly align himself with Ivica. He must seek a more stable and reliable ally. As for Destin, this fool loses his resolve in times of crisis, blindly following Ivica's every command. When Ivica wielded significant influence, it was perfectly reasonable for him to associate with Ivica, who was more than willing to share the spoils. Yet, should Ivica falter, such blind allegiance would only invite calamity. Thus, the matter was settled for now, but further discussions regarding the Stone Steps Islands were still necessary. Common, cunning as he is, would rather forego his gubernatorial bid than engage in battle. Our decision to deploy warships remains a contentious issue. Ivica furrowed his brow, a sentiment echoed by Culir. While abstaining from sending warships was indeed an option, it would ultimately leave us vulnerable and adversely affect future profit distributions. If Common is unwilling to engage in battle, I believe we should still make a gesture, contributing more supplies while sending fewer ships. So be it. There are a dozen idle ballistae within the city that can be sent as well. Mounted on ships, these ballistae represent the only weapons capable of threatening a dragon, but only when it flies at low altitudes can they inflict harm. A dozen ballistae may not seem like much, yet they stand as a testament to our resolve. In the future, when Tyros brings this matter up, they will be able to counter. I provided dragon-slaying ballistae. What more do you want? Chapter 15. From beginning to end, as night enveloped the archipelago, countless torches illuminated the bustling city of Lys. Within the common estate, the halls were aglow, and exquisite dishes were being served in the estate's grand hall. Seated at the head of the table, Common warmly welcomed Ivica and his companions, including Common. This gathering comprised only 4 individuals. All were seasoned schemers, none daring to broach the subject of the collaboration on the beauty soap. The trio merely lavished praise upon Common for his youthful accomplishments. They incessantly toasted, attempting to intoxicate Common. Common, however, accepted each glass of golden wine with unwavering resolve, showing no signs of inebriation. The expressions of Ivica and the others subtly shifted, particularly Ivica. The last time he drank with Common, the lad was far less resilient. As the wine continued to flow, Ivica could no longer contain himself. He exchanged a knowing glance with Dustin, who, understanding the cue, took a sip and remarked, "Common, I hear from Governor Ivica that you are in search of partners? Indeed, there is such a plan. I intend to triple the production of beauty soap. How do you propose we collaborate?" Chio Liar inquired, his interest piqued. "Naturally, I suggest the simplest approach, a profit-sharing partnership. I will provide the technology, while you supply the manpower and resources. With a 60-40 split, I take 60 and you take 40. Are we to divide 40% amongst the three of us?" Chio Liar's expression darkened. "You only provide technology, yet you demand 40%? We should have 60 and you only 40. Ivica and Dustin turned their attention to Common, awaiting his response. Common raised his glass, allowing the maid to refill it with golden wine. After leisurely savoring a sip, he crossed his legs. "I require absolute control over the soap factory. There is no room for negotiation. It would be generous for me to take 70%, and you still dare to complain?" Common straightened, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. "Not to criticize you, Governor Chio Liar, but your moral compass requires refinement. How can one manage lease with such greed?" Chio Liar's countenance soured. Common's audacity was truly irksome, which explained Ivica's previous low regard for him. Furthermore, this fellow was genuinely unpleasant in his dealings. Even if he were to monopolize 70%, it would be preferable to his current offer of 60. Yet, he insisted on appearing considerate of the trio while sowing discord. All present were businessmen, acutely sensitive to profit. 40% for the three of them to share? More critically, none would dare suggest relinquishing even a fraction of that profit. Whoever proposed such a thing would inevitably bear the brunt of blame from the other two for sacrificing their interests. Common remained resolute. The three of them exchanged glances until Common, unable to wait any longer, proposed, "How about this? Governor Chio Liar takes 20%, while Ivica and Dustin each take 10. How does that sound? On what grounds?" As soon as Common finished speaking, Ivica exclaimed, "On what grounds?" Regret washed over him immediately. He was infuriated. Fully aware that Common was attempting to sow discord, yet he had inadvertently fallen into the trap due to a momentary lapse. Common sported a knowing smile as he addressed Chio Liar. "There is a rationale behind my distribution. Governor Chio Liar owns several estates in the contested territory, making it convenient for establishing the factory. This way, he can shoulder more of the initial costs, which is quite fair." Ivica's expression darkened considerably. What was the initial investment? In comparison to the subsequent earnings, it is utterly insignificant. He is the governor of Riss, one of the wealthiest individuals in Riss. Would he really be lacking in such a trivial sum? This would indeed bolster his confidence when confronting Anders. "I believe the profit-sharing arrangement warrants further negotiation. I am not concerned with others. I demand 30%, or else we shall not proceed." Ivica immediately insisted on a 30% share of the profits, as if he were convinced that Common had no choice but to collaborate with him. Consequently, Governors Chorel and Destin would need to equally divide the remaining 10%. "Do you two find this acceptable?" Common inquired of the other two. "I find Common's proposal agreeable. I shall take 20%, particularly as the estate in the disputed territory remains unoccupied." Chorel raised his eyelids slightly, directly indicating his desire for a 20% profit share. Ivica sought 30%. Chorel sought 20%, and the remaining Destin appeared hesitant. Eventually, he slowly extended 2 fingers. Then, like Chorel, "I shall also take 20%. "Very well. You and Chorel shall both receive 20%, Common replied to Destin. Ivica and Chorel gazed at Common in astonishment. They were prepared for a protracted argument, yet he seemed remarkably accommodating. However, Common's next statement shattered Ivica's composure. "I apologize, Governor Ivica, but Governors Chorel and Destin have already claimed 4% of the profits. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall have a box of gold sent to your residence, as a token of gratitude for facilitating our partnership." Chorel and Destin exchanged glances, momentarily forgetting to speak. Meanwhile, Ivica's expression grew rigid, and after a considerable pause, he finally responded. "What do you mean? Do you find amusement in toying with me?" Ivica's demeanor was exceedingly calm, his tone chillingly cold. Common, unfazed by Ivica's demeanor, took a sip of his drink, his expression one of confusion. "Do you believe I am toying with you? Please, do you think I have the time for such frivolities?" Common's expression gradually hardened. From the outset, He had no intention of collaborating with Ivica to increase production. The old man was driven by insatiable ambition. Only a fool would entertain such a notion. Huh. You will come to regret this. After delivering his ominous remark, Ivica turned sharply and departed, casting a lingering glance at Chorel and Destin, urging them to follow. Without hesitation, Destin rose to accompany Ivica out. Yet, Chorel remained still, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. Governor Chorel, if you are willing, our collaboration may continue, with profits split 50-50. Chorel studied the smiling Common and suddenly realized that this young man may have had his sights set on him all along. Ivica and Destin had not even factored into his considerations. Contemplating this, Chorel unexpectedly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, of course, that is agreeable. We can discuss the details of our cooperation for the remainder of the time. As Ivica reached the entrance of the hall, he paused, casting a cold, piercing glance back at Chorel before ultimately exiting. Chapter 16. Do you have that capability? With a sharp clap of his hands, Common summoned a servant who promptly presented a parchment. He handed the scroll to Chorel. This is the detailed plan. I will provide the technology and labor, while you shall supply the land and initial capital. As Chorel perused the parchment, a hint of concern crept into his voice. Is it wise to offend Ivica? He is the most powerful governor within the Risk Dominion. Why then do you choose to stand by my side? Looking intently into Common's eyes, Chorel remarked earnestly. I believe Ivica is no match for you in any regard. You are more youthful, more cunning, and far more resourceful. I shall take that as a compliment. Common replied with a reassuring smile. Do not fret. I have been analyzing the current situation for the past 3 years, and we have allies. Allies? Chorel inquired, surprise evident in his expression. Anders? I would not recommend allying with that fellow. He is even more difficult to deal with than Ivica. Then who? Roger, Common responded nonchalantly. Chorel furrowed his brow, evidently taken aback by the mention of the Roger family as a potential ally. A sense of unease washed over him. The Roger family was not in a favorable position. Sanro had recently succumbed to illness, leaving behind a son who was even younger than Chorel himself. The family now relied heavily on Sanro's sister to hold them together. However, I recently heard. Wait a moment, it cannot be you, can it? Chorel's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Common. With a casual shrug, Common grinned. Your conjecture is correct. It is I who is to wed the Ice Maiden. The Roger family, a wealthy banking lineage within Riss, could trace their bloodline back to the Valyria of the pre-apocalyptic era. Yet, the family had shown signs of decline in recent years, particularly under Sanro's generation, which consisted solely of Sanro and his sister, Sandralia. Sanro had been plagued by ailments. Unfortunately, in his healthier days, he had fathered 2 sons, Lysanzo and Drazico. Otherwise, he might have left no heirs at all. Sanro's sister, Sandralia, was known for her cold disposition. During Sanro's lifetime, she showed little concern for the family's welfare. Allegedly, she was still a maiden at the age of 24. And many men, drawn by her beauty yet unable to win her affection, derisively referred to her as the Ice Maiden. Whispers circulated that she sought solace with livestock to assuage her solitude. 3 months prior, Common had personally visited the ailing Sanro and secured a betrothal with Sandralia. As a traveler from another time, he was acutely aware of the formidable power the Roger family would wield in the next 30 years. In the future, the Roger banking empire would surpass Bravo's Iron Bank. The now 14-year-old Lysanzo would lead the Roger family to its zenith, ushering in an era of prosperity. Alas, Lysanzo's elder brother and heir, Lysandro Roger, was not a worthy successor. The abilities of Lysandro are but half of his father's. However, his ambitions are twice as great, ultimately leading to the precipitous decline of the Roga family, a decline that is both thorough and complete. Common would not relinquish such a formidable ally, especially considering that the history of the Roga family can be traced back to the Valyrian lineage of dragon lords. The blood of dragons in the Roga family is still relatively potent, making it an ideal choice for alliances. Once Common secures control over the disputed lands, he plans to shift his foundations there. Should he aspire to establish a nation in the future, the flat, fertile expanse of the disputed territories would be singularly advantageous. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the crackling of torches that reverberated in the air. You wish to support the Roga family? Chorel's expression was peculiar. I happen to have a daughter, of an age similar to yours. Although our family's heritage is somewhat shallow, the wealth we possess is quite considerable. Observing Chorel's attempt to promote his daughter, Common promptly declined. As for your daughter, let us not. She would surely bore me to death in bed. Common waved his hands dismissively. Chorel's countenance turned somewhat awkward. Indeed, his daughter was slightly plump. but certainly not to the extent that Common suggested. Your words are excessive. How could my daughter possibly be that tiresome? Common chuckled. Am I exaggerating? When you have a granddaughter, I could arrange for Grace to marry her. As for your daughter, I believe you should seek a son-in-law instead. Chiollir was momentarily rendered speechless. Nevertheless, he readily acquiesced, for marriage alliances have always been the most reliable pacts. If Common successfully establishes a new lineage of dragonlords, the Fox family would no longer be considered lacking in heritage. Wait, Chiollir suddenly exclaimed. Isn't Grace the son of you and Johanna Swan? Indeed, Common nodded. Chiolir's expression darkened. Then is Grace not a bastard? My granddaughter marrying a man of no standing? Observing Chiolir's grim demeanor, Common quickly gestured for him to remain calm. Grace will inherit the surname Solon, carrying forth my bloodline to rule Rhys. If all goes well in the future, that is how it shall be. Chiolir's expression shifted instantaneously, revealing a smile, but soon returned to a state of confusion. Are you planning to hand Rhys over to Grace? What of your child with Sandralia? The disputed lands were once a prosperous realm under the governance of the Valyrian freehold. A smile tugged at Common's lips. You wish to seize the entire disputed territory? Chiollir raised an eyebrow. Teloshi and Merc are not easily dealt with. If news of your becoming a dragon knight spreads, they may even unite in demanding the surrender of your young dragons. Huh. That will depend on whether they possess the capability to do so. Common scoffed with disdain. Chapter 17. The Targaryen dragon threat. Common and Chiollir engaged in deep conversation throughout the night, concluding only in the early hours of the morning. The two solidified their forthcoming collaboration and the intricacies of their plans. The following dawn arrived. Carmen rose early, and as his commands were disseminated, the taverns under the auspices of the Free Trade Guild sprang into action. Carmen managed numerous establishments in Lys, with a design encompassing various facets of life. Yet the taverns were the most abundant. Of greater significance was the fact that the beverages offered in his taverns were remarkably inexpensive, even with high foot traffic. They could only sustain the tavern's operational needs. Many tavern owners mocked him for his lack of business acumen, ridiculing his naive belief that he could profit through volume. It was a known fact that earnings derived solely from volume were meager, especially given the limited productivity of the era. Carmen was well aware of this predicament, yet his management of such a multitude of taverns was not driven by the pursuit of profit. At the Red Rose Tavern, despite the looming specter of war, the atmosphere remained vibrant and unaffected. A loud crash echoed as a heavy cup was thrown down. At the center of the tavern stood a burly man clad in silken attire, his buzz cut framing a visage of indignation. If only we had dragon riders and the protection of the Dragon King, those barbarous folk from Westeros would not dare wage war upon us or seize the Stepstone Isles. His words resonated with the patrons, who, already tipsy, began to voice their grievances. Wait, don't we have dragon riders in Lys? A booming voice emerged from a corner, belonging to a mercenary-like figure who stood up. Ah, you mean the esteemed Mr. Carmen, right? Don't be absurd. He is now a free man, capable of fleeing at any moment. What reason would he have to safeguard us? He continued. I heard he intended to run for governor of Lys, but alas, he was thwarted by someone and had no choice but to abandon his ambitions. Now you expect him to protect us? Think carefully. If you were in such a situation, would you still wish to defend Lys? The initial burly man's voice resonated powerfully, reverberating throughout the tavern. The mercenary-like figure's eyes darted around, and he queried loudly. Who was it that obstructed him? Hasn't he that left all of us in Lys bereft of a dragon rider's protection? His words struck a chord, igniting a chorus of inquiries among the crowd. The man clad in silks raised his hand to quell the noise, scanning the room nervously before lowering his voice. It is said that an elder from the governor's council spoke up. Upon uttering this, he displayed an expression that conveyed understanding among those present. Damn it. It must be that old coot Ivica. Rest assured, we will not speak of this recklessly. An elderly gentleman interjected. How can you be certain it was Governor Ivica? He is the oldest and most respected governor in Lys. Do not speak so lightly. Just then, another voice emerged from the crowd. It is undoubtedly that old dog Ivica. Do not be deceived by his appearance. I have heard that recently he violated a girl who had just turned 12 and even sent people to murder her father. Truly despicable. That girl hadn't even experienced her first menstruation. What is this? I have also heard that Ivica has betrayed the interests of Rhys to curry favor with the great Lord Teloshi. Once the rumors began, people did not concern themselves with the truth, and they unleashed a torrent of insults. Some even concocted tales that Ivica preferred to consort with older men, and astonishingly, some believed it. The tavern keeper watched this scene with a smile, murmuring to himself, indeed, what the adults say is true, once the atmosphere is ripe. Even falsehoods can take on the guise of truth. A similar scene unfolded in taverns across the city simultaneously. In the span of just half a day, rumors erupted throughout the city of Riss. If one were to identify the quickest means of spreading information, it would undoubtedly be the taverns. With a generous outpouring of gold dragons, the impact of the ensuing discourse was palpable. In matters of public opinion, the early bird indeed catches the worm. People tend to instinctively believe the version of the story they hear first. Sometimes, as rumors circulate, they become indistinguishable from reality. Once the notion of the dragon's threat implants itself in the minds of the people of Riss, it could spell trouble for the common folk. It matters little who rules them. In stark contrast, amidst the shadow of war across the island nations, the protection of a dragon king is evidently a source of reassurance. As for the 5 governors currently ruling Riss, if the Targaryen dragons were to launch a surprise attack, could they defend Riss without dragons? The answer is glaringly obvious. Only dragons can contend with dragons. Riss needs its own dragon riders. As afternoon descended, the blazing sun scorched the earth, and the air was rife with heat. With Common issuing new directives once more, the Targaryen dragon threat narrative spread swiftly. People began to worry that the war over the Stone Steppes Islands was a prelude to the Targaryen family's invasion of Essos. Riss must possess its own dragon king. With such protection, they would no longer have to fear becoming mere subjugated colonists. In the future, under the aegis of a dragon king, they might even rise to become the esteemed subjects of a dragon lord. In no time, a cacophony of chaotic claims circulated through the streets of Riss. By the time Ivica learned of all this, evening had already fallen. Incompetence, a bunch of incompetence. Why has it taken so long for someone to inform me of this matter? Ivica raged, his fury unprecedented. The subordinates who faced his wrath were meek. Yet inwardly they cursed Ivica for his foolishness. If he weren't so preoccupied with young boys, would I have had to wait until now to see you? Chapter 18. Confrontation. Where did these rumors originate? As Ivica calmed slightly in his tirade, he inquired about the source of the gossip. We do not know. By the time we received the news and attempted to investigate, the rumors had already spread. Incompetence. Ivica seized a cup and smashed it upon his subordinate's head, causing warm blood to gush forth instantly. The bloodied guardsman dared not utter a word of complaint, instead burying his battered head into the ground. Inform the city watch to commence immediate patrols throughout the city. Anyone daring to propagate rumors shall be apprehended on the spot. By this point, Ivica had gradually regained his composure. He understood that the most pressing matter was not to investigate the origins of the rumors, but rather to swiftly and decisively stifle their spread. The city watch of Riss, though not a military force, typically played a role in maintaining order, and their combat prowess was therefore limited. Nonetheless, with the governor's backing, they could at least manage to contain the dissemination of the rumors. As the city watch deployed, the momentum of the rumors in the northern, western, and southern districts was promptly curtailed. However, soon enough, the city watch encountered a dilemma. They could not enter the eastern district. The entire entrance to the eastern district was under the control of fully armed mercenaries. In comparison to these mercenaries, exuding an aura of lethal intent, the city watch appeared as innocent as infants. Father, shall we simply stand here indefinitely? At the largest intersection of the eastern district, 2 groups faced off. Observing the upright and immovable mercenaries across from him, Marco Reedy's lips twitched. How many times must I say it? When outside, one must assume their official title. I have already sent word to the governor. We are merely waiting here. As if recalling something, Marco delivered a resounding slap to Lickard's face and whispered, remember, those few coins last for a month. Do not genuinely believe yourself a good official, responsible for every trivial matter. When I was your age, I was just as inflexible, taking many detours and suffering greatly. Therefore, my son, you must always be cognizant of your status. Responsibilities that can be shirked, do so, and work that can be skimped on, skimp. Marco pinched Lickard's face, gesturing towards the stronghold of the Storm Brigade. Look at them. Our meager city watch would be devoured alive if we approached. For a handful of coins. One should not risk everything. Be wiser in the future. Lickard nodded thoughtfully, as if beginning to grasp his father's meaning. Time passed, and the night gradually enveloped Riss. Torches appeared in the distance. Is Common preparing for rebellion? Ivica questioned loudly upon his arrival. These words were not directed at Marco and the others, but rather intended for the onlooking commoners of Riss. Just as Ivica finished speaking, a youthful and hearty laugh rang out. Governor Ivica certainly knows how to jest. My veins flow with the blood of Riss, and my future wife shares the same lineage. How could I possibly instigate a rebellion? The Storm Brigade parted in unison, revealing Common, adorned in luxurious silk attire and beaming with a smile. Beside him stood a woman, her demeanor cold and expressionless, linked to his arm. A woman with flowing silver hair and violet eyes, illuminated by the flickering flames, radiated an exquisite beauty. Ivica's expression shifted dramatically. The woman's silver hair and purple eyes were hallmark traits of the Dragon King lineage. In Lys, there existed but one family with such unmistakable Dragon King blood, Rogel. At that moment, Kulair strode forth with his entourage towards Cayman, embracing him warmly as though they were long-lost friends. Bernik, standing behind Ivica, was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaware of the alliance between Kulair and Cayman. As his mind raced, beads of sweat formed on his brow, and he finally reached a decision. He waved his hand grandly, laughing heartily, and approached Cayman's side with his followers. "My son, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter." After Bernik departed from the group, Anders subtly signaled, discreetly distancing his people from Ivica. The ferocity of Cayman's storm brigade was well known among the citizens of Lys, and Anders had no desire to engage in a chaotic skirmish. Observing the unfolding drama, conserving strength was the wisest course of action. At the intersection of the East District and Lys, three factions stood clearly defined, perhaps for the first time in the city's history. I have heard of unrest erupting throughout the city, and to safeguard myself and the dragon hatchlings, I was compelled to seal off the East District. My sincerest apologies. Cayman feigned reproach. "King, why do you linger? Hurry and lift the state of readiness." Cain understood immediately and promptly ordered the storm brigade to stand down. Ivica's expression fluctuated between dark and light. He realized he had underestimated Cayman, failing to recognize his cunning and methods. Before Ivica could speak, Cayman raised his voice once more. "I do not mean to speak ill of you, Governor Ivica, the oldest governor of Lys and my esteemed predecessor. Though I have heard many unfavorable rumors about you, I still believe they are untrue. However, you have greatly disappointed me by allowing Lys to descend into such an atmosphere of panic. Were I in your position, I would never permit Lys to reach such a state. Those rumors were unfounded, and as for the unrest today, it was unavoidable. There are always those who stir the pot from the shadows, making it impossible to guard against. Wouldn't you agree?" Ivica's triangular eyes fixed intently on Cayman, as if he wished to devour him alive on the spot. Nonetheless, the chaos of the day was undeniable. "Regrettably, my dragon is still immature, and I am not the governor of Lys. A true pity." Cayman's face bore a look of regret, and just as his words fell, the roar of a dragon echoed through the air. With a hiss, a dark shadow descended from the sky, its visage fearsome. Chapter 19. Led by the nose with a hiss, Igorez's dragon flame, a blend of deep black and blood red, appeared particularly terrifying under the shroud of night. However, Igorez was still too young, and the range of his flame was limited, serving only to intimidate. Ivica scrutinized Igorez from head to toe. It is uncertain whether it is merely his illusion, but he feels that Igorez appears to have grown slightly larger. Do young dragons grow this quickly? The murmurs of discussion arise from all directions, as it is evident that many have encountered Igorez for the first time. In their minds, dragons are formidable creatures known for their fierce tempers, the sovereigns of the skies. Yet, this young dragon, measuring less than 1 meter in length, despite its promising features, does not exude much terror. It seems to be a misunderstanding. Therefore, it is best to disperse. If the governor wishes to enter the Eastern District, he is welcome to do so, Cayman said with a cheerful demeanor. Ivica has remained mostly silent since his arrival. In this way, Cayman's objectives have been achieved, rendering further presence unnecessary. He aims to demonstrate to the people of Lys that he possesses the strength to confront their governor and that he has allies within the governor's council. Conversely, Ivica is nearly grinding his back molars in frustration. Faced with Cayman's blatant provocation, he cannot retaliate with a strong stance, which results in a devastating blow to his prestige. Henceforth, when the people of Lys mention him, they will only mock him for being unable to step into the Eastern District. In contrast, Cayman will rise to prominence among the youth of Lys, becoming an influential figure. At this moment, he wishes to arrest Cayman on charges of slander. However, the incident occurred so unexpectedly that he was unprepared. To confront Cayman's storm brigade with the city guards would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Ultimately, he can only watch helplessly as Cayman and his companions depart. As Cayman leaves, the remaining unruly elements gradually disperse as well. Upon returning to the estate, Chiolier eagerly inquires about the events of the day. Cayman does not conceal anything and candidly shares his thoughts. After listening, Chiolier remains silent, realizing he has underestimated Cayman's cunning, even calling it treachery. Today, Cayman indeed caught Ivica off guard, but replicating that success will be challenging. Chiolier presents his own thoughts. Once is sufficient. Cayman replies with a smile. Starting tomorrow, The people of Riss will genuinely believe that Ivica is inferior to me. The fact that I have blocked him at the entrance of the Eastern District will become common knowledge. Those unfavorable rumors will quietly circulate in the alleys and taverns. Otherwise, he will find himself led by the nose by me. Xiao nods, acknowledging Common's insight. Once an advantage is gained, the opponent can only be led by the nose. Everyone, please take a seat. The banquet will commence shortly. The dishes prepared with fresh salt powder are sure to delight you. Xiao has already savored the flavor of the fresh salt powder, and these words are primarily directed at Sandralia. As for Bernik, the old fellow is merely an afterthought. Given their relationship, Common cannot directly dismiss him. The guests gradually take their seats. Bernik abruptly addressed Sandralia, who stood beside Common, inquiring, "When did you and Common become engaged?" His tone bore a hint of interrogation, clearly aiming to assert his father's authority in Sandralia's presence. Unfortunately, had it been any other woman, she might have pondered a suitable response. Sandralia, however, did not even lift her gaze. "Did Common not inform you of when the engagement was established?" Bernik's expression stiffened. The respect Common had shown him over the years was nothing but a fade. Matters of the union were certainly not divulged to him. Fortunately, the arrival of Igarus shattered the awkwardness. Bernik's attention shifted to Igarus, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Common was his son, if Common could tame dragons. It indicated that he too possessed the potential to master them. His legitimate heir, Jarlag, should be similarly endowed. It was a gross misallocation of resources for a young dragon to remain in Common's possession. The mere thought of either him or Jarlag becoming a formidable dragon rider set his mouth watering with anticipation. Igarus, perceptive as ever, seemed to sense Bernik's avaricious gaze and promptly unleashed a jet of dragon fire. The black flames brushed against Bernik's face, causing him to yelp in terror and retreat clumsily. "Common, the beast you raised nearly killed me," Bernik exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, his voice raised in panic. Common furrowed his brow. He had previously exercised considerable tolerance towards Bernik, merely to safeguard his own development. However, he no longer felt the need to maintain pretenses. As the affairs of the Merchant Guild had moved into the open, Common's patience with Bernik had now plummeted to an all-time low. "Governor Bernik, should you continue to scream and shout, do not blame me for lacking mercy," Common warned, his eyes twitching slightly as he suppressed his dissatisfaction. Were it not for their relationship, he would have relished the thought of crushing Bernik's skull. Chapter 20. Fire Magic. With the farce concluded, the banquet proceeded smoothly. The only imperfection lay in the fact that certain topics could not be discussed in detail due to Bernik's presence. Bernik, completely oblivious to the disdain directed at him, insisted that he must be invited to the next banquet. As he departed, he incessantly urged Common to cultivate a closer bond with Jarlag, reinforcing their brotherly relationship. Common responded with a forced smile, resolved to initiate his plans against the Solon Merchant Guild the very next day, allying with the Curel and Roble families to mount a siege. The following morning, Common and Sandralia enjoyed breakfast in the main hall of the residence. Previously, it had been Rika or Johanna occupying Sandralia's place, but now the rightful occupant had arrived. "Where's your mistress?" Sandralia inquired, glancing around, puzzled by the absence of her at the table. "Just a mistress. Now, let us eat," Common replied, wishing to avoid further entanglement in the matter. "In truth, you need not make any special gestures. As long as you do not disturb my research on fire magic, you may indulge in as many mistresses as you desire." In reality, Sandralia was not inherently aloof. She simply exhibited little reaction to matters outside her interests. Her passion lay in magic, particularly in the realm of fire magic. In her eyes, the rising and blazing flames were the most beautiful things in the world. Noticing Carmen's silence, Sandralia pressed her lips together, took a deep breath, as if she had made a certain resolution. "Rest assured, once we are wed, I will surely carve out time to bear you offspring. I promise." Sandralia spoke with utmost seriousness, as though she were swearing an oath. For a moment, Carmen was at a loss for words. Was she really suggesting that they should even find time to have children? It seemed a bit difficult to evaluate. Taking a large bite of his bread, Carmen replied helplessly, "All right then, 1 every 2 years, shall that suffice?" Sandralia furrowed her beautiful brows, pondering for a long while. "Very well, no problem. My brother has said that Sandro still needs your support, and you will be my reliance in the future. I shall heed your wishes." Carmen raised an eyebrow, surprised by Sandralia's directness. However, he appreciated such straightforward dialogue, especially concerning family matters. "What else did Sandro say to you?" he inquired. He also mentioned that I ought to bear more sons. The more sons I have, the more secure my position will be." Carmen pursed his lips. There was some truth to that statement. In the feudal monarchy era, regardless of the location, a legitimate wife seeking to solidify her status needed to bear heirs for her husband, preferably male offspring. After all, in certain places, only male heirs were recognized. Appointing a female as an heir could very well incite civil war. Sandrolia began to eat quietly. After much contemplation, Carmen decided to take the initiative. After all, she was the legitimate wife and deserved more than the perfunctory attention given to a mistress. Do you have a fondness for fire magic? Sandrolia paused her eating, lifting her head with her violet eyes sparkling with excitement. You also like fire magic? I wouldn't say I like it, but I find it quite intriguing, Carmen replied, not intending to flatter Sandrolia. His interest extended beyond fire magic to other forms of magic as well. The world of A Song of Ice and Fire did not seem to be one of low magic. Sometimes, Carmen imagined if the tides of magical energy continued to surge, whether it would be possible to conjure a fireball by hand. As the topic of fire magic arose, Sandrolia transformed entirely. She excitedly grasped the knife and said to Carmen, "My research has made some progress. Magic is not as ethereal and insubstantial as my brother claims. Please wait, I shall prove it to you." With her hands tightly clasped around the hilt, she began to recite an obscure incantation. Silence enveloped them, deafening in its intensity. The incomprehensible spell echoed once more. Carmen silently observed Sandrolia, her exquisite knife glinting in the morning light. "Why not try again?" he suggested, displaying great patience. Sandrolia's usually expressionless face was now filled with embarrassment, which made Carmen chuckle inwardly. Undeterred, Sandrolia repeated the incantation, yet the result remained utterly unresponsive. As Sandrolia bit her lower lip, pondering the source of the problem, a sudden flame erupted. The dining knife in her hand ignited like fat engulfed in fire, bursting forth in a conflagration. Startled, Sandrolia dropped the blazing knife onto the table, instantly igniting the tablecloth. With a thunderous roar of excitement, Igilas watched the burning table, his dragon tail thrashing wildly. The commotion promptly summoned the guards. A throng of them rushed into the parlor, and upon discovering the fire, hurried off in search of water. The entire manor was thrown into chaos. After a flurry of frantic activity, Carmen, glancing at the charred table, could only pinch his nose in resignation. Sandrolia, with her hands clasped over her abdomen, no longer bore the previous aloofness. Only embarrassment remained. "I apologize. I shall seek Lysandro and have him replace the table for you," she said. Carmen waved dismissively. "No need. It's merely a table. Go check the storeroom. I recall someone gifted us a set of mahogany furniture." The Midsummer Isles prohibited the logging and sale of mahogany, intending to protect the island's trees. However, this well-meaning effort inadvertently led to a surge in the price of mahogany outside the island and rampant smuggling activities. Chapter 21. Muriel Carmen discovered the dining knife amidst the battered remnants of the table. The knife still glimmered with silver sheen, unscathed by soot. "Truly remarkable." He marveled at the knife. "Is there anything else you can do?" Sandrolia shook her head, biting her finger. "I have only mastered this one spell so far. The book is obscure and challenging, and I am endeavoring to learn more." The tome she referred to originated from the ancient and enigmatic Shadowlands. A gift from Sanro for her 18th naming day. In due time, I will offer generous incentives to recruit sorcerers from across the world. "Really?" Sandrolia exclaimed in delight. "Indeed," Carmen assured her. He had been contemplating the establishment of a similar organization to study magic. He merely expressed his thoughts in passing. Carmen led Sandrolia to an open space outside the main residence. At his signal, she attempted to enchant a mundane longsword. Upon reciting the incantation, the sword remained unresponsive. Carmen intervened, preventing Igilas from unleashing dragon fire, and instead sought to ignite it with regular flames. Yet, the sword showed no reaction to the torch's heat. "Igilas, dragon fire." Boom. The dragon fire surged forth, and the longsword was engulfed in a brilliant blaze, burning fiercely under the sunlight. It appeared that ordinary flames could not ignite it. Could this be due to the inherent magic of dragon fire? Carmen's curiosity was piqued by the differing reactions. What if he substituted the mundane longsword with a Valyrian steel sword, or perhaps a dragon crystal dagger, or a dragon bone dagger? Is it that the inability to directly enchant with fire stems from Sandrolia's insufficient mental fortitude? The myriad possibilities left Carmen in a state of anxious turmoil, yearning for an immediate resolution. In an uncharacteristic manner, Sandrolia stepped forward, embracing Carmen's arm. She perceived his urgency, yet she was acutely aware that in the pursuit of magic, one must not succumb to impatience. Such haste would only yield counterproductive results. "We can explore at a leisurely pace. That is where the true delight lies, is it not?" Sandrolia winked playfully, transforming into a lively, talkative version of herself whenever fire magic was at hand. By the way, there is another matter. Lysandro has meticulously selected several slaves for me, some of whom hail from the Great Temple. Which Great Temple? The one in the West District? The West District's Great Temple, also known as the Red Temple or the Temple of the King of Light, features red-robed monks who ignite the night fires at sunset and greet the dawn at sunrise, preaching to the crowds. The Red Temple purchases child slaves, training them as monks, courtesans, and warriors. Shall I accompany you? Yes, Lysandro wishes to see you. He has matters to discuss. The Roga Bank is situated in the East District, where Lysandro typically resides and conducts his affairs. Lysandro, Cayman has arrived. Reverting to her aloof demeanor, Sandralia refrained from discussing fire magic. Aunt, uncle, welcome, welcome. Lysandro greeted with a smile, though the weariness concealed within was unmistakable. It was evident that his father's passing had significantly impacted the Roga family. Cayman was intrigued. How had Lysandro managed his affairs in the original narrative without his support? How has the bank been faring lately? Cayman inquired. I just recently resolved some troublesome debts. Lysandro replied with a beaming smile. Since you became a dragon knight and publicly announced your engagement to my aunt, the bank has released a substantial amount of loans and received numerous deposits. It is an honor for our Roga family to be allied with you. Lysandro did not hesitate to express his admiration for Cayman. Without Cayman's investment, he wondered when he would have been able to address the bank's debts. Indeed, you possess remarkable capabilities, Cayman commended, giving Lysandro a thumbs up. It is thanks to your investment of 300,000 gold dragons, Lysandro said, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Huh, a trivial matter. Sandralia mentioned you needed to discuss something with me? Cayman redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. Lysandro chuckled. Oh, it's nothing of great importance. Let me first allow my aunt to select a few servants. I have arranged a luncheon, and we can discuss it then. Seeing this, Cayman nodded in agreement with a smile. Preparing a luncheon and intending to discuss matters at the feast suggested that it was not a trivial affair. The three of them made their way to the backyard, where they found 10 young girls standing in a row, dressed in coarse linen and barefoot. These are the girls I have carefully selected. The three on the far right were purchased from the red-robed monk, which left Lysandro somewhat at a loss for words. Do you possess a modicum of foundational knowledge in the arcane? Common inquired. Yes, that is indeed the implication. These three girls exhibited a remarkable agility. The red-robed monk had originally intended to nurture them towards a sacrificial vocation. Lysandria cast a languid glance over the 10 girls, ultimately fixating on the second-to-last one. I shall take her, she declared, pointing. Isn't it prudent to select two? More than one serves no purpose. It is essential to choose one that captivates. Lysandria replied with measured indifference. Aware of her aunt's resolute nature, Lysandro promptly gestured for the chosen girl to approach. Take the others away and escort them to the fragrant garden for proper cultivation, he instructed his attendant. What is your name? Do you possess a name of your own? Lysandria inquired of the girl before her. Esteemed Miss Lysandria, I am called Muriel, and it is an honor to become your servant. The graceful demeanor of the young girl surprised Common, who had anticipated she would be more nervous. However, the name Muriel struck him as somewhat familiar. He lifted her chin, scrutinizing her features. Muriel possessed flowing, light red hair, a heart-shaped visage, and crimson eyes. Where do you hail from? He asked. My lord, I come from Astapor in the Bay of Slaves. My father may be a certain renowned benefactor. Huh. The terms benefactor and renowned are hardly congruent, Common chuckled. Releasing her chin, he could not immediately recall why Muriel's name resonated with him, leaving that mystery to unravel in due course. Muriel is quite lovely. Should I find myself preoccupied with my studies on fire magic and unable to attend to you, you may have her accompany you to bed, Lysandria interjected suddenly. Muriel, Lysandro. And Common turned in unison towards the expressionless Lysandria, scarcely able to believe such words could escape her lips. Yet, Muriel silently noted the first rule. Lysandria's interest in fire magic surpassed all else. Chapter 22. The Golden Mercenary Corps with Muriel confirmed as her choice. Lysandro summoned a servant to escort her for ablutions. When Muriel re-emerged before the assembly, she appeared almost transformed. Lysandro could not help but cast a sidelong glance at her aunt. This was not merely selecting a maid for herself. It was akin to placing a succubus beside her husband. Lysandria also perceived Lysandro's gaze and regarded her with curiosity, unable to fathom the implications. Observing this, Lysandro resolved to fervently pray to the deities in her spare moments, beseeching them for the swift birth of her aunt's legitimate heir. In the ensuing hours, Lysandro guided Common through the illustrious halls of the Roger Bank. This venerable institution, with its expansive grounds, has a rich history. Ever since the public announcement of your engagement to your aunt, those previously reluctant debtors have now dutifully repaid both principal and interest. A smile of satisfaction adorned Lysandro's face, and he occasionally lamented in silence that Common was not a woman. If he had indeed married Common, the Roger family would surely ascend to new heights. Reflecting on this, Lysandro could not help but admire his father's sagacity. There had been suitors in the past wishing to wed his aunt, yet all were turned away by his father. It was only when Common arrived, having engaged in discussions with his father, that a decree was issued for Centralia to marry Common. Thus far, it could be said that this union has bestowed boundless advantages upon the Roger lineage. Every debtor was aware of their precarious situation. The waning influence of the Roger family left them feeling emboldened, yet they knew that their decline rendered them incapable of retaliation. But I am different. Should they dare to default, I would not hesitate to seize their assets, Common remarked with a grin. Common also possessed a banking institution named the Free Treasury. Despite not having vigorously developed this venture over the past 3 years, the institution has flourished, albeit in a rather untamed manner. Many deemed Common's foundation to be insubstantial, conspiring to defy their debts. However, before the debts were due, Common remained unresponsive. Just when those plotting to evade their obligations believed Common to be cowardly, he struck decisively on the 3rd day post-due date, dispatching his storm brigade to seize all their assets. Some individuals sought mercenaries to mount a desperate resistance. Yet the outcome resulted in their hired hands merely augmenting the ranks of the storm brigade. As a traveler from the Celestial Empire, Common understood better than anyone the paramount importance of armed forces, particularly on the continent of Essos. In city-states governed by slavery, warfare predominantly relied upon enslaved soldiers and mercenaries. Thus, compared to merchants from Essos, Common, who lavished substantial funds on maintaining a mercenary force, appeared somewhat out of place. Nevertheless, the efficacy of his strategy was evident. With a mere command, he could confine Ivica to the eastern city, leaving Ivica powerless to act. Amusingly, even under such circumstances, Ivica hesitated to employ a mercenary band for protection against him. As time swiftly advanced to the afternoon, in the courtyard of the Roger Bank, Common had ice delivered. During the peak heat of the afternoon sun, the addition of ice to fruit wine provided a welcome respite. "Uncle, is this ice truly crafted through alchemy?" Lysandro inquired, his eyes gleaming as he stirred the ice in his glass with a spoon. "Indeed, to profit from this is a futile notion. The yield is merely sufficient for personal use." Common dispelled Lysandro's entrepreneurial aspirations regarding ice production. He has yet to discover any traces of saltpeter mines. Similarly, the contested territory reveals no signs of such mines. However, it is certain that the mines exist. Once we secure risks, we can broaden our search. "What a pity indeed," sighed Lysandro. "Setting that aside, did you not mention you had something to discuss with me? What is it?" "I wish to relocate the bank's headquarters to the contested territory. Do you think that feasible?" Common paused in surprise. "You intend to move the bank to the contested territory? Why so?" "Safety." "Safety?" "Indeed, safety. After the bank is revitalized, I plan to purchase a parcel of land in the contested territory." After a moment's contemplation, Lysandro continued, "I aspire to emulate you by establishing a mercenary company in the contested territory." He had contemplated this endeavor for quite some time. Especially after the Storm Brigade had trapped Ivica at the crossroads, the desire to form a mercenary company had entirely consumed him. Thus, he immediately acquired a substantial piece of land in the contested territory. "Very well, as long as you are willing to invest the funds. You may cultivate as many mercenaries as you desire." Common gazed at Lysandro in confusion. Did he truly need to consult him over such a trivial matter? "Wait a moment. You are not suggesting misappropriating the bank's funds, are you?" Common's expression shifted. After all, he held a 40% stake in Roga Bank. Misappropriating bank funds not only risks a rupture in the financial chain, but would essentially mean using his money to sustain mercenaries. "No, I have no intention of misusing bank funds. My father left me some savings. Lacking a gladiatorial arena, I plan to directly form a golden mercenary company using robust young slaves." "A golden mercenary company?" Chapter 23. The estate sustains mercenaries. Common's lips twitched. "What? You intend to form a golden company? Are you certain you wish to call it that?" "Well, I realize it may sound somewhat kitsch. Perhaps Silver Company would be better?" Common was at a loss for words. "Let it be the Golden Company then. I mean to say, does Silver Company not sound inferior to Golden Company?" "Very well. It shall be called the Golden Company," Lysandro declared happily. It was evident that he genuinely cherished the name Golden Company. "By the way, I have a few more inquiries I would like to make." Lysandro rose to refill Common's glass while inquiring. The Storm Brigade comprises no fewer than 2,000 members and seldom ventures out for tasks. Have you been solely supporting them? To outsiders, the Storm Brigade appears to undertake missions infrequently, spending most of their time stationed outside risks. Normally, a mercenary company that is somewhat industrious should have no trouble sustaining itself. Yet, the Storm Brigade under Common's command remains mostly stationed outside the city. Is this not a sheer waste of the brigade's inherent value? In truth, the Storm Brigade incurs minimal expenses at present. While peeling shrimp, Common shared the operational model of the Storm Brigade with Lysandro. In the beginning, the brigade's expenditures were comparable to those of an ordinary mercenary company. Thus, the Storm Brigade needed to frequently embark on missions to alleviate the pressure on Common. However, later on, Carmen acquired a vast expanse of land in the disputed territory and constructed a total of 20 colossal estates. Each estate housed no fewer than 5,000 slaves, who labored daily in the fields akin to ordinary tenant farmers. In addition to these common laborers, the estates also employed a plethora of skilled slaves, including blacksmiths, carpenters, stonemasons, tailors, and more. Some estates even featured brothels, with beds serviced by slaves sourced from the region of Lys. The food and clothing required by the Storm Brigade were supplied by these estates, while the maintenance of weapons and armor was overseen by the blacksmiths within. Upon uncovering the intricacies of this operation, Lysandro's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you sustain such a multitude of slaves? He questioned, unable to fathom the logistics. With each estate housing at least 5,000 souls, how much arable land would be necessary? Carmen chuckled. As long as one increases the yield per acre, it suffices. That is all I can divulge. As for the methods of enhancing crop yield, that remains a secret. However, if you were to support only 500 individuals, you could indeed replicate this model without issue. The operational framework is, in essence, quite straightforward. A contingent of slaves is designated to sustain a small armed force. In the continent of Essos, the cost of ordinary slaves is remarkably low. All their labor and resultant value belong to their masters, allowing for the unburdened support of a modest standing army. Yet, this model is only feasible for a limited number. Once the numbers swell, a transition in strategy becomes imperative. As for how to effectuate this transition, there is no need to enlighten Lysandro. It involves the secret of high-yield fertilizers. It is noteworthy that the wheat yield in Carmen's estates within the disputed territory typically hovers around 180 pounds per acre, double the customary yield for wheat in this era, with barley, rye, and turnips yielding even higher outputs. Very well, let us proceed with the formation of a 500-strong contingent. However, uncle, I must trouble you for assistance in the initial operations of the estate, Lysandro said, scratching his head in embarrassment. His aunt had yet to officially wed Carmen, and here he was already seeking favors. Yet, the prospect of possessing a low-cost and readily available mercenary force filled him with exhilaration. In the continent of Essos, a 500-strong mercenary band is no trifling matter. I thank you for your generous assistance, uncle. Allow me to raise a toast in your honor, Lysandro declared, lifting his glass. Haha, we are family. There is no need for formality. It is only right that we support one another, Carmen replied, without uttering another word. Lysandro downed his drink. Carmen acquiesced to Lysandro's request, and the atmosphere of the luncheon grew increasingly vibrant. Lysandro continued to extol Carmen's virtues, asserting that his aunt had found the perfect husband. After the luncheon concluded, Carmen promised to accompany Lysandro to the disputed territory in due course. However, he first needed to continue steering the public opinion within Lys. Under the command of Carmen, the Storm Brigade increasingly patrolled the streets under the pretense of relaxation and rest. The streets of the Eastern District were filled with members of the Storm Brigade. Due to the political system, Ivica could only silently observe such flagrant provocations. There was no law stipulating that mercenaries could not roam the city, unless Ivica convened a governor's meeting to legislate a direct prohibition against the presence of mercenaries on the streets, which was undoubtedly impractical and would only serve to offend all mercenary groups without any real effect. Even if Ivica managed to legislate after the protracted discussions at the governor's meeting, what difference would it make? Would Carmen obediently withdraw the Storm Brigade? Chapter 24. The terrifying rate of growth. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Rys had experienced little peace. Rumors regarding Ivica and Destiny had circulated incessantly within the city, alongside a growing number of whispers about Carmen. A small faction of the people of Rys believed that Carmen possessed a significant trace of Targaryen blood. They speculated that he might be aiming to seize control of Rys and then offer it to the King of the Seven Kingdoms in exchange for benefits. Beyond the rampant rumors, the Free Trade Guild had launched 2 new products. The golden wine was remarkably clear and offered various flavors and purities. The fresh salt powder, once released for sale, quickly outperformed all other seasonings, becoming immensely popular among the nobility and wealthy merchants. As introduced upon its launch, the fresh salt powder could make even the most unpalatable dishes, such as one's own stinky shoes, delectable. Thus, even at a price of 50 golden dragons per pound, it remained in high demand. Carmen's manner. Hiss. Igarus desperately flapped his wings to evade the arrows raining down from below. Carmen routinely practiced with a bow, simulating the crossbow to develop Igarus's evasion skills. Although the cumbersome crossbow found it challenging to hit a flying dragon, the essential training was never neglected. With fluidity, Carmen knocked and released arrows, shooting one every 3 seconds. Once 20 arrows were expended, Igarus gently descended before Carmen. Hiss. Igarus excitedly flicked his tail, clearly pleased with his recent performance. You are becoming increasingly formidable. What would you like for dinner tonight? Lamb. As he spoke, Carmen picked up a homemade measuring tape, grasped Igarus's tail, straightened it, and began to measure. 56 centimeters. Remarkable. Truly astonishing growth. Carmen was unaware of how swiftly Targaryen dragons matured. During this time, he had scoured for records about dragons and obtained a slender manual on dragons from a small merchant, which originated from the Shadowlands. The manual contained numerous accounts of dragons from the Valyrian era and a few simple phrases in the dragon tongue. According to the manual, while dragons do not cease to grow, their rates of growth vary significantly across different stages. Before the age of 5, dragons experience remarkable growth, typically increasing by 3 to 4 meters each year. In just half a month, Igarus surged from 30 centimeters to 56 centimeters, a growth rate nearly double that of the dragons from the Valyrian era. It is presumed that the dragons of House Targaryen grow at an even slower pace. As soon as Igarus had its tail grasped, it writhed uncomfortably. Only Cayman dared to pull it so. Enough, enough. You should cherish this moment. I can still measure you myself. Once you grow larger, I shall no longer be able to do so. Cayman patted Igarus on the back, only to recoil instantly. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a gash on his palm, a layer of skin torn away. Cayman inhaled sharply, recalling that the dorsal fin had not been so hardened and sharp just days prior. My lord, are you all right? Seeing Cayman injured, Sayan, the son of Marwan, immediately rushed forward to examine his wound. Hiss. Boom. The dark dragon fire erupted before Sayan. Igarus glared at Sayan with an expression full of vigilance. Silence, Igarus. Cayman promptly issued a command for Igarus to remain at attention. Otherwise, any slight movement from Sayan could result in him being ignited by dragon fire. When Igarus returned to Cayman's side, he playfully tapped its head. You're on high alert. Yet you seem oblivious to the fact that the culprit is your own dorsal fin. He then waved at Sayan, indicating he was unharmed. Since Igarus hatched, Cayman had absorbed all the life energy produced by the golden sapling to enhance his physique. Each time he absorbed life energy amidst the searing flames, his physical capabilities improved slightly. Although the enhancement was minimal, it was comprehensive, including self-healing abilities. A mere scratch had not penetrated the underlying flesh, and he would soon recover completely. Just as Cayman was about to continue petting Igarus' chest, a guard rushed over in haste. My lord, we have received the latest news from the Steppes Islands. Demon Targaryen has been sighted riding a dragon there. This information comes from the Free Trade Guild's outpost in Tyros. Cayman opened the envelope and scrutinized its contents. Moments later, a smile crept across his lips as he tossed the envelope to the ground. Dragon fire. Upon receiving the command, Igarus unleashed a breath of dragon fire that reduced the letter to ashes. Saying, summon Cain to me. The forthcoming public sentiment is of utmost importance. Chapter 25. The Pirates' Rampage. After receiving the order, Cain hastily returned to the manor. In the Lord's residence, he inquired, My lord, you summon me? Yes. Take the scouts from the regiment and spread this news far and wide. Cayman handed Cain a piece of paper, especially in the northern district. Send 500 men to the northern border and emphasize Demon's threat to Lys. Understood, as you wish. Cain turned and departed. Common poured himself a glass of fine brandy and savored it. However, after a moment, he resorted to tepid water. Thus far, he had not accustomed himself to drinking spirits as one would water. Particularly, when mixed, the taste became quite peculiar. He preferred either to drink only liquor or solely water. As Common contemplated his forthcoming plans while sipping water, Sane pushed the door open. What urgency compels one to enter without knocking? Common furrowed his brow. My apologies, my lord. But it is a matter of great urgency. The Black Pearl Goddess has been detained at the southern port, personally ordered by Governor Destin. What did you say? Common sprang to his feet, his expression shifting dramatically as he demanded, That scoundrel Destin dares to seize my ship? And he has the audacity to detain the Black Pearl Goddess? The Black Pearl Goddess is the largest merchant vessel under the auspices of the Free Trade Guild. Measuring 69 meters in length and 24 meters in width, it is indeed a colossal trading ship. Furthermore, the Black Pearl Goddess is laden with barrels of brandy and fresh salt powder, all goods ordered by Volantis, valued at hundreds of thousands of golden dragons. Where does he derive the audacity to detain my Black Pearl Goddess? Relay my orders, assemble the Storm Brigade. Common's roar reverberated throughout the manor. He had already braced himself for the possibility of a merchant ship being seized, for Governor Riss possessed certain tactics. However, Common had not anticipated that they would dare to seize the Black Pearl Goddess outright. This was akin to riding roughshod over him. Common mounted his black steed and arrived before the Storm Brigade. Governor Destin Vico has unilaterally detained the Black Pearl Goddess. Your year-end bonuses are entirely dependent upon her. Whether those bonuses are successfully distributed hinges upon your actions. Depart. With 1,000 men, Common hastened toward the southern port. As the largest port in Riss, the southern port can accommodate dozens of large merchant vessels simultaneously. It was precisely for this reason that the Black Pearl Goddess docked at the southern port rather than the eastern port under his control, with 1,000 men advancing. The commotion was considerable. Many citizens of Riss and foreign merchants, far from being intimidated, followed at a distance, eager to witness the spectacle. The Storm Brigade had emerged as the fastest rising mercenary group in recent years and was the favored child of the recently active Free Trade Guild. Such a large-scale and purpose-driven mobilization undoubtedly signified significant developments. It was not surprising that they were curious. Who could be unaware of the current unrest within Riss? The Free Trade Guild was on the brink of open conflict with several of the governors of Riss. It seemed increasingly likely that a direct confrontation was imminent. However, not all residents of Riss were inclined to spectate. Some individuals of modest means had already shut their doors, gathering their slaves to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. In the bustling port of Nanching, throngs of merchants and laboring slaves moved about like ants in a flurry of relocation. Upon the arrival of Common and the Storm Brigade, they headed straight for the heart of the docks. The fully armed Storm Brigade caused a tremendous uproar as bewildered slaves abandoned their tasks, retreating in alarm. For such lowly creatures, their lives were worth little more than a few silver coins to their masters, rendering them expendable. At this moment, the massive Black Pearl, the goddess of the sea, lay quietly docked. However, the ship's gangplank and deck were teeming with unfamiliar figures, resembling mercenaries rather than members of the city guard or officials of the governor's council. With narrowed eyes, Common drew his long sword with a swift motion and bellowed, "Damnable pirates, how audacious! Invading Riss in broad daylight and plundering its merchant vessels. Do we in Riss have no one left alive?" The Storm Brigade, responding to his command, shouted in unison, "Leave none alive. The pirates must die." Their battle cry echoed across the skies of Riss, sending ripples across the surface of the sea. The well-equipped Storm Brigade charged towards the Black Pearl. Despite having anticipated a confrontation, the Black Cat Brigade found themselves severely outnumbered, with only 100 men stationed aboard. The enemy's numbers appeared to be nearly tenfold, and their superior equipment and high morale spelled certain doom for them. Some mercenaries from the Black Cat Brigade unhesitatingly leapt from the ship to escape, while others stood at the edge of the deck, waving and shouting in an attempt to communicate with the Storm Brigade. Suddenly, an arrow sliced through the air, piercing the throat of one mercenary in an instant. Common's expression turned cold as he knocked another arrow. The roar of a dragon echoed above the docks, and a dark flame descended from the heavens, igniting the mercenaries of the Black Cat Brigade who were preparing to draw their bows. Horrific screams filled the air, reverberating in the ears of every terrified mercenary on deck. The temperature of Igiliz's dragon flame, though not yet excessively high, was sufficient to inflict excruciating pain. The Storm Brigade slaughtered indiscriminately, and dozens of Black Cat mercenaries who could not escape were slain on the spot. Decapitate them all and display their heads upon the spears at the dock, Common commanded. He had initially intended to launch a coup after the Tri-City Alliance suffered defeat at the Stone Steps Isles, seeking a plausible justification for the upheaval that would favor his subsequent rule. However, should a large-scale conflict erupt today, he would abandon all pretense and execute the coup immediately. Plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. The Black Pearl represented the face and authority of the Free Trade Association. Should it be seized, the ramifications, aside from the cargo aboard, were consequences Common was unwilling to face. He seeks to ensure a smoother rule in the future. Yet this does not imply that he lacks the audacity to instigate a coup at present. 62 severed heads were displayed on wooden poles at the dock. Common vehemently condemned the governor's council for their inaction, which allowed pirates to invade the port of Riss. Merchants arriving in Riss anxiously observed the dock from a distance. Many of them pressed for time. With the Storm Brigade now in control of the entire dock, they could only fume helplessly from the periphery. Soon, Dostin hurriedly arrived at the dock with the Black Cat Brigade. The leader of the Black Cat Brigade, Wadrin Connie, immediately spotted the heads by the dock, and fury surged through his mind. With 2,000 men under his command, now backed by the governor of Riss, he was well equipped and his fighting capability was certainly on par with that of the Storm Brigade. Yet, the Storm Brigade treated his mercenaries with such contempt, utterly disregarding him. Dostin approached the Storm Brigade, shielded by his mercenaries, and was about to denounce Common for betraying Riss and openly rebelling when Common, who had been waiting for him, interrupted. Dostin, as the governor of Riss, what purpose do you serve? Hundreds of pirates have directly invaded the Riss dock, plundering my ship, the Black Pearl Goddess, and the cargo of fresh salt worth 2 million gold dragons has vanished without a trace. If the governor's council does not provide me with an explanation today, do not blame me for forming a council that can protect the property of the free citizens of Riss from threats. Dostin's expression changed. Previously, when Ivica had seized several merchant ships from the Free Trade Association, Common had sought the resolution through Chiolier. This led Dostin to harbor a misconception that Common was merely inconsequential, especially after the arrival of the Black Cat Brigade in Riss, armed with mercenaries. Dostin completely dismissed Ivica's cunning and the need for caution, underestimating Common's brazen audacity. Although the Black Cat Brigade had seized the Black Pearl Goddess under his orders, they had certainly not yet touched its cargo. The goods within the ship's hold had been promised to the Black Cat Brigade by Dostin. However, the cargo ship of the Black Cat Brigade had yet to arrive. How could all the goods possibly have vanished? That is an act of rebellion. If you dare to form a new governor's council, Riss will bring you to justice under the law. Dostin immediately invoked the laws of Riss, preparing to label Common a traitor. What nonsense. It is a tragedy for us Riss people that an irresponsible individual like you has become our governor. I cannot fathom what the governor's council is thinking, recklessly engaging in war with the 7 kingdoms of dragons. Not to mention whether this will provide the 7 kingdoms with a legitimate reason to invade Riss. Consider the pirates' arbitrary occupation of Riss merchant vessels. Will our merchant ships henceforth be left at the mercy of pirates and mercenaries to plunder and seize at will? At this moment, Common sought not only the logical foundation of his words, but also the moral high ground, prepared to seize the initiative at any moment. Are you suggesting that the mercenaries we hire can seize the wealth of the Riss people at any moment? Pray tell, what kind of nonsense is this? That is not my intention. Then what do you mean? Where has the fresh salt powder worth 260,000 gold dragons on my ship gone? Ramon, now fortified twice, bellows with a voice that reverberates throughout the dock, demanding answers. Your ship has issues. The soldiers of the Black Cat Brigade were merely there to oversee it temporarily, awaiting inspection. Very well. You have finally admitted it. Not only do you condone the mercenaries' reckless plundering of ships, but you have also looted the cargo aboard the Goddess of the Black Pearl. Destin's words were swiftly twisted by Common, whose booming voice drowned out all else. The onlookers, both Riss people and foreign merchants, could only hear Common's roar while missing Destin's responses. Amidst their quarrel, Kane, who should have been in the northern district, appeared with 500 men. At this moment, the Storm Brigade and the Black Cat Brigade had gathered over 3,000 individuals at the dock. A bloodbath loomed, causing many originally curious Riss people and outside merchants to discreetly retreat from the port. As both sides faced off, Destin's expression darkened, a sense of regret creeping in for having hastily detained the Goddess of the Black Pearl. Chapter 27. Hat-throwing. Who cannot do that? Chapter 28. A change in Riss. The outbreak of war was so sudden that Chirel found himself momentarily frozen in place, only to be whisked away by soldiers of the Storm Brigade. In contrast, Ivica and Destin reacted more swiftly, retreating as soon as Wade ordered the attack. Their faces were grave. They clearly did not anticipate Common's audacity to strike directly and proclaim the formation of a new governor's council. It is all your fault. Why did you detain the Goddess of the Black Pearl? Ivica now sought to hold Destin accountable. Destin appeared awkward. I merely intended to force him into revealing a flaw. Who would have thought he would dare to act directly? Fool. He possesses dragons and the Storm Brigade as a standing army. We could have secured victory, but now, due to your recklessness, we can only pray for the Black Cat Brigade to defeat the Storm Brigade. Destin, chastised, retorted with a strained expression. The Black Cat Brigade is equipped with the fine weapons we provided, and their numbers surpass those of the Storm Brigade. The advantage lies with us. They quickly turned their gaze. There stood Aglaris, skillfully evading the arrows of the Black Cat Brigade, even managing to retaliate effectively with dragonfire. Cursed beast. All dragons should be exterminated, truly damned. Ivica glared at Aglaris, spewing dragonfire. It remained unclear whether his disdain for the dragons stemmed from genuine hatred or mere frustration that the dragons were not his mounts. Common relinquished command to Cain, which bore little difference for the Storm Brigade. Deprived of command, Cayman donned his dragon-headed helmet and seized his lance, charging forth with fervor. The thrill of war and blood invigorated him, for otherwise he would not have spent his time idling in the gladiatorial arena. Witnessing Cayman's audacious advance, the morale of the Storm Brigade surged once more. The Black Cap Brigade, already struggling to defend themselves, suddenly revealed signs of imminent defeat. However, Weidlin, upon observing this, was not deterred. Rather, he felt exhilarated. He seized a knight's lance from his guards, a frenzied gleam igniting in his eyes. War is no trifling matter. Allow me to instruct you on how to be a worthy commander. As he murmured to himself, Weidlin spurred his black steed toward Cayman, viewing him as an arrogant young fool unaware of the perils of his recklessness. Instead of remaining safely behind, he brazenly led the charge. Was this not an opportunity for him to turn the tide? With a single blow to his opponent's head, the Storm Brigade would surely falter. The steed galloped swiftly, closing the distance to Cayman in mere moments. Boy, are you ready to meet your demise? Weidlin bellowed with exhilaration. His eyes brimmed with a madness that seemed to threaten to consume him, his tone replete with arrogance and a palpable sense of victory. Cayman looked up to see Weidlin barreling toward him. His brow furrowed slightly, as he vaguely recalled this man was the leader of the Black Cap Brigade. Yet, why was he charging at him? Was he offering himself up as a sacrifice? Suddenly, a green luminescence ignited in Cayman's eyes, accompanied by a heartbeat that resonated with a peculiar rhythm. Veins bulged in his right arm as he hurled his lance, which whistled through the air with a piercing sound, striking Weidlin in the chest. The force of the blow sent Weidlin's body flying backward for several meters before finally coming to a halt. This spectacle left the surrounding soldiers in stunned silence. However, having undergone enhancement, Cayman's resistance to the resulting aftereffects was significantly heightened. He did not falter. Instead, he advanced to retrieve his lance and continued to maneuver through the battlefield. With Weidlin's death, the balance of power on the battlefield shifted dramatically. Cayman did not issue orders to pursue the remnants of the Black Cap Brigade. Rather, he sought the whereabouts of Ivica and Destin, accompanied by a handful of cavalry. There was no need to annihilate this mercenary group. They lacked cohesion and would likely hide away, waiting for the chaos to subside before seeking another band to join. Yet, Cayman found no trace of Ivica or Destin. Perhaps they had already fled at the onset of the conflict. Cain, take your men to secure the city gates and seal off all ports. We must locate Ivica and Destin. Chirel, you lead a small squad to find the city guards. Inform them that if they comply, I shall increase their wages and benefits on the condition that everything remains unchanged. Although the city guards lacked combat prowess, they were sufficient for maintaining order within the city. Despite the Storm Brigade suffering losses of 300 men, they efficiently sealed off all ports in Lys. As an island city, Lys possesses control over its port, effectively sealing off the entire metropolis. With a series of commands issued by Common, an eerie silence enveloped the city. Households remained shuttered, while visiting merchants hastily retreated to their temporary lodgings. After his encounter with Chuliel, Marco readily chose to pledge his allegiance, voluntarily assuming the role of maintaining law and order within the city. For Marco, working for anyone was still work. The promise of improved remuneration from Common hardly registered with him. To his mind, it was merely a verbal enticement to secure his loyalty, as long as his position remained intact. Chapter 29. The disappearing governors with the city guards ensuring basic security, the Storm Brigade commenced a meticulous search of Lys. Regrettably, they failed to locate Ivica and Destin, and even Benixelin and Anders Sonda had vanished without a trace. This indicated that with Anders and Bernik missing, only one of the 5 governors remained. Common gazed at Chuliel with astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a scenario. If only Ivica and Destin had gone missing, the situation would not have been dire. After all, the free trade city-states of Essos do not adhere to notions of blood legitimacy. The idea of commanding loyalty based on lineage is a far-fetched notion. However, the disappearance of Anders and Bernik added a layer of intrigue. Not to mention Bernik, who had been cornered by Common. But Anders, was he so certain that he would be harmed? Did he flee outright? That could only be attributed to his astuteness. If Anders had remained, he would have been the first to face Common's wrath once he was free to act. With their absence, it seemed prudent to issue a warrant for their capture. What about Anders and Bernik? Should we issue warrants for them as well? Chuliel inquired. Common waved his hand dismissively. Warrants are merely a formality. They serve to project our legitimacy while branding Ivica and Destin as traitors. We shall not pursue Anderson Bernik. I will establish a new round-table parliament, selecting 12 representatives, and I will reserve seats for both Anderson and Bernik. Common paused thoughtfully, reiterating, this matter must be publicized. We will send envoys to all major free trade city-states. Oh, and remember to bring along some fine salt and gold liquor as gifts for our visits, quantity at your discretion. Understood, Chuliel nodded, fully aware of his capacity as governor of Lys. There is no rush on this front, as Lys is now under our control and gradually returning to functionality. What are your thoughts on the current political structure of Lys? Common's gaze bore into Chuliel with intensity. He faced two paths, to act decisively or to adopt a gradual approach, reforming the system while awaiting the maturation of Igalus. Chuliel's eyes flickered. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly prefer maintaining the gubernatorial system. However, at this moment, he cast a glance at the ravenous Igaras beside Common, forcing a professional smile. The supreme authority of the governor's system is excessively dispersed, which hinders the operation and development of Rys. I believe a gradual approach, emulating the Dragon Lord system of Valyria, would be prudent. Common nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the idea, while Curel's eye twitched slightly. Common's shamelessness exceeded all expectations. It was evident that he intended to make him the scapegoat. Nevertheless, since it was already said, it mattered little. As long as his granddaughter could successfully marry into the Grace family, everything would be worthwhile. If he could elevate the Fox family to the pinnacle of Rys's nobility, ensuring the family's legacy for thousands, tens of thousands, or even eternally, he would die content. For a merchant of his stature, ensuring the prosperity and flourishing of the family for generations was a dream thought unattainable. With the political transformation of Rys essentially determined, Common's spirits soared as he preemptively opened the ports of Rys. Within just a day, Rys underwent a remarkable transformation. Yet now, a day later, it was as if nothing had transpired. In fact, with the advent of fresh salt and fine spirits, maritime trade flourished even further. Common divided the Storm Brigade into four, exerting control over the major ports in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of Rys, while also initiating recruitment in the contested lands. The acceptance of him by the people of Rys exceeded his expectations. Some revered him for being a dragon knight, yet the majority felt indifferent, neither adoring nor disliking him. For Common, this was sufficient, or rather, precisely what he desired. He was confident that within 3 years, he could alter the foundational perceptions of Rys. This was not a formidable challenge, as his taverns dotted every street of Rys. The only discomfort for Common lay within the treasury of Rys, which was utterly bare. There were no gold coins, not even copper coins or mice. In Rys, a trade tax of 10% was mandatory. It was evident where those funds had disappeared. However, Common had already arranged for the seizure of the properties of Ivica and Destin within Rys. These assets could replenish the treasury, ensuring the normal functioning of Rys. Though it remained uncertain how much could be confiscated, it would undoubtedly be substantial. Ivica and Destin had fled in haste, leaving behind virtually all their possessions in Rys. Anders and Bernik were in a similar situation, yet Common had no intention of touching their wealth. Bernik was simply impoverished, rendering such action unnecessary. As for Anders, he never kept his wealth in a single city-state. His departure served as an opportunity to promote his own broad-mindedness. Chapter 30. From Chancellor to Dragon Lord in the evening. Within the grand hall of the Rys Governor's Palace, a splendid edifice, I had thought it would take at least half a year to relocate here. Common raised his goblet, laughing heartily. The attendees had already aligned themselves with Common, rising to toast and offer their congratulations, most notably Lysandro, who was the most elated among them. His aunt is indeed the legitimate wife of Common, and with Common ascending to the throne as the king of Lys, his aunt will assume the esteemed role of queen. Consequently, his status will inevitably rise, ushering in countless advantages for the Rogel family's enterprises. Standing up, Sandro proclaimed loudly, Lys requires its own dragon king. Ivica and others have betrayed Lys's interests, dragging it into the quagmire of war. He is no longer worthy of this palace. Common smiled inwardly, secretly admiring the eloquence of the young man. After raising his glass in a toast, Curel and others followed suit. Farine, please bring forth the parchment I have prepared. One for each individual, Common instructed softly. Once Farine departed, Common surveyed the numerous Lys administrative officials and affluent merchants gathered below. These individuals represent the apex of Lys's power structure. Any reform of Lys's system must navigate through them. This was a timely opportunity to gauge their reactions. Those who deserve punishment will be dealt with, while potential allies will be courted. Soon, Farine returned with a stack of parchment and began distributing it to everyone. As the banquet quieted, Kamen took a sip of wine and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I intend to restructure Lys, undoubtedly leading it to become the most formidable free trade city-state on the eastern continent. I speak candidly, while dragons are powerful. Realizing Lys's potential as the strongest free trade city-state on the eastern continent will require your unwavering support." After uttering these words, Kamen patiently awaited the reading of the restructuring plan by the gathered assembly. The parchment detailed the transition of the governor's council into a round-table parliament, eliminating the governor's position and establishing 12 seats, making a total of 13, including Kamen. The round-table parliament will be governed by a leader comprising 2 financial counselors, 2 legal counselors, 2 military and political counselors, 2 intelligence counselors, 2 administrative counselors, and 2 executive counselors. The 12 counselors, 6 primary and 6 secondary, will directly answer to the leader, managing all affairs of Lys, while the leader retains supreme authority over Lys. This administrative model bears resemblance to that of Westeros, substituting the king for a leader and the royal ministers for counselors. Initially, Kamen considered directly adopting the model of a dragon king alongside a royal council. However, he ultimately opted for the leader and round table assembly combination. The primary reason for this decision was that Igilas had not yet matured, and the full advantage of dragons on the battlefield could not be realized. He feared that declaring himself Dragon King would incite a unified opposition from Myr, Tyrosh, and even Volantis, as these city-states were once colonies of the Valyrian Dragon Kings, despite their self-proclaimed titles of the daughter of Valyria or illegitimate daughter. Should Kamen assert himself as Dragon King to govern Lys, they would surely protest vehemently. Presently, Igilas's role in large-scale warfare is limited. When Igilas reaches maturity as a dragon, and with 2 or 3 young dragons in his wake, that will mark the time for Kamen to establish the Dragon King lineage. Having now secured the city of Lys, the primary objectives of the initial phase have been accomplished, with the paramount focus being to cultivate a period of stable development. Soon, a plethora of expressions appeared in Kamen's gaze: surprise, furrowed brows, contemplation, each reflecting a different sentiment. I find this restructuring proposal commendable and feasible. The subsequent integration will undoubtedly enhance the administrative efficiency of Lys, propelling it to become the most formidable free trade city-state on the continent of Essos. Chio Lear was the first to vocalize his support for Kamen's proposal, and Kamen was quick to resonate with him. Given their intent to align closely with Kamen, it would have been the height of folly not to lend their support at this juncture. Lysandro, feeling irked that someone had preempted his expression of agreement, had been engrossed in the parchment and momentarily overlooked the need to voice his stance. I too believe this restructuring is laudable. A wise and exceptional leader is more than capable of guiding Lys to surpass Bravos and Volantis, establishing it as the most powerful free trade city-state in Essos. While affirming the restructuring proposal, Lysandro did not miss the opportunity to flatter Kamen, with a smile adorning his face. Kamen finally grasped why Lysandro managed to elevate the beleaguered Roga family. The praise, though veiled, was sweetly articulated. Although Kamen was aware that Lysandro's flattery was insincere, it was difficult for him to suppress his delight. Such is the nature of humanity. With Chio Lear and Lysandro leading the charge, others, whether genuinely or feignedly, began to extol the virtues of Lys's restructuring. With the former governor and the head of the Roga family at the forefront, the banquet was imbued with the intricacies of human relations. Chapter 31. Egalian, the true dragon still lives. In the 3rd month of the year 106, the sun blazed fiercely, and the temperatures soared to an absurd degree. Yet, constructed upon an island, Lys enjoyed a serendipitous geographical advantage that kept the city relatively cool. A month had elapsed since the turmoil in Lys, and all had returned to normalcy. Kamen assumed the role of the head of Lys, appointing Lysandro as the Grand Financial Counselor, while also designating Lysandro's brother, Drazek, as a financial counselor. Following this, Chio Lear was appointed as the Grand Administrative Counselor, and Marco was named as the Military Affairs Counselor, with the Deputy Leader of the Storm Brigade, Kane, taking up the position of Grand Military Affairs Counselor. In a surprising twist, Kamen entrusted both the positions of Grand Intelligence Counselor and Intelligence Counselor to Johanna Swen. Finally, Kamen disingenuously appointed Anders as the Grand Judicial Counselor, with Bernik as the Judicial Counselor. With the fundamental positions nearly filled, Lys began to operate normally, witnessing a surge in merchant activity. In addition to the daily exports of soap, fresh salt, and fine wine, the overall reduction in taxes in Lys attracted even more traders. Observing the remarkable speed of stabilization in Lys, Kamen could not help but feel pleased with his preemptive coup. He had overestimated the degree of recognition the citizens of Lys held for the governor's council. It is estimated that even if Carmen were devoid of dragons and the groundwork of public opinion, the people of Rhys would remain largely silent. Life would persist as it always has. As long as the new ruler of Rhys is tolerable, they have no objections. In the Rhys palace, within the council chamber, the reins of Rhys are entrusted to you, Kyril. Perform your duties diligently, but do not overexert yourself. Should any issues arise, consult with Cain, Drazek, Marco, and Johanna first. Carmen poured a glass of wine and handed it to Kyril, who chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I won't be worn out. How long do you and Lysandra plan to remain in the contested lands? After accepting the glass with both hands, Kyril inquired. I am uncertain. In any case, I will not be returning to Rhys frequently. Perhaps once Igilas matures, my visits may become more frequent. Do not overexert yourself either. You are still young. Merely in your 50s. Young Grace will require your support to stabilize her rule in the future. Upon hearing Carmen's words, a glimmer of joy and satisfaction flickered in Kyril's eyes. Once the Roga family and Carmen shift their focus to the contested lands, the Fox family, under his control, will soon emerge as a formidable power in Rhys. Before long, Carmen and Lysandra embarked on their relocation endeavor. Watchtower Port lies directly north of Rhys, serving as the sole port of interaction between Rhys and the territories it occupies in the contested lands, holding significant potential for deep development. Carmen intends to expand Watchtower Port, renaming it Dragon's True City, and constructing a grand port metropolis. The establishment of Dragon's True City is bound to influence Rhys's maritime trade. However, the small island of Rhys lacks the value for extensive development. In contrast, the forthcoming transformation of Watchtower Port not only boasts a bay with immense developmental potential, but also has the vast expanse of the Essos continent as its hinterland. Especially in the contested lands, as long as there is no warfare, the region is a fertile, flat expanse of land. While Rhys may be more developed, the comparative potential for development at Watchtower Port is far greater, making it a more suitable base for concentrated cultivation. Upon arriving at Watchtower Port, Carmen began the process of land acquisition, reclaiming all properties that had been sold to merchants. Naturally, the funds for purchasing the land came entirely from the assets left behind in Rhys by Ivica and Destin. Land is of paramount importance. With land, one can sustain a larger population. A larger population translates to increased taxation and a greater number of soldiers. If Carmen is not mistaken, Ivica and Destin have likely fled to Mel. Meanwhile, Anders has gone to Telosai and Bernik to Volantis. These movements have been confirmed through Carmen's investigations. Notably, Bernik's every action is under Farron's scrutiny. Alas, Igilas is not yet capable of carrying passengers aloft. Otherwise, he would truly wish to soar to Volantis and witness Bernik's expression upon discovering that his envelope has been swapped. The letter from Bernik was originally intended to unite Rhaenyra Targaryen, enabling a coordinated effort to seize control of Lys and its contested territories. After Farron handed the letter over to Cayman, who imitated Bernik's writing style to craft a new missive, he filled his mind with venomous invectives, denouncing Rhaenyra as a vile parasite born of the dragon lineage. Of course, it is quite possible that Bernik would remain oblivious to the substitution of his letter until his dying breath, while Rhaenyra would likely eliminate him without hesitation. On the 7th day following their arrival at Watchport, with the cargo ships having largely completed their unloading, Cayman hosted a grand celebratory feast. The bonfire blazed, casting a shimmering glow. Standing at the high table, Cayman raised his cup and proclaimed loudly, "From this moment forth, Watchport shall be officially renamed Dragonstone. Cayman Solon has become a relic of the past. I am now Cayman Egalian. Remember this, for it is also the tongue of the Egalian family. The true dragon yet lives." With a roar, Igilas, standing beside Cayman, unleashed a jet of black dragon fire into the night sky. Applause erupted, a thunderous ovation that echoed as all present expressed their congratulations. As for how many were sincere and how many feigned their goodwill, Cayman was indifferent and unconcerned. In the days to come, the contested lands would undoubtedly become his private garden. His empire would be constructed brick by brick from these very territories. Chapter 32, Demographics as Dawn Broke. Painting the sky with pale hues, Cayman awoke from his drunken slumber. After stifling a yawn, he rose to cover Sandrolia with a blanket before getting out of bed. Marwan had already prepared an exquisite breakfast. "Marwan," Cayman said, taking a bite of his sandwich, "how are you progressing with what I instructed you? I have practiced the dishes you mentioned quite thoroughly. If you wish to indulge, I can prepare them now." Marwan referred to breakfast items such as noodles, dumplings, buns, and soy milk. While the various sandwiches made from fluffy white bread were delightful, one could not sustain themselves on them alone. Cayman, not lacking in resources, aimed to explore a diverse array of culinary delights, the more sumptuous, the better. As Cayman and Marwan discussed the myriad of foods, Farron approached. Master, Lord Sandro requests an audience. Farron bowed respectfully. Upon seeing this, Cayman waved his hand. Let him in. And you, how far along are you? I am nearly 4 months along, Master. Very well, hand over your duties to Basali. I shall grant you a year of maternity leave, with full salary. Thank you, Master. A glimmer of joy flashed in Farron's eyes. Not only had Cayman restored her status as a free person, but he had also appointed her as one of the head maids, ensuring she received a substantial monthly wage. Likewise, Agamphis Shaleto had regained his freedom and was appointed as one of the male stewards. During this period, as her belly gradually grew, her work became increasingly inconvenient. To her surprise, Cayman proactively granted her a year of maternity leave. In truth, Cayman did not extend this privilege solely to her. All female slaves under his command were entitled to a year of maternity leave upon conception. Throughout this year, they would receive monthly allowances of meat, eggs, and milk. Cayman placed immense importance on the birth rate of newborns, almost wishing for the population under his rule to double within a year. Lysandro rushed in, and Cayman gestured for him to take a sip of milk before speaking. Uncle, I have completed the arrangements you requested. The personnel are already beginning to tally the population, which should take about 3 days. 3 days is acceptable, but do not forget the matter of the renaming. Once the population count is complete, this land shall be renamed Dragon's Domain, distinctly separating it from Rys. With a wave of his hand, Cayman delineated the 2 territories. Henceforth, it would no longer be a disputed land under Rys, but rather a dominion belonging to Dragon's Domain. Within the city of Rys, there were nearly 300,000 inhabitants. Yet the actual number of Rys natives was less than 100,000. The remainder comprised transient merchants and various slaves residing in Rys. The population of the disputed land was likely more substantial, yet it was also more chaotic, with an assortment of indigenous peoples, slaves, and migrants intermixed. Only after the population tally was completed could Cayman better summon workers to expand True Dragon City. Lysandro seated himself beside Cayman, his mouth filled with grievances. During this time, he was not only busy with the relocation of the bank, but also with various statistical tasks. Cayman gestured for a servant to bring another portion of breakfast. The Governor's Council has been preoccupied with securing benefits for themselves over the years. They hardly concern themselves with such troublesome matters, he chuckled. Your aunt will be joining us for breakfast shortly. Let us dine together. Hee, then I shall not be polite, Lysandro replied with a grin, never missing an opportunity to strengthen his ties with Cayman. The two discussed the expansion plans for True Dragon City, intending to begin at Watcher's Harbor and initially expand into an area 5 times larger. However, neither was particularly knowledgeable about the specifics of construction, so they could only draft a rough plan. Detailed construction could only commence once the senior slaves arrived. This suited Cayman's inclinations perfectly, as he had a penchant for construction slaves. Ultimately, he procured 87 construction slaves at a price only 5 times that of ordinary slaves. These construction slaves would be sufficient to lead a workforce of thousands, and as the masters trained their apprentices, the construction team could further expand. Sir, the lady has arrived, announced the maid, just as Santoria entered with Malira. Santoria yawned as she walked in, clearly having had a restless night. Even Malira appeared somewhat weary, dark circles evident beneath her eyes. Upon noticing Cayman's warm smile directed at her, Santoria rolled her eyes in exasperation. Last night, she had nearly encountered the goddess of desire, and she still felt a lingering discomfort, as if he truly believed she was incapable of mischief. Meryl approached and pulled out a chair, arranging the tableware for Sandrolia. Sandrolia glanced past Carmen and directly addressed Lysandro, inquiring, "Have you found what I asked you to look for?" At the mention of this, Lysandro's eyes lit up as he nodded enthusiastically. "Could there be any doubt if I took matters into my own hands?" He replied with a proud expression. "Not only did I acquire 2 Valyrian steel swords, but I also discovered a magnificent ruby." Lysandro gestured to indicate its size, roughly comparable to Lisa's bosom, which is rather ample for the renowned courtesan of the perfumed garden, who commands 20 silver coins a night. Sandrolia was pleasantly surprised. She had not anticipated Lysandro to exceed her expectations by procuring both the swords and an enormous ruby. "What do you intend to do with these items?" Carmen inquired with curiosity, already suspecting Sandrolia's intentions and merely seeking confirmation. "They are for the study of magic," she replied. "I have found that certain materials, such as Valyrian steel and rubies, are more conducive to conducting and harnessing magical power. Thus, I wish to craft a necklace from them." Initially, she had merely requested Lysandro to obtain some Valyrian steel and a fine ruby, yet he had remarkably returned with 2 swords and a colossal gemstone. Indeed, if the ruby were truly the size of Lysa's bosom, it would undeniably be classified as gigantic. Sandrolia glanced at Meryl, contemplating crafting a necklace for her as well, for the young girl appeared to possess a talent that surpassed her own, already capable of communicating with the magical energies in the air at such a tender age. By the way, may I dismantle a chair? Sandrolia suddenly inquired. Dismantle a chair? Which chair? Just go ahead and do it, Carmen responded, momentarily taken aback by her question. You are my wife. Although we are not yet married, it is as if we are already united. Feel free to proceed. However, he added, if you desire golden heart wood, I can have the merchant guild assist in procuring some. Since their bond had deepened, Sandrolia's spirits had evidently brightened, and she asked with a hint of surprise. But isn't the export of golden heart wood prohibited from the Midsummer Isles? Can we truly receive freshly harvested golden heart wood? Indeed, while the export of golden heart wood is banned, anything can be acquired for the right price, especially if gold is involved, Carmen replied, aware of the irony that despite the Midsummer Isles proclamations against exporting golden heart wood, it still found its way into the outside world. Sandrolia pressed her lips together, ultimately expressing her gratitude. We are husband and wife, we are one. So expressing thanks feels somewhat unnecessary. Lost in thought, Sandrolia slightly crossed her legs and buried herself in her meal, choosing not to continue the conversation. Carmen observed her and fell silent as well, beginning to eat. While Sandrolia's emotional landscape had become more vibrant recently, it was merely a contrast to her previous demeanor. As Carmen savored his breakfast, the Stairs Islands were engulfed in flames. Among these islands, only 2 bore names, while countless others remained nameless. A piercing roar echoed from an uncharted isle, the cry of a formidable dragon. The pirates designated this westernmost island of the Stairs Islands as Shadowstone Island. Torrential dragon fire rained down, sending the soldiers of the Tri-City Alliance scattering in terror. A monstrous crimson beast descended from the heavens, its maw continuously spewing forth flames. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in the dragon's fiery breath were instantly reduced to ash. Even those who survived faced mangled limbs, barely intact. The terrifying visage of an adult dragon materialized in that moment, as the dreadful roar of Calacrius reverberated across Shadowstone Island. Just then, another dragon's roar pierced the air, prompting Calacrius to gaze upward. A young, pale silver dragon soared through the sky, unleashing its merciless silver flames upon the archers concealed on the peaks. The young dragon, Sea Smoke, exhilarated by its first taste of battle, unleashed its fiery breath with wild abandon. The archers, hidden upon the barren cliffs, appeared to the dragon as nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter, laughable and absurd. Under Demon's command, Calacrius deliberately herded the soldiers of the Tri-City Alliance in a singular direction. To the north, Count Corlys Valyrian's fleet had long awaited their moment. Sea Snake Corlys Valyrian, Lord of Driftmark and Master of Tides, commanded the mightiest naval fleet in the 7 kingdoms, bolstered by 3 dragons, rivaling the strength of House Targaryen. However, for the past 3 years, the greed of Krokasdahel and his lieutenants, Tylos and others, had grown increasingly brazen, severely impacting Corlys' family trade. Ultimately, an alliance was forged with Daemon Targaryen, eager to prove himself through valor, igniting the War of the Stairs Islands. Corlys, weapon in hand, personally led his troops, accompanied by several young warriors. How long have you been a knight, Waymon? Corlys inquired of his nephew, Waymon Valyrian, who stood beside him. 10 years, my lord, came the muffled reply. Corlys held great affection for this nephew, recognizing his courage and fearlessness, believing him to be a fine candidate for knighthood. With a bit of nurturing, he could become a valuable ally to Laenor. Upon receiving Corlys' praise, Waymon stood a bit taller, pride illuminating his face. How could he not feel elated at the commendation from the Sea Snake and Master of Tides? Chapter 34. Beloved daughter. At that moment, as Waymon basked in pride, Calacrius and Sea Smoke appeared nearby. Beneath the feet of the 2 dragons, a throng of soldiers fled in panic. The sporadic blasts of dragon fire behind them instilled a profound fear, rendering them oblivious to the ambush laid out by Corlys ahead. Kill. In the realm of Corlys, not only was there a formidable navy at his command, but also an assembly of noble science and adventurers summoned by Daemon through his personal charisma. Under the combined might of the dragon and Corlys, the soldiers of the Tri-City Alliance were swiftly decimated. The 300 stationed on Shadowstone all stood no chance against the dragon and Corlys naval fleet. In truth, they were merely cannon fodder arranged by Kralhastol. Their sole purpose was to ascertain the numbers Demon and Corlys commanded, as well as to gauge the dragon's combat capabilities and destructive power. Wyman, holding his severed head, wore a scornful smile, regarding the lot as little more than scum, scarcely superior to pirates. Demon dismounted from the back of Corlac and approached Corlys. This marks our first victory. Let us celebrate on the Isle today and assault Bloodstone all tomorrow. No problem. Our supplies are still ample, Corlys replied. At the onset of this war, the provisions supplied by Corlys were plentiful, bolstered by the continuous financial support from Aegon I. Thus, they were not lacking in resources, and even enjoyed a slight financial advantage, as long as Demon refrained from causing trouble for Aegon in the courts of the Seven Kingdoms. He was more than willing to fund Demon's campaign. My lord, 3 merchant ships are anchored offshore without any flags, a scout reported. Demon furrowed his brow, pondering the significance of unflagged vessels. Could these be supply ships from the Three Whores Kingdom for the garrison at Shadowstone Isle? Wyman mused, his brow slightly furrowing. Perhaps we should investigate. If those ships indeed belong to the Three Whores Kingdom, we could save on the supplies for tonight's celebration. Corlys smiled, hoping genuinely that the vessels hailed from that kingdom. Wyman, take a few swift ships and circle behind those merchant vessels, Corlys instructed. Understood, replied Wyman. Lenino, you shall ride your dragon above and keep watch, Corlys commanded his eldest son. Lenino nodded in affirmation and ascended once more upon sea smoke, soaring into the sky. Before long, Demon and Corlys arrived at the coastline described by the scout. Indeed, 3 merchant ships lay anchored not far off, and a dozen men had disembarked. Among them fully armed soldiers. Numerous others were busily unloading supplies, while flags depicting a black dragon on a blue field, encircled by sun and moon, fluttered in the wind. Demon and Corlys exchanged glances. Whose banner is that? Corlys inquired with a furrowed brow, struggling to recall any faction bearing such a flag. Demon shook his head and drew Dark Sister. We shall find out by approaching them. The 2 men, accompanied by their soldiers, swiftly surrounded the unfamiliar figures engaged in their task. Where do you hail from? Are you unaware that a battle rages here? Corlys called out loudly. Subsequently, in a hushed tone, he remarked to Damon, the one at the forefront, with golden hair and blue eyes, embodies the quintessential features of a Lysene. It is almost certain that the kingdom of the 3 harlots has extended its support. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement ignited in Damon's eyes, his right hand tightly gripping the Dark Sister, his entire being brimming with anticipation. She was insatiably bloodthirsty. Damon raised his long sword slightly and replied in a low voice. We hail from Lys, my lords. Frank bowed respectfully, expressing his honor to represent their leader in this visit. Corlys, initially with his brows unfurrowed, now knitted them together in contemplation. It was evident that the other party was aware of his and Damon's identities, and they had specifically come to pay them a visit. This was indeed intriguing. Amidst the ongoing conflict, you arrived bearing supplies from 3 ships? Furthermore, Corlys was not entirely ignorant of Lys. It had always been governed by the Governor's Council. When had a leader emerged? Who is your leader? Corlys pressed, seizing upon the crux of the matter. Frank glanced at the goods being unloaded and responded, It is a long story. This is not the suitable venue for such discussions. Shall we find a more appropriate place to converse? After a brief moment of consideration, Corlys acquiesced, reassured by their possession of dragons and an army, unperturbed by any potential treachery from the other side. Follow me, then. What lies within these crates? Salt, fine wine, beauty soap, cured meats, sausages, an array of various supplies. Damon replied, casting a glance at Frank, who allowed the soldiers nearby to conduct an inspection. Frank offered no resistance. The ship was laden solely with supplies, and there was no fear of scrutiny. Come along, Corlys beckoned, leading Frank towards the camp on Shadowstone Island. Forgive the inconvenience of leading the way. You must be Count Corlys Valyrian of the Sea Serpent, he inquired. Indeed, I am Corlys. My family has been significantly impacted by your Tri-Cities alliance in recent years. Corlys did not turn his head, maintaining a neutral tone, yet his words carried a sharp edge. Frank chuckled lightly. Indeed, Tyrosi and Mill are quite avaricious. Yet we of Lys are the true daughters of Valyria. Chapter 35. Making friends. Frank's words caused Corlys and Damon to pause momentarily, both taken aback by the ambassador's candidness. Upon their arrival at the camp, Frank suddenly halted. Creek. A colossal crimson beast was feasting on a nearby hill, surrounded by a mountain of corpses and goats. Gulp. Frank swallowed hard. This dragon dwarfed Icarus, terrifying and formidable. No wonder Bernik and his son were so envious of the dragon in Common's possession. Regrettably, both Bernik and his son were fools, easily manipulated by Common's cunning. This must be the bloodworm Caraxio, Indeed, as the leader described, it is as fearsome and powerful as rumored, Frank marveled. Does your leader possess an in-depth understanding of us? Colas retorted. As they took their seats within the military tent, Frank replied, very much so, more than you might presume. And he is acutely aware of the reasons behind the outbreak of the Stone Steppes Archipelago War. Our leader firmly believes that the Stairs Archipelago should never have been engulfed in war. Peaceful trade is undoubtedly the aspiration of all. Do we understand more than we realize? Though Daemon often appears reckless and unrestrained, he is not a fool. As for Colas, he is a cunning old fox, wise beyond his years. The visitor's purpose in coming here is likely of a deeper nature. Let us dispense with pleasantries and speak plainly. Time is of the essence. Daemon's patience is evidently limited, as he despises those who engage in subterfuge. Therefore, I shall be direct. My name is Frank, and I have come to discuss a potential alliance with you both. Our leader is acutely aware of the importance of stability in the Stairs Archipelago and is willing to support your cause in the war as a gesture of friendship. Daemon let out a derisive laugh, clearly unimpressed. Lys is a member of the Tri-Cities Alliance. Why should I trust you or accept your assistance? Simply on the merit of our leader. Frank replied confidently. Daemon's last vestige of patience evaporated, and he was prepared to dismiss them on the spot. Colas, however, exhibited a greater tolerance. He halted Daemon, inquiring about the identity of the leader Frank had mentioned. Who is your leader? As far as I know, Lys has always been governed by the Governor's Council. There is no such thing as a leader. The Governor's Council is merely a collection of self-serving merchants, whereas our leader is different. The blood of true dragons courses through his veins. Princess Senella Targaryen is his mother. At these words, Daemon sat up straight, his brow furrowed in disbelief. The illegitimate son of Senella Targaryen? He had not anticipated that the leader in question was a Targaryen of his own generation. Please mind your language, Prince Daemon. The moment our leader hatched from the fossilized dragon egg, he became a true dragon, not the illegitimate child you refer to. Colas seized upon the crux of the matter, his incredulity evident. Are you saying that your leader hatched a dragon from a fossilized egg? The name Igilas was familiar to both Colas and Daemon, as it was that of a Valyrian deity. Valyrian, Vagar, Malays, and even Caraxes were all named after Valyrian gods. The notion of hatching a dragon from a fossilized egg was unprecedented. There were no records of such an event. Frank chuckled softly, producing a black dragon scale from his breast. This is an old scale shed by Igilas during his growth. If you remain skeptical, feel free to send someone to Lys to inquire further. Perhaps they might even witness Igilas soaring through the skies. Daemon and Colas exchanged glances once more. If Frank's claims were true, it would mean that a dragon rider had emerged on the continent of Essos. And he was none other than the illegitimate son of the Targaryen lineage, Daemon's cousin, and the uncle of Lonino. If it were merely a common illegitimate child, it would be a different matter. However, if it is an illegitimate child capable of taming dragons, then one must proceed with caution. Frank, the envoy, I believe we can engage in a gradual discourse. Someone, prepare food and wine, Colas commanded. It would be my utmost pleasure, my lord, Frank replied with a smile, reassured that this mission was secure. The three engaged in revelry, drinking and conversing until twilight enveloped the sky. After bidding farewell to Frank, Colas returned to the military camp, where he sat opposite Daemon. A silence lingered for a moment before Daemon took the initiative to speak. Do you believe what he said is true? Colas took a sip of his drink and replied with a grin. Are you inquiring about the hatching of the dragon egg fossils? Both Dragonstone and the dragon eggs in the caves are guarded by dragon wardens. Should any go missing, it would surely cause a stir. Does it truly matter if it is genuine or not? Colas wore a smile. Rhys has ascended to the leadership of the regime, wielding power that even exceeds that of a king. Common himself carries the blood of House Targaryen, and that alone suffices for us. The Tri-City Alliance is no longer a monolith. Even if Frank is deceiving us and Common is not a dragon rider, what consequence does it bear? As long as Rhys refrains from engaging in the war for the Stepstones, we can at least alleviate 1/3 of our burdens, achieving victory in the conflict at minimal cost. Daemon inhaled deeply and rose to leave the tent. Colas observed Daemon's departing figure, his expression tranquil. Although both he and Daemon shared the objective of conquering the Stepstones, their motives were fundamentally divergent. Colas desired a peaceful Stepstones, conducive to the stability of his family's maritime trade. In contrast, Daemon sought to prove his worth. Viserys had appointed his daughter Rhaenyra as Princess of Dragonstone, declaring her the heir to the Iron Throne, while casting Daemon aside. This undoubtedly struck a deep blow to Daemon, igniting within him an urgent desire to validate his significance. In truth, Colas bore no particular fondness for Daemon, yet neither did he harbor disdain. His sole aim was to safeguard his family's enterprise. Now, however, Colis appeared to have encountered a more advantageous ally, a natural ally. He grasped a small glass vial from the table, looking through it at the delicate powder within, a glimmer of ambition igniting in his eyes. This coarse salt was no mere spice. It was, in fact, akin to gold. Colis summoned Waymond. Waymond, I have a task for you. Please, command me, my lord. I shall ensure the mission is accomplished. Waymond stood tall. Take a contingent of men and set forth under the cover of night towards Rys. I shall compose a letter, and you must deliver it directly into the hands of Common Egalian, the leader. Rest assured. Chapter 36, Diplomacy and Conquest. In the 5th month of the year 106, temperatures continued to rise. In the disputed lands, the construction of True Dragon City officially commenced. My lord, shall we recruit another 5,000 workers for the initial batch of 5,000? Lysandro inquired, perusing the ledger. Summon, let it be a bold summons. Money is but a trivial matter, as the wealth of the world flows inexorably towards us. Common is utterly indifferent to financial concerns. Currently, both salt and gold have skyrocketed in price. The production of beauty soap is continuously expanding. He is not lacking in funds. Moreover, the entire tax revenue of Rys is under Common's control. Without the insatiable greed of the unscrupulous Governor's Council, Rys's annual tax revenue begins at 600,000 golden dragons. This sum barely suffices for the construction of True Dragon City and the development of the disputed territories. Yet, if we factor in the income from the Free Trade Guild, the economic pressure remains quite manageable. Recently, after conducting a population census, Common was pleasantly surprised. Since 96, the wars in the disputed territories have essentially ceased. Now, a decade later, the population within the territories controlled by Rys has rebounded to 600,000. Approximately half of these individuals engage in farming, while the remainder consists of serfs bound to the estates. Chancellor, there is something I do not quite comprehend. Why do we not recruit serfs? By merely paying a nominal fee to their masters, we could easily enlist a considerable workforce. This question has long lingered in Lysandro's mind. He believes that hiring the serfs from the estate owners is exceedingly advantageous. Not only is the cost low, but the expenses related to their sustenance and living conditions are also minimal. Surely, this is far superior to employing free citizens at a higher cost? Common cast a glance at Lysandro and then nonchalantly replied, I intend to abolish slavery. It merely hinders our rate of development. Upon hearing this, Lysandro's expression shifted slightly. The ratio of free citizens to slaves in Rys has reached 12 to 13, a system that cannot be abolished with mere words. This, I fear, is quite challenging. You are undoubtedly more aware of Rys's circumstances than I. Take the disputed territories, for instance, where there are fully 300,000 serfs. If you abolish slavery, how shall we sustain them? Common looked at Lysandro with some surprise, not expecting him to have considered the matter so thoroughly. Indeed, while abolishing slavery might seem straightforward, a mere declaration, who would dare defy it? The real concern lies in how to provide for these 300,000 serfs. Common has been acquiring estates, yet they are scattered too widely to reclaim all at once. At times, he finds himself at a loss. When these estate owners hear of his low-priced acquisitions, rather than banding together to resist, they exuberantly sell their estates to him. At that moment, Common is left pondering who truly benefits from this low-price acquisition of estates. Meanwhile, the merchants who offload their estates rush to True Dragon City, inquiring when they may purchase nearby lands. The disputed territories boast flat terrain and fertile soil. As long as the pace of land reclamation keeps up, we could sustain not just 300,000, but even 3 million. Common unfolded a map and pointed to the areas circled upon it. This is the estate I currently possess, and I have begun to gather serfs to cultivate the surrounding wasteland. In the past 2 days, I meticulously divided the territories of True Dragon City and the contested lands. The land we occupy has been delineated into 21 distinct regions. The territory held by Lys in the contested lands is less than 1/3. To the west lies the Draron Mountains, while to the east are the Morgos Plains. The contested forest, the Messeros River, with Linsho Town positioned at the farthest eastern point. Cayman has further subdivided these areas into 21 regions, establishing a town at the center of each, with development radiating outward from these towns. The original form of these towns is the estate under the auspices of the Free Trade Guild, whose locations were meticulously planned to ensure comprehensive coverage. Lysandro glanced at the map and could not help but exclaim, Surely you have long prepared for this day? Of course not, Cayman replied with a smile. I still require a villain to serve as a stepping stone. A villain? A stepping stone? Lysandro inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed. Do you recall the envoy I sent to Bravos some time ago? Of course, I even advised you against borrowing from the Iron Bank, Lysandro responded, his face a mask of astonishment. You intend for Bravos to play this villain? Bravos frequently finds itself in conflict with Pintos over the issue of slavery. They are in dire need of a non-slaveholding ally in the form of a free trade city-state. Abolishing slavery under the pretext of borrowing funds is far more effective than issuing a direct decree. Lysandro still furrowed his brow, somewhat bewildered. That is somewhat similar. Yet borrowing from the Iron Bank entails exorbitant interest rates. With that money, we could expand our army by 3,000 men. That is not quite the case. Cayman shook his head. The primary purpose of borrowing from Bravos is to prepare for an alliance. Rest assured, the interest on the funds borrowed from the Iron Bank will not be excessive. Bravos seeks allies, and Lys is the optimal choice. An alliance with us not only yields a non-slaveholding ally, but also constrains Volantis. Unless the current Sea King of Bravos is a fool, he will not forsake the opportunity to ally with us. Lysandro scratched his head and, after a moment, remarked, in this scenario, we shall face the combined forces of Tyrosh, Myr, and Volantis, which seems rather daunting, does it not? He did not comprehend the necessity of allying with Bravos, considering its considerable distance, which might render it ineffective in critical moments. Why not foster good relations with our natural allies, Tyrosh and Myr? Ivica and Destin are currently in Myr. Myr has yet to express any position, likely waiting for us to initiate negotiations so they can dictate their terms. If we can establish rapport with them, they might even hand over Ivica and Destin to us, thus eliminating future troubles. As Lysandro rambled on, Cayman displayed his characteristic squint-eyed smile. The abolition of slavery is not an urgent matter. We still have the construction of True Dragon City to attend to, roads to build, and estates to expand into towns. There is much to accomplish. Therefore, we shall engage in discussions with Bravos at a leisurely pace. They are more anxious than we, eager for a suitable ally to constrain Volantis. As long as the funds are in place and the interest favorable, all will be well. Moreover, we possess popular commodities such as fresh salt, which Bravos would undoubtedly covet. As for Ivica and Destin, they are mere rodents. Not only they, but even Tylos, Myr, and Volantis are of little concern. Two entities ensnared in war and a self-proclaimed daughter of Valyria. By the time they realize they ought to contend with me, my sword will have been sharpened. In truth, Common harbors a degree of disdain for these free trading city-states. In this era of slow communication, he is confident he can outmaneuver them. Within 3 years, he will demonstrate to Tylos, Myr, and Volantis the meaning of distant diplomacy coupled with nearby aggression. Chapter 37. Old Sam. Just as Common was conversing with Lysandro, a melodious chime resonated, signaling mealtime. Let us dine at the construction site today. Very well. I shall have a separate meal prepared for you, replied Lysandro as he turned to depart. Common remained, continuing to inspect the progress of the construction. True Dragon City is designed as a pseudo-square fortress, covering approximately 45,000 acres, with watchports serving as the southern gateway. Additionally, 2 port city gates and 5 inland city gates will be constructed. The completion of True Dragon City will require several years. It has been nearly a month since work commenced, and only the foundation of Watchport has been laid. Commander, welcome to supervise the construction progress. While Common ambled about, a somewhat aged voice emerged from behind him. Sam Castro, the chief overseer of True Dragon City, was a senior slave from the Bay of Slaves, sold to Common due to his advanced age. However, Common did not regard Sam's age unfavorably. In fact, the older one is, the more experienced they become. It is fortuitous that he could also train apprentices, thereby expanding the workforce. Old Sam, did I not grant you permission to rest? Why are you wandering about? Common frowned, genuinely concerned that the heat might prove too much for the old fellow. Fear not, Commander. I have endured harsher conditions than this. My health is not a concern. Sam replied, his upper body bare, clad only in coarse trousers, glistening with sweat. As long as you are aware of your limits. I spent 3 gold dragons to bring you here, Common reminded him. Take good care of your apprentices. Once you have trained 21 competent ones, I shall establish a construction bureau and appoint you as the director. Common had become adept at painting grand visions, effortlessly crafting a promising future for the 50-year-old Sam. Old Sam, now 50, had often been promised such dreams by his previous masters, thus he did not take Common's words to heart. To be frank, he had consumed more promises than he had built walls or houses. However, gratitude must be expressed. Thank you for your consideration, my esteemed leader. Old Sam bowed in respect. As for training 21 apprentices, that task is quite simple. The construction of True Dragon City is currently underway, serving as a ready-made curriculum, with appropriate teaching materials. Learning accelerates remarkably. Common patted old Sam on the shoulder in encouragement, disregarding the sweat that adorned his hands. How long do you think it will take to complete True Dragon City? Approximately 5 years. The compensation you offer is exceedingly generous, and no one desires to relinquish such a position. The laborers recruited demand 200 copper coins for their daily wages alone. In addition, they are provided with 3 meals a day, with lunch featuring meat. This is far more lucrative than farming. Were it not for common stipulation that only one person per household could participate, the laborers would be eager to bring their entire family's workforce. However, sustaining long-term employment is not without its challenges. They are divided into groups of 20, and any lack of enthusiasm may lead to immediate dismissal. Common has appointed numerous foremen and sometimes discreetly observes their efforts himself. Previously, he often criticized leadership for their vigilant oversight. Now, as the owner, he feels compelled to monitor every laborer with utmost scrutiny, even disallowing the resting of carts. Common paused momentarily before continuing. I will continually recruit more workers. Their experience will inevitably increase, thereby accelerating the construction progress. This is only natural. The more laborers there are, the quicker the pace. How many do you intend to recruit in total? Approximately 20,000, in batches. In 2 months, the spring wheat harvesting season will arrive. At that time, I will send these individuals back for a while, as the harvest cannot suffer any mishaps. It is now May, with spring wheat set to be harvested in mid-July, leaving about 2 months. Although the yield of these farmers is less than half that of estate fields, the quantity must remain intact, devoid of any unforeseen circumstances. Not only must their harvest be secure, but Common also plans to invest in acquiring grain. Ideally, every granary should be filled to capacity. As Common walked alongside Sam, they soon arrived at the area designated for the laborers' meals. Dubbed the dining area, it was merely a corner piled with construction debris. The laborers gathered in small groups, seated atop the refuse. Upon seeing Common's arrival, they set down their bowls and utensils to greet him. You have all worked hard. As temperatures rise, starting tomorrow, I will arrange for saltwater provisions. Thank you for your generosity and kindness, my lord. May the gods bless you. The laborers expressed their joy. If they could receive a bowl of salt water in the afternoon, they would possess greater vigor for their work, avoiding fatigue. In truth, they were already quite content. Each day's lunch was richly flavored with salt, and they were even served a bowl of greasy meat soup. Previously, they might have gone months without tasting meat soup. Now, they enjoyed it daily. Observing the enthusiastic and cheering laborers, Cayman smiled and remarked, "There is no need for such excitement. As your leader, it is my duty to strive for a better life for you all." In truth, the laborers were consuming the byproducts of salt production, remnants deemed inferior. Yet, even these scraps were far more palatable and healthier than the yellow salt granules they had previously endured. Chapter 38. It turns out to be him, the valiant Wymond. It is our honor to be your subjects. F. Rare, a robust man, bowed respectfully to Cayman. Although they were nominally all free citizens of Riss, they existed in 2 entirely distinct worlds compared to those residing within the city of Riss. The city, built upon an island, served as the absolute core. Those inhabiting the contested lands, having seen their homes conquered by Riss, were merely subjects under Riss's dominion. Oftentimes, the tax collectors from Riss could hardly be bothered to impose taxes in these disputed territories, and when they did, it was primarily aimed at the landowners entrenched in the contested regions. However, with Cayman's arrival, the political epicenter shifted to the Mogos Plain. For the nearby farmers, this could very well be the most fortuitous event of their lives. As Cayman developed the Mogos Plain and the disputed woodlands, these individuals would find themselves soaring to new heights, akin to piglets riding the winds of fortune. I too am delighted to be your leader. You are the most genuine of people, the true future of Riss. Cayman stepped forward to pat the broad-shouldered man on the shoulder, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. In reality, they were far from simple farmers. As the saying goes, in impoverished mountains and treacherous waters, cunning men emerge. This group would not hesitate to sacrifice 10 lives for a single well. Such was their nature. Cayman's characterization of them as the most genuine individuals was merely a ploy to win their favor, to speak sweetly, as long as they obediently complied. In Cayman's eyes, they would indeed be the most genuine of souls. Just as Cayman's words dissipated into the air, the unique roar of Igilas resonated, descending from the sky in an instant. Months had passed, and Igilas had grown considerably, now averaging over half a meter each month. The juvenile stage of a dragon is the period of most rapid growth. It is not until after 5 years that their growth rate begins to taper. Presently, Igilas measured over 2 meters, including its tail. It would surely not be long before it could soar through the clouds with Cayman upon its back. The laborers had witnessed Igilas on numerous occasions, yet each time it appeared before them, they could not help but observe it with reverence. They marveled at the divine magnificence capable of creating such a formidable creature. Igilas's scales shimmered with a metallic luster under the sun, and its golden slit pupils regarded the surrounding laborers with disdain. Whether it was due to the golden saplings or the ancient dragon egg from which Igilas was birthed, it was far more intelligent than Cayman had anticipated, exhibiting a wisdom that surpassed that of ordinary dragons. This exceptional intelligence also rendered Igilas exceedingly proud. Apart from Common, Igilas regarded everyone else as contemptible bipeds, mere slaves. After affectionately nuzzling Common, Igilas surveyed the laborers around him, his demeanor shifting to one of fierce hostility as he turned. The dragon's expression changed so swiftly that those nearby were momentarily stunned, unable to react. Common gave Igilas's neck a hearty rub. With a wave of his hand, Igilas leapt into action. The pair departed from the dining area of the laborers. Upon returning to his temporary abode in Watchport, a sumptuous lunch awaited him: soft white bread, succulent roasted meat, fried eggs, bacon, jam, and gin. Though somewhat conventional, the flavors were palatable. He took a seat at the table and cut a piece to savor. Marwan's culinary skills improved daily, yet Common pondered when he might master the art of stir-frying. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked that the meat suddenly tasted rather bland. He craved spice, fiery heat, the kind that makes one hesitate to relieve oneself. The known world possessed chili peppers, yet he could scarcely recall the last time he indulged in something explosively spicy, especially a fiery hot pot. Marwan's cooking typically featured only a hint of black pepper, which hardly qualified as spicy. Damn the continent of Essos, where temperatures soared compared to Westeros. Common felt an urgent desire to venture north to the Seven Kingdoms. Just the thought of enjoying a mouth-numbing hot pot in such a frigid setting sent shivers of delight through him. If he contemplated it any longer, he felt he might explode. Supreme Leader, you have guessed yet another matter correctly. Lysandra laid down her knife and fork. Common paused slightly. For having watched House of the Dragon, he had numerous schemes and forecasts, and was momentarily at a loss as to which matter Lysandra referred. A delegation from House Valyrian had arrived, and the emissary claimed to possess a letter meant for his hands alone. However, the Valyrian envoy was unaware of his presence in Watchport and was making his way from Lys, expected to arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. Lysandra, seeming to perceive Common's awkwardness, promptly recounted the events. Common understood immediately. Preparations for tomorrow were essential. House Valyrian was a significant player in the Grand Triangle, and neglecting them was not an option. What is the name of the Valyrian envoy? He inquired. Waymond Valyrian, who claims to be the nephew of Corlys Valyrian. So it was him. Waymond Valyrian left quite an impression in the series, boldly accusing Rhaenyra of being a harlot before receiving a grievous blow from Daemon that severed half his head. While it was true that Rhaenyra had engaged in an affair and bore 3 bastards, to openly declare such a scandal in front of King Viserys I and others was nothing short of audacious. Who was unaware that King Viserys I had a particular fondness for his daughter. It was akin to delivering a slap to the old king's face. Chapter 39. Look. Again in a hurry the following day, the sky was overcast, and torrential rain fell upon the earth. After a prolonged absence, the much-needed downpour arrived. Without it, I would surely be scorched. Carmen stood on the balcony, extending his hand outside, feeling the unrelenting baptism of the rain. The environment here in Watchtower is indeed less comfortable than that of Rhys. Perhaps you should consider returning to Rhys, Lysandro suggested, standing beside Carmen. Carmen gently shook his head. He realized that no matter how many times he explained, Lysandro remained oblivious to the significance of the land. I have faith that Lear can manage Rhys competently, while my duty is to reorganize the chaotic, contested territories. You place great importance on the contested lands, Lysandro remarked. Of course, land equates to population and military strength. Remaining in Rhys would squander the resources of the Morgause Plains and the disputed forests. You can still issue orders for the development of the contested lands from Rhys, Lysandro added, twisting the jade ring on his thumb. No one would dare to defy your commands, I assure you. That is not the issue. It is simply that the city of Rhys is not suited to serve as the imperial capital, Lysandro continued, but his hand abruptly halted its movement. The imperial capital? Carmen turned, a mysterious smile gracing his face. The imperial capital. We are the true heirs of Valyria. The Second Valyrian Empire shall rise beneath our feet. Tylosai and Miltos will become the sustenance of the empire, contributing their value for its flourishing. With a thunderous roar, lightning rent the dark clouds asunder. Lysandro gazed at Carmen's face illuminated by the electric light, suddenly realizing he had underestimated his uncle. He had thought that Carmen's ambition was merely to establish a new Targaryen dynasty in Rhys. However, he now understood that Carmen aspired to resurrect Valyria in the contested lands. No wonder. Lysandro finally grasped why Carmen had meticulously chosen his mistress. Another clap of thunder echoed, followed by a knock at the door. Supreme Leader. The envoy from the Valyrian family has arrived, announced a maid from outside. Take him to the hall. I shall come shortly, Carmen instructed. Understood. After the maid departed, Carmen beckoned the dazed Lysandro to follow him to the hall. Soon, they encountered the Valyrian envoy, Wyman Valyrian. Lightning illuminated the sky as bright as day. Wyman first surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon Carmen. You must be Carmen. I have heard that your mother is Rhaenyra Targaryen. Seemingly unimpressed by the simplicity of the manner, Wyman regarded Carmen with a hint of disdain. Mind your words, Wyman Valyrian. You ought to afford me a modicum of respect. Should you speak so again, I shall sever your tongue, even if it incurs the wrath of Count Corlys. Carmen's tone remained calm, yet it rendered Wyman's countenance stiff, leaving him at a loss for words. And the letter from Count Corlys? Hand it over, and you may depart, Carmen directly requested of Wyman. Regarding the manner of speech exhibited by Waymond, one cannot fathom how Corlys could entrust him with the delivery of messages. Carmen had never encountered such a foolish envoy. Arrogant, conceited, and speaking without the engagement of reason, he was indeed as dim-witted as Bernik and his eldest son. With a grim expression, Waymond produced the letter and handed it to Carmen, followed by a disdainful snort before he turned to exit through the grand doors. Carmen did not even see him off. Instead, he sat at the table and opened the envelope. An imbecile like Waymond held no value for forging alliances. As Waymond, in a foul mood, opened the door, a dark shadow suddenly descended from the heavens. A roar erupted nearby. Startled, Waymond stumbled and fell, scrambling backward on hands and knees. The beast, Icarus, charged into the manor without harming Waymond. Instead, it brushed past him and approached Carmen. Dear envoy Waymond, do exercise caution and fret not. Icarus is quite astute. More so than some. Lysandro jested, his tone dripping with teasing sarcasm. Waymond quickly regained his footing, shot a furious glare at Lysandro, and then fled, disappearing into the downpour. Well done, Prince Icarus. This should serve as a profound lesson for him. Lysandro gave a thumbs up to Icarus. The creature cast a glance at Lysandro, shook off the remnants of rainwater, and settled comfortably at Carmen's feet. With the letter in his left hand, Carmen read, while his right hand dangled, stroking Icarus, who exhaled steam. Count Corlys has consented to our alliance, albeit with numerous stipulations, Carmen declared, raising the letter. Lysandro stepped forward to take the document and read it intently. Corlys had agreed to Carmen's proposal for an alliance, but had presented 5 conditions. 1. Withdraw from the Tri-City Alliance and publicly oppose Tylos's dominion over the Stairs Islands. 2. Deploy troops to restrain Mill and apply pressure on them. 3. Provide military supplies for the Valyrian family's navy, including replenishment of warships. 4. Grant him exclusive rights to sell salt and gold wine in Westeros. 5. Marry Lysene Valyrian and relocate to Driftmark. Upon reading the 5th condition, Lysandro's expression shifted to one of alarm. We absolutely cannot acquiesce to Corlys's demands. He is asking for an exorbitant price, his appetite rivaling that of a sea monster. See, you're already agitated. Carmen lightly tapped the table. The terms are negotiable. As for your greatest concern regarding the 5th clause, rest assured, I shall never betray Sandralia. Carmen's words caused Lysandro's face to flush crimson, for he had been caught in his own apprehension, which was rather embarrassing. Lysandro had genuinely feared that Carmen might concede to Corlys's conditions. Lysene commanded the largest and oldest dragon in existence, a widely acknowledged fact. To marry her would be tantamount to gaining a formidable dragon at the pinnacle of its power, battle-hardened and unparalleled. Chapter 40. The Codex and Tax. Do we need to send someone to negotiate again? Lysandro awkwardly shifted the topic. Carmen discerned his subtle apprehension, but had no intention of pressing Lysandro further. There's no need to rush. We are not the ones waging war, so why the urgency? Simply send word to Corlys, informing him that I invite him to Dragon City for a face-to-face discussion regarding an alliance. Will that suffice? I fear Corlys may be reluctant to take such risks. It is perilous. Lysandro's brow furrowed in concern. He will come. Corlys is not me, and Icarus is still immature. Whereas the Valyrian family possesses 3 dragons that have seen the battlefield. Carmen was resolute that Corlys would agree to meet him. If Corlys does not come, then I shall not take the risk of venturing to the battlefield. A competent leader would never place himself in jeopardy. Shall I make the arrangements now? Go ahead. Lysandro bowed, and then turned to leave. Hiss, The remnants of moisture on Igara's had evaporated. It affectionately rubbed against Common's right hand, emitting a soft, endearing sound. What Common needed most at this moment was time. Whether it was developing the Morgos plains, or the disputed woodlands, or even Igara's, all required time, at least 5 years. As Common reclined in his chair with his eyes closed, a pair of gentle hands began to massage his temples. Perhaps you should take a few days to rest, came the voice of Reka. Since that day Common had cautioned her, she had become entirely subdued. She followed him like a devoted wife, even more so than Lysandro. No, I am not fatigued. I am merely contemplating our next actions and, incidentally, organizing a navy. Reka felt a surge of joy but concealed it. The current surroundings were indeed unstable, and a standing navy was essential to safeguard the security of Lys and Watcher S Harbor. Common opened his eyes, gazing up at Reka's visage. This navy will be under your command, but you are not permitted to travel to the Summer Isles for the next 2 years, understand? Understood. Rest assured, everything will be as you dictate. You are my cornerstone. She allowed Common to rest his head upon her chest, her hands continuing their tender ministrations on his temples. Common nodded gently, thoroughly pleased with the current state of Reka. Both Johanna and Reka had become quite obedient, particularly Johanna, who was remarkably astute. 2 months flew by, ushering in the 7th month of the year. The outline of Dragon City had begun to take shape, with the foundation of the central structure, the Dragon Hall, firmly established. In the square designated in front of the hall, Common gathered all the workers. The construction of Dragon City is to be temporarily halted. All must return to the fields to harvest grain. The land tax is 1/10, and the head tax is 60 copper. If anyone wishes to sell their grain, I shall buy it all at market price. As Common concluded his announcement, a slight stir rippled through the crowd, but it quickly subsided. They had long been prepared for the tax. In the past, they were so impoverished that they resorted to gnawing on tree bark. Rhys was reluctant to squander time squeezing them dry, allowing them to merely survive. Now, however, their lives are improving, and taxation has become an inevitable reality. Moreover, Common had promulgated the True Dragon Code a month prior. During the workers' evening meals, he arranged for literate individuals to read aloud from the Codex. The True Dragon Code is divided into 3 main sections: the Criminal Code, the Legal Code, and the Civil Code, with taxation explicitly outlined in the Civil Code. After prolonged readings, the workers grasped some of its contents. The construction site was rife with regulations, and repeated violations beyond 3 instances would result in dismissal. No one wished to relinquish such a favorable job, so everyone adhered to the rules with utmost caution. They had been subtly transformed, growing accustomed to compliance and taking pride in it. Thus, upon hearing that the land tax and head tax would officially commence this year, their initial unrest quickly subsided. They earned 200 copper coins daily, while the head tax was a mere 60 coins. As for the 1/10 land tax, it was hardly a concern. The fertile lands had been seized by the landowners through various means, leaving each family with an average of 2 acres of barren soil and a meager yield. Had it not been for Common instructing them to return and collect their grain, they would prefer to let it rot in the fields rather than abandon their work. After all, a pound of rye cost only 12 copper coins, and they could net 200 copper coins in a day, along with a bowl of meat soup. 10,000 workers were gradually sent back. Among them was the 30-year-old Abba, who returned to his thatched hut with a heavy heart. Inside the diminutive abode, there was no decent furniture, only a rather antiquated wooden stump serving as their dining table. He plopped down on the stump, his face etched with despair. "My dear, why are you back so soon?" Abba's wife, heavily pregnant, rose from the straw bed, her face displaying concern. "Were you dismissed?" Annie bit her lip. "Do not worry, my love. You have already worked for a month and a half. Our child will surely thrive." Although her heart ached, Annie mustered a smile to comfort her husband. "You have saved 9 silver coins for our child, just as the wheat is ready in the fields. I shall join you in harvesting." Abba rose to relinquish the stump to his wife, then sighed. "It is not as you think. The leader has commanded all of us to return home to gather grain, assuring us that he will purchase it without limit." Abba recounted Common's orders in detail, and only then did Annie feel reassured. "Let us not sell the grain. After paying the taxes, we shall keep the remainder for ourselves, shall we?" Annie gently cradled her belly, for the grain was her lifeline, affording her immense security. She did not wish to part with it. Chapter 41. The Envoy of Bravos. The head tax is mandatory, applicable to the common folk within Rhys City as well. The 9th month of each year is designated for tax collection. To be precise, taxation commences in August and concludes in September. The commercial tax in the city of Rhys is 1/10. The majority of tax revenue is derived from establishments such as brothels, blanket merchants, perfumers, and blacksmiths who craft long daggers, with the blanket trade being particularly significant. The blankets of Rys are renowned worldwide, leading many artisans to profit from their craftsmanship. In addition to these, numerous affluent traders generously sponsor artists, actors, and sculptors, who also contribute significantly to the tax base. The demand for beauty and pleasure permeates every aspect of life for the people of Rys, thus rendering the industries associated with it as pillars of taxation. Last year, Rys's tax revenue reached 600,000 gold dragons, with 70% sourced from industries devoted to the pursuit of beauty and pleasure. On the first day of August, news once again emanated from the True Dragon Palace, a year of tax exemption. This includes the commercial tax, land tax, and head tax. Concurrently, various unreasonable taxes, such as window tax and cesspool tax, were abolished. These taxes were primarily means for the governor's council to amass wealth, with bizarre levies appearing annually. Common directly abolished these taxes, simultaneously decreeing that only commercial tax, land tax, and head tax would be collected henceforth. As news of the tax exemption spread, Common's reputation ascended to new heights. He was hailed as the visionary Common, and some referred to him as the benevolent Dragon King. Additionally, a plethora of peculiar titles emerged, all extolling Common's achievements. This also prompted a surge of minstrels who composed poetry in his honor, some of whom were mercenaries hired by Common, while others simply followed the trend. Praising Common has become a unique custom in Rys. It seems that at some point, as long as a minstrel sings a ballad in praise of Common, an audience will gather to watch and reward. The tale of Common's rise from illegitimacy to dragon tamer is a subject of much fascination, accompanied by numerous theatrical performances. In the controversial locale of True Dragon City, work has resumed with 15,000 laborers diligently toiling. Common has invested a substantial sum into this endeavor. He has meticulously selected 3 sites to establish new salt fields and plans to open a new distillery as well. Although fresh salt powder, fine liquor, and beauty soap are all consumables, the demand for fresh salt powder evidently surpasses the latter two. Particularly, with the expansion of production, the market demand for beauty soap has stabilized. Meanwhile, fine liquor faces stiff competition from numerous substitutes, with many locally produced spirits rivaling its quality. In most regions, the reception of fine liquor is merely satisfactory, as many prefer to indulge in more affordable alternatives. However, in the north of Westeros, fine liquor remains perpetually in short supply. The north, shrouded in snow for much of the year, regards fine liquor as a treasure among the nobility, leading to extensive stockpiling for the long nights. This immense demand has prompted Common to contemplate establishing a factory in the north. Yet, regardless of the allure of beauty soap or the charm of golden liquor, they pale in comparison to the soaring demand for fresh salt powder. Following an initial surge in prices, the cost of 1 pound of fresh salt powder has skyrocketed to 80 golden dragons. Even though an increase in production may lead to a price decline for Cayman, fresh salt powder remains exceedingly lucrative. At the height of the bustling construction in Jinlong City, a Grand Violet ship sailed into Watchport. After docking, a dozen individuals disembarked. Leading them was an elderly man, flanked closely by 3 middle-aged men clad in black garments. The remaining 10 were armored guards. Is this truly Watchport? Jorn Sinton surveyed his surroundings. Although Watchport had expanded more than twice its original size, it was still far inferior when compared to Bravos' Purple Harbor. Indeed, my lord Jorn. This is the only port in the disputed territory of Lys. Harden, dressed entirely in black, stood steadfastly by Jorn's side. He was Bravos' finest swordsman, tasked by the Sea King to protect the administrator Jorn Sinton during negotiations in Lys. Governor Lys, or rather, the F. Frere, was quite peculiar, neglecting the city of Lys to venture into this wilderness. Jorn's disdain simmered beneath the surface, though he kept his countenance neutral. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from above. A massive black dragon soared past, heading towards a distant estate. The rumors proved true. Cayman was indeed a dragon rider, commanding a fearsome black dragon. Jorn fixated on the retreating silhouette of the dragon. How swiftly it flew. According to our intelligence, this black dragon had hatched only in the 2nd month of this year. In a mere 6 months, it had grown to such a size, estimated at over 3 meters. Jorn's brow furrowed. In just 6 months, 3 meters. This growth rate surpassed that of the first-generation dragons recorded in the Academy of Black and White. It was said that this dragon hatched from a fossilized egg, perhaps a decree from the divine. Harden, momentarily at a loss for explanation, could only attribute it to divine will. If this truly were divine intent, it should have manifested in Bravos, and the black dragon ought to have emerged there. Jorn inhaled deeply, a wave of jealousy washing over him. Had this black dragon been born in Bravos, the city would have rewritten the entire landscape of Essos, toppling every slave master. Alas, there was no room for hypotheticals. The first dragon of Essos had been born in Lys, upon the shoulders of a bastard. This journey to Lys bore a resolute command from the Sea King. Lys must abolish slavery and ally with Braavos. Thus, once the Sea King dealt with Pentos, he would join forces with Lys to eradicate Tyrosh and Mir. The entire western expanse of Essos would witness the obliteration of any slave-holding city-states. At that time, Braavos would possess the strength and alliances to confront the eastern dominion of Volantis head-on. Chapter 42, Manor Number 1. As the saying goes, timing is everything. In the Grand Hall, Yorn and Lysandro exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily enveloped in silence. "Are you saying your leader has gone to work in the fields?" Yorn inquired, his expression a mix of disbelief and curiosity after a prolonged pause. "Well, not exactly to work, but rather to instruct the farmers on cultivation," Lysandro clarified. "A young merchant teaching farmers how to farm. Do you truly believe that?" He twirled the jade ring on his finger, observing Yorn's continued skepticism. "If you doubt me, you may accompany me to Manor Number 1, where our leader is not far away." Exchanging a glance with Hardin, Yorn nodded. "Very well, I shall accompany you. But should this prove to be a deception, there will be no need to discuss the alliance. Rest assured, there is no deceit here. I shall arrange for the carriages at once." Lysandro summoned 3 carriages, sharing one with Yorn, accompanied by Hardin. Everywhere they looked, laborers toiled diligently, their sweat glistening but failing to diminish the smiles adorning their faces. This scene astonished Yorn. "It seems these workers hold great affection for your leader. They remain cheerful even in this sweltering heat." "That may be so, but ultimately, it all comes down to compensation," Lysandro replied. "Our leader has mentioned that they are not foolish. They understand who can provide a better life for them. The adage, where there is milk, there is a mother, remains ever relevant." "What do they earn in a day? 50 coppers? Yorn queried. "If they truly earned 50 coppers, that would indeed be a commendable wage," Lysandro replied. "In the purple harbor of Braavos, dock workers toil all day for merely 30 coppers. If they can earn around 50 coppers here, that is indeed remarkable." 50 coppers is not quite accurate, Lysandro admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. "In this oppressive heat, they receive a fixed daily wage of 200 coppers, along with an additional 80 coppers as a heat allowance." Yorn was taken aback. "Did you just say you pay these laborers 280 coppers a day?" "They are not merely laborers, Mr. Yorn. Here, wealth allows one to enjoy everything. Yet, under the laws enacted by our leader, all are equal. This is the current state of affairs in Lys. Wealth affords privileges, but one must adhere to the rules established by Cayman, known as the True Dragon Code." Yorn regarded Lysandro with thoughtful interest, a flicker of curiosity about Cayman igniting within him. This leader seemed to diverge from the typical mold of rulers. "What is the total number of individuals you have recruited for road construction, housing, wall building, and tree planting?" 10,000, with plans for more in the near future," Lysandro answered without hesitation. This was no secret in Lys. Many recruitment or conscription initiatives were announced in advance by Cayman. 10,000, Yorn exclaimed, genuinely astonished. 1 gold dragon can be exchanged for 10,000 coppers. That amounts to 280 gold dragons a day, though it may appear modest at first glance. When one accounts for the construction materials and various sundry expenses, the monthly sum accumulates to a considerable amount. The workers' wages represent but a small fraction. The lion's share is taken up by building materials, stones, timber, none of which can be casually gathered. The grandeur of True Dragon City raises a pertinent question. Can your financial chain withstand such demands? Yorn turned his gaze towards Lysandro. Indeed, the financial chain can endure. Despite the expenditure flowing like water, the 3 treasures of the Free Trade Guild generate income at a pace surpassing even that. Lysandro donned a well-measured expression of exasperation before letting out a sigh, due to the stringent confidentiality measures in place. Yorn remained blissfully unaware of the substantial profits derived from fresh salt powder. In truth, its cost is lower than that of fine wine and beauty soap. With all raw materials sourced from the sea, an inexhaustible bounty. Even sea worms thrive in controversial coastal habitats. Observing Lysandro's sighs, Yorn maintained a facade of indifference, yet inwardly rejoiced. A lack of funds is indeed advantageous. Braavos thrives on its financial sector, and the mountains of gold coins within the iron vault await. Braavos possesses wealth while Lys grapples with scarcity. Thus, the initiative in this alliance falls squarely into the hands of Braavos. Before long, the carriage jolted its way to Manor 1, which is destined to expand into Town 1. Cayman, lacking the inclination to name it creatively, resorted to the simplest designation. Although not yet formally expanded, The removal of the external fence has already revealed the nascent shape of a town. Fields are cultivated, wooden houses stand in neat rows, and essential structures such as bakeries, wells, livestock pens, and stables abound. Jorn could even glimpse nearby blacksmith and tailor shops. Is this what you call a manor? This is unmistakably a thriving little town. Jorn surveyed the scene before him, casting aside any prior disdain he held for Kamen and Lys. Prior to his arrival, he had gathered extensive intelligence regarding Kamen, aware that he possessed numerous manors. Should each one flourish to this extent, Kamen's strength may well exceed his estimations. Given a few more years, it is conceivable that he could govern all of Lys to such prosperity. Jorn, learned and astute, foresaw that maintaining such a thriving state would see Lys's population double within a decade. At that point, Lys could very well possess the capacity to confront Volantis directly on land. This would bring immense advantages to Braavos. Should Lys indeed flourish, it would emerge as a thorn in the throat of Volantis, serving as an ally to Braavos. If war were to erupt between Lys and Volantis, it would be even more fortuitous. Braavos would not only profit from the conflict, but could also weaken Volantis, achieving two objectives with one stroke. Lysander took the lead, guiding the group while explaining, "This is the primary estate under the Free Trade Guild, set to undergo significant expansion beginning in October, likely tripling its size. Only then can it truly be considered a small town." Chapter 43. The beginning of alliances. As the group walked and explored, Lysander frequently provided commentary. However, upon passing a grand circular building, he suddenly grew taciturn. The immense structure was surrounded by barricades, with guards clad in leather armor patrolling the vicinity. "What is this? Are they producing fresh salt powder inside?" exclaimed Jorn, his eyes glimmering with curiosity as if he wished to see through the building's walls. Lysander regarded the massive fertilizer factory with an odd expression. "Indeed, fine goods are produced here, albeit in stark contrast to fresh salt powder. Adding the products from this establishment to your meals would yield a rather indescribable flavor. Well, consider it our secret. There is nothing of interest here. Let us move on, for we shall soon meet the Chancellor," Lysander replied vaguely, continuing onward. Jorn longed to gaze further, even to enter for a closer inspection, but alas, Lysander had already moved on, leaving him no choice but to hasten after him. The estate's farmland was extensively cultivated, often clustered in large heaps. "I have reiterated countless times that we must practice crop rotation. You scoundrel, why do you persist in sowing wheat year-round? Do you consider my words mere nonsense?" Even before Jorn could spot anyone, the sound of a furious reprimand reached his ears. Following the noise, he beheld a youth barefoot in the earth, wielding a shovel single-handedly. "That is our Chancellor. He possesses a certain sternness. That unfortunate lad is in for it," Lysander indicated, pointing at Kamen. "I can see it. He seems intent on delivering a harsh punishment to that slave." Jorn nodded seriously. However, one aspect puzzled him. Why did some individuals wear slave collars while others did not? With keen observation, Jorn discerned that the majority were indeed slaves, yet some were unencumbered by collars. Those individuals are esteemed producers. Upon being recognized as such, they regain their freedom. Our Chancellor abhors slavery. Were it not for the surrounding city-states that practice slavery, the institution would have been abolished the moment he took office. Thus, our Chancellor provides these slaves with an opportunity for freedom. With diligent labor, they can not only reclaim their liberty, but may even receive land as a reward. Jorn felt a surge of joy at this revelation. It was undoubtedly good news for him that Kamen detested slavery. Just as Kamen was chastising the lad before him, he suddenly heard his name called. Turning around, he saw Lysander approaching with a group of unfamiliar individuals. "Lysander, who are these people?" "Chancellor, this is Jorn Sinton, the envoy from Braavos." "The envoy from Braavos?" Coleman exchanged a discreet glance with Lysandro and instantly understood. So, it was an envoy sent by the Sea King. "Let us first visit the Lord of the Manor. I shall take this opportunity to freshen up." As he spoke, Coleman rubbed the dirt from his hands. "We shall trouble the Chancellor. Then," said Jorn, a smile gracing his lips. Coleman was well aware of Jorn's intentions. The alliance between their factions seemed inevitable. The only matter for negotiation was how much benefit Coleman could extract from Jorn. At the manor, after refreshing himself and tidying his appearance, Coleman entered the hall. Jorn was savoring a new local delicacy, the strongest gin. "Do you have a penchant for strong spirits?" Coleman inquired leisurely as he sat down across from Jorn. "Strong liquor is seldom favored. Most prefer to dilute it with water. Thus, lower-proof gin enjoys greater popularity." Jorn was the first person Coleman had encountered who appreciated the finer qualities of potent alcohol. "The stronger, the better. I used to drink wine from Dorn, but since gin has emerged, I can hardly part with it," Jorn remarked. Few have a taste for high-proof gin. When you return, I shall gift you 50 barrels. I am most grateful, Chancellor, Kalman replied, not refusing the gift. Kalman smiled, pleased by Yorn's easy acceptance, which indicated a strong likelihood of his commitment to the alliance. In light of this, there was no need for protracted bargaining. That would only squander time. I believe we need not engage in further negotiations. Tyros and Mir are nothing but fools. Lys requires new allies, and I am inclined to abolish slavery. Kalman spoke plainly, and Yorn's eyes flickered with interest. The Chancellor intended to abolish slavery, but had yet to take action. Was he facing some obstacle? The crux of the matter arrived as Kalman straightened his posture. Lys possesses a vast number of slaves. Those with skills can be hired. However, most are ordinary slaves, and once they regain their freedom, their survival becomes a pressing issue. I can arrange for them to learn agriculture and self-sustenance, but both endeavors require time. Until then, I must financially support them to ensure stability in Lys. The problem is, I am out of funds, and borrowing would incur exorbitant interest. Kalman's gaze fixed intently on Yorn. His meaning was unmistakable. If Bravos could provide an interest-free or low-interest loan, Lys could abolish slavery at any moment. Chapter 44. Yorn's calculations. Yorn took a leisurely sip of his drink. If it were merely a matter of finances, that would be easily resolved. He set down his cup with a grin. Are you suggesting I borrow from the Iron Bank? Indeed. I can take the initiative and represent the Iron Bank in lending Lys 200,000 gold dragons. Would that suffice? Yorn's face gleamed with pride. Directly lending 200,000 gold dragons was a feat only the Iron Bank of Bravos could achieve. Carmen displayed a troubled expression. Indeed, the amount is sufficient. But the interest from the Iron Vault is exorbitant. I cannot accept it. You have seen for yourself that there are numerous expenses at present. Yorn's eyelids flickered. He realized that his counterpart was waiting for him here. The interest could be negotiated, as allies surely would not adhere to the rates imposed on outsiders. Upon hearing this, Carmen immediately waved his hand in refusal. With 400,000 gold dragons, I could expand a small town. How about 40,000 gold dragons? Yorn's eyes widened in astonishment. My lord, please do not jest. 40,000 gold dragons? Are you truly serious? I am most certainly serious. As allies, it is only natural to assist one another in development, is it not? Yoren found himself momentarily speechless. After all, over 40 years. The interest on 40,000 gold dragons was hardly different from having no interest at all. The proposed interest was far too low. How about 200,000 gold dragons for 40 years? Surely, that is acceptable? Yoren believed he had presented a very reasonable offer. However, Carmen had no intention of paying even a single coin in interest. Nevertheless, he was indeed short on funds at the moment, with income and expenditure nearly balanced. If he could secure 200 million gold dragons at a low interest rate, it would be a commendable option. Then there is nothing to discuss. My finances are quite strained, yet I can manage to hold on for a while longer, at most halting work temporarily. I will never part with gold to pay exorbitant interest. 40,000 gold dragons is my bottom line. If that is not feasible, then Lysene may remain with the Three Cities Alliance for the time being. After all, I have time in abundance. Carmen reclined in his chair, appearing nonchalant. He was in no hurry. As the production of fresh salt powder gradually increased, the gold he received would only multiply, and Igaras would continue to grow. Carmen feared nothing more than delay. Yoren's expression darkened. The sum of 40,000 gold dragons was simply too paltry. 200 million gold dragons, if lent out over 40 years, would yield at least 500,000 gold dragons in interest. 40,000 gold dragons was already a friendly price. However, the Sea King had issued a firm command to secure Lysene for Bravos. Yoren, feeling increasingly flustered, observed Carmen's indifference, which only fueled his irritation further. My lord Carmen, there is something I must convey to you. According to the information we have received, Tylos is exceedingly dissatisfied with you. Furthermore, Tylos has prepared to take action against Lysene after winning the war for the Stairs Islands. A certain Anders Sandar, a former governor of Lysene, is highly likely to replace your position. All your efforts will become his spoils of victory. Yoren's face bore a serious warning as he spoke. However, Carmen could not contain himself and burst into laughter. I have not heard such an amusing joke in ages. Just based on Tylos and Mill? Winning the war for the Stairs Islands? Ha ha ha. Thank you for the laughter. When I depart, I shall bestow upon you an extra 10 barrels of fine wine. No need for thanks. Yoren's expression darkened further, resembling the bottom of a pot. I am not jesting. Come now, my lord. Do you truly believe that Rhys can withstand the combined onslaught of Telosai and Meal? Cayman gradually let his smile fade. Setting aside whether Telosai and Meal can indeed claim victory, even if they were to triumph, the war would linger for at least 2 years. Upon uttering this, He brought his right hand to his mouth and whistled. Shortly thereafter, the roar of a dragon resonated from above. With a thunderous crash, Igalaz burst through the door, snarling menacingly at Yorn. Hardin was taken aback by the sudden entrance of the black dragon, instinctively retreating behind Yorn. Realizing the awkwardness of his actions, and seeing that no one had noticed his little maneuver, he quickly positioned himself in front of Yorn. His earlier retreat had merely been a reflexive response to shock. Chapter 45. The Second Kingdom Cayman declined the proposal to establish a factory in Braavos. Nevertheless, the alliance with Braavos proceeded smoothly. The two signed a non-binding knightly agreement, stipulating mutual assistance between the two city-states, especially in military matters. After the Braavosi envoy was sent off, Cayman convened all his ministers at the True Dragon Hall. He publicly declared that Rhys had become a relic of the past, and from henceforth, it would fall under the dominion of the Second Kingdom. The royal capital was established at the True Dragon Hall, and the territory formerly controlled by Rhys was renamed the Land of the True Dragon. The royal lineage was designated as the Igalians, with Cayman Igalian himself as the inaugural patriarch. Simultaneously, he formally appointed Lysandro as the head of state, concurrently serving as the Minister of Finance, and Delazek as a financial minister. Mark, Johanna, and Kirill were all officially designated as members of the Round Table Conference. Among them, Mark was the most elated. He had never dreamt that one day he would become a significant figure in the kingdom, especially in a realm established by the Dragon King. Cayman did not immediately establish the Valyrian Second Empire. Rather, he first named the nation the Second Kingdom. The rationale was simple. With his current strength, he was not yet worthy of the title of the Valyrian Second Empire. He lacked the capability to contend simultaneously with the powers of both the Western and Eastern continents. To hastily adopt the name of the Valyrian Second Empire would likely result in a coalition against him from the known world. After all, the powers on both the Eastern and Western continents had some connection to Valyria. Should he proclaim it the Valyrian Second Empire now, it would likely be Braavos that would protest the loudest. Who is unaware that Braavos was once comprised of slaves from Valyria? Their opposition to slavery stems from the fact that they were established by runaway slaves of Valyria. The Second Kingdom serves as a prudent intermediary, one that would not incite fear or hostility among the city-states of the Eastern continent. Cayman could initially establish his supremacy in the world, laying the groundwork for a future renaissance of the Valyrian glory. To commemorate the establishment of the kingdom and the official recognition of the Igalians as the royal family of dragons, he hosted a grand celebration lasting 7 days and nights. After the banquet concluded, Cayman bestowed the title of Prince of Rhys upon the 1-year-old Grace Azorin. Simultaneously, he announced an alliance with Braavos, the abolition of slavery, and the immediate withdrawal from the Triarch's alliance. This series of momentous announcements swiftly swept across the continent of Essos, even reaching Westeros. While many had anticipated such developments, none foresaw Cayman's rapid self-proclamation as the Dragon King and his establishment of a nation in Rhys. In a certain sense, the Second Kingdom that Cayman founded stands as the only true nation on the Essos continent, rather than merely a city-state. Far away in Braavos, the Sea King, despite not having encountered the figure of Yoren Sinton, recognized that Rhys, or rather the Second Kingdom, had declared the abolition of slavery and formed an alliance with Braavos, signifying a success for Yoren Sinton. Consequently, the Sea King decisively responded to the alliance with the Second Kingdom, acknowledging its sovereign status. Following this declaration, he promptly stationed troops along the borders of Pintos and dispatched envoys for amicable negotiations. The Sea King of Braavos was elated. However, the Grand Lord of Tyrosh and the Governor of Myr found themselves in a state of alarm. Initially, they believed that with the presence of Anders, Ivica, and Destin, it was Cayman who would be at a disadvantage. They had anticipated confronting Cayman after the conclusion of the conflict in the Stepstones, compelling him to surrender the manufacturing techniques for products such as salt and beauty soap. Now, with Cayman abolishing slavery and forming an alliance with Braavos, it was they who had found themselves in a precarious position. Should Braavos emerge victorious against Pintos, they would face a united onslaught. Faced with Braavos' invincible fleet and the Sky Sovereign, would they not be utterly overwhelmed? Moreover, they remained mired in the quagmire of the Stepstones conflict. To the south, north, and west lay formidable foes, one wielding dragons, another possessing an unmatched naval fleet, and the last boasting both dragons and a powerful maritime armada. Tyrosh and Myr, for a time, were rendered speechless, hastily dispatching envoys to Volantis in search of assistance. Previously, Tyrosh, Myr, and Rhys had united to resist the incursions of Volantis. Yet now, Tyrosh and Myr found themselves compelled to seek aid from Volantis. Should Volantis not entangle Cayman in disputes over territory, they could very well find themselves cornered into a three-front war. Beneath the surface, tumult brewed within the newly established Second Kingdom. The abolition of slavery felt akin to the severing of flesh. The people of Rhys, who cherished art and indulgence, relied on slaves for labor. Many expressed dissatisfaction towards Camen's decree, viewing slaves as their personal property. The abolition of slavery undeniably stripped them of their possessions, necessitating the hiring of laborers for physical tasks henceforth. In response, Camen asserted that the Second Kingdom championed freedom, allowing anyone the option to depart from its borders, placing the power of choice firmly in their hands. Many individuals continue to clamor for corresponding compensation, yet none have proposed departing from the Second Kingdom. No one is foolish. The Second Kingdom is under the protection of the Dragon King and boasts lucrative commodities such as fresh salt powder, destined to become the preeminent power of the Essos continent. Their desire is merely to seek recompense for their losses. 3 months swiftly elapsed. Ultimately, in the name of the royal family, Camen compensated the Lysene who had lost their slaves at 30% of the market price. After 3 months of negotiation, both parties took a step back. With the low-interest loans from the Iron Treasury, Camen promptly commenced military expansion. Centered around the Storm Brigade, he recruited an additional 20,000 troops, forming the Storm Army. Simultaneously, the estate began to expand towards the town, where many of the liberated slaves possessed literacy and numeracy skills. Upon regaining their freedom, Camen directly recruited these individuals in the name of the king, appointing them as town administrators to collaborate with the original estate overseers on the town's development. Nearly all skilled former slaves were enlisted by Camen. Among them were physician slaves, blacksmith slaves, seamstress slaves, and even gladiators and bed slaves. As long as they possessed a skill, Camen ensured they were suitably placed. Numerous hospitals, steel mills, and textile factories rose rapidly, with 2 million gold coins at his disposal. Many buildings initially in the planning stages could commence construction ahead of schedule. Currently, the production of fresh salt powder has surged to over 3 times its original output, while the production of soap and gold liquor has doubled. A multitude of merchants began docking at Watcher S Harbor. Many Lysene residing on Lys Island also recognized new business opportunities and began relocating their families near True Dragon City. On this day, the True Dragon Palace welcomed a unique visitor. A piercing dragon roar reverberated above the palace as a slender, blood-red giant dragon descended from the heavens. The colossal dragon landed before the True Dragon Palace, its terrifying presence leaving the guards too intimidated to approach, merely observing from a distance. Camen stood by the large window, gazing at the ferocious, roaring bloodworm Corix, while Demon Targaryen, perched upon its back, showed no inclination to dismount. A show of force? How intriguing, Camen mused quietly. If given another decade, should the other party dare to be so arrogant, Camen would certainly test Demon and Corix's mettle. Unfortunately, Igala's is still too small. Even at nearly 5 meters in length after 9 months, it is insignificant before Corix. Corix now measures approximately 50 meters, capable of tearing Igala's apart in a single bite. Let us go meet this roguish prince and see just how roguish he truly is, Camen declared, turning and leading Lysandro towards the exterior of the True Dragon Palace. Upon reaching the outside, both Camen and Lysandro realized just how terrifying Corix truly was, especially with its wings fully unfurled. Boasting a wingspan of at least 140 meters, Lysandro pointed at Corix, gazing at Camen with an incredulous smile. The Tri-City Alliance is waging war against this creature on the Stairs Islands? To be honest, it was his first encounter with an adult dragon. Although he had mentally prepared himself by referencing Igala's, he was still taken aback. Camen chuckled heartily, estimating that the conflict would conclude at most by the 108th day, or perhaps even earlier due to the absence of Rhys in the battle. Who could fathom what Telosi and Meal were thinking? They were intent on engaging this beast in combat. Camen scoffed. This war could have been averted, a band of fools squandering the strategic advantage of the Stairs Islands. At that moment, Demon, perched atop the dragon's back, spotted Camen and Lysandro emerging from the Hall of True Dragons. The instant he laid eyes on Camen, Demon recognized him as a dragon rider. The distinctive aura and singular sensation were unmistakable. Demon patted Corix, who immediately bowed his shoulder. Camen Targaryen? Solon. Vicer. Demon strode confidently toward Camen. I am a Galleon. Simply address me as your majesty. Of course, if you prefer to call me cousin, I won't take offense. At this, Demon smirked disdainfully. He referred to Viserys as brother, not as your majesty. However, considering the purpose of his visit, he restrained himself slightly. Telosi and Meal had already lost most of the islands. Demon observed Camen's heterochromatic eyes, the purple one unmistakably akin to the Targaryen bloodline. So, Cayman smiled. Let us discuss this inside. Demon nodded, resting his hand on the hilt of Dark Sister, and followed Cayman into the Hall of True Dragons. Without a moment's hesitation, he was confident that Cayman lacked the audacity to attack him. Cayman settled into the obsidian throne, instructing a servant to prepare a seat for Demon. This presents us with a splendid opportunity to jointly eradicate Telosi and Meal, or at the very least, to severely weaken them. Demon crossed his legs, seemingly assured that Cayman would not let this rare chance slip away. The Second Kingdom has only recently been established, and there are numerous matters demanding attention. I do not wish to rush into battle. Cayman cheerfully declined Demon's proposal for an alliance. Suit yourself. Demon took a sip from the goblet of golden wine just poured by a guard. This wine is delightful. In truth, I would not have made this journey if not for Corlys. Although surprised by Cayman's refusal, Demon was not overly concerned. I have heard you possess a black dragon. Why have I not seen it? He glanced around before continuing. You hatched a dragon from an egg fossil, but frankly, I do not believe you. You must have pilfered a dragon egg from Dragonstone. Huh. Are you not aware if any dragon eggs have gone missing from Dragonstone? A Targaryen prince? Demon retorted. Oh, forgive me. I forgot the reason you initiated the war on the Stairs Islands. My sincerest apologies. Certainly, one could inquire with Princess Rhaenyra of the Kingdom of Light. As the Crown Prince, she ought to possess the requisite knowledge. Demon's countenance darkened instantly, his gaze fixed on Common, brimming with ire and murderous intent. Unfazed, Common met his stare. He had been exceedingly patient with Demon, yet the latter seemed to be pushing his boundaries. The Second Kingdom had just forged an alliance with Braavos, and Common doubted Demon would dare to declare war against him. The construction of the True Dragon Palace had included an extensive network of subterranean passages. Should Demon choose to turn back and launch a surprise attack on the palace, Common could readily retreat underground. Furthermore, if Demon were to pursue such an action, he would be inviting Common's relentless retribution. Chapter 47. Striking when least expected. Perhaps there was a fleeting moment when Demon truly contemplated killing Common. However, it became evident that Demon had not completely lost his reason. Ultimately, he mounted his steed, Coryx, and departed the Second Kingdom in a fit of rage. His lack of decorum is astonishing. I truly cannot fathom why Corlys sent him, Lysandro remarked indignantly. It is precisely because that old fool Corlys intends for Demon to intimidate us. He still covets our precious salt, Common surmised, having long anticipated Corlys' intentions to manipulate Demon. Yet, he was not wrong. This indeed presented a rare opportunity to deliver a significant blow to Tyros and Meereen. Should we simply relinquish it? Lysandro felt a tinge of reluctance. If Tyros and Meereen regained their strength, they would surely become adversaries to the newly established Second Kingdom. Common chuckled to himself. Recognizing that such a rare opportunity could not be squandered, he intended to seize this moment to claim the entire disputed territory. How could I possibly let this opportunity slip away? The Second Kingdom is rife with spies from Tyros and Meereen. It will not be long before they learn of Demon's furious departure, which will cause them to lower their guard. Once Tyros and Meereen are demoralized by defeat, we shall strike unexpectedly and seize the entire contested region. Lysandro's face lit up at these words, though he soon wore a frown. To conquer the entire disputed territory, we will need far more than 20,000 stormtroopers. We require at least 60,000. Common replied, or we could appoint several nobles to oversee the garrison. Lysandro's eyes sparkled with eagerness, as if to say, choose me, appoint the Roga family. However, Common feigned ignorance. He had his own plans for the Roga family. The disputed territory must remain directly governed by the Egalian family, implementing a centralized authority. Allocate 100,000 gold dragons to further expand our military, 35,000 infantry, and 5,000 cavalry. The cavalry, in particular, must be meticulously selected and prioritized for equipment. The significance of cavalry became increasingly apparent, given the inland location of the disputed region. Very well, shall the cavalry be armored? Lysandro asked, slightly disappointed. The cavalry will be armored, and the infantry will don leather armor. We shall leave it at that for now, and address further needs when funds allow. Common aspired to construct a heavily armored cavalry, and the challenge of procuring suitable armor was unavoidable. With the current craftsmanship, the defensive capabilities of plate armor have significantly improved. Yet the maintenance costs remain prohibitively high. For a standing army, one must inevitably consider the subsequent upkeep expenses. In contrast, the cost-effectiveness of scale armor is evidently superior. Not to mention that its production costs are comparatively lower than those of plate armor. While Carmen was diligently preparing his forces and organizing military readiness, Telosi and Meyer were not idle either. Merely a month later, Talosi and Meyer announced the inclusion of Volantis as a new member of the Tri-City Alliance. Subsequently, Carmen found himself branded as a usurper by the newly formed alliance. Anders, Ivica, and Destin emerged to publicly deny the existence of the Second Kingdom, rallying the citizens of Rys to rise against and overthrow Carmen's government. However, the people of Rys remained utterly unresponsive, and some even went so far as to denounce Ivica and his companions as traitors of the Second Kingdom, urging the Tri-City Alliance to surrender them for retribution. What a farce. Ever since Carmen ascended to the throne, not only have they been under the protection of the dragons, their quality of life has steadily improved. Although the abolition of slavery left some discontent, commerce flourished. Merchants from all corners of the world flocked to trade within the Second Kingdom, leading to a rapid increase in the revenues of inns, taverns, and brothels. Those who line their pockets become the true masters. It is as simple as that. As for the commoners residing in the land of true dragons and the liberated former slaves, their situation was even more favorable, since the rallying cry of self-reliance in land, freedom, and kingdom was proclaimed. Nearly 60,000 recruits had been enlisted within just a month, while Carmen trained the new soldiers and forged weaponry. He engaged in verbal sparring with the Tri-City Alliance. However, an incident soon arose that tested Carmen's composure. Benixilin, emerging from obscurity, began to circulate rumors that Carmen had stolen the dragon that rightfully belonged to his eldest son, Jarlac. Bang! In the Hall of True Dragons, Carmen, vexed, slammed his fist onto the table. He had no desire to commit patricide. The slayer of kin meets a grim fate and bears an unseemly title. Yet Bernik incessantly provoked him. Is Senela a turtle? Why not rid himself of the old wretch, Bernik? Carmen fumed. Observing this, Sandrolia, with her prominent belly, approached him from behind, gently massaging his temples. Her warm fingers seemed to possess a soothing magic, dissipating his anger significantly. How can you say that? If so, wouldn't our child be a turtle too? Carmen managed to regain his composure. You know that's not what I mean. In 3 months, our child will be born. The physician has mentioned twins. What do you think the chances are for a boy and a girl? Sandrolia's expression softened, having undergone a remarkable transformation since her pregnancy. While her fascination with fire magic remained, she devoted more time to nurturing their unborn child. Nowadays, her proficiency in fire magic had surpassed that of Muriel. Whenever Muriel makes a new discovery, she shares it with Sandralia, thus satiating Sandralia's obsession with fire magic. Carmen turns around, gently enveloping Sandralia in his embrace, caressing her abdomen as the energy from the golden sapling silently flows within her, regardless of whether the unborn children are of different genders or both are girls. I cherish them all. Leaning against Carmen's shoulder, Sandralia's face betrays a flicker of fear. I am somewhat apprehensive, Carmen. The physician has stated that the birthing bed is a battlefield for women, and battlefields often claim lives. Fear not, for I have made comprehensive preparations, Carmen reassures, clasping Sandralia's hand. He did not hire physicians and establish a professional hospital merely for appearances. Under Carmen's guidance, the physician and craftsman collaborated to create the necessary birthing instruments. The hospital offers free delivery services for mothers, along with provisions such as meat, eggs, and milk. Through extensive experimentation, the birthing tools have gradually matured. Moreover, Carmen believes that Sandralia is unlikely to experience complications during childbirth. He infuses a small amount of life energy into her daily, ensuring seamless absorption. As it stands, both Sandralia and the children are exceptionally healthy. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Carmen would unhesitatingly prioritize Sandralia's safety. The life energy possesses formidable healing capabilities, ensuring that Sandralia will not encounter life-threatening dangers during delivery. Feeling the boundless vitality of the baby within her, Sandralia's face radiates determination. I shall bear you a robust prince. 9 of them, in fact. Carmen chuckles heartily. Very well, let it be 9. Chapter 48. The eldest son. 3 months pass in the blink of an eye, and the time has come to the end of the year 108. The entire eastern continent and the narrow sea are engulfed in turmoil, as the war over the Stone Stair Island reaches a fever pitch. Tylos and Meal hold fast to the last island, fighting valiantly. Within the specialized birthing room of the True Dragon Hall, the anguished cries of Sandralia resonate. Carmen feels a twinge of anxiety, reminiscent of the time when Johanna gave birth. However, the sound of a newborn's wail soon alleviates Carmen's tension. Your Majesty, congratulations. You have a son and a daughter, and the queen is in good condition, announces the midwife as she approaches with the 2 infants. Carmen casts a cursory glance at the children before rushing to Sandralia's side. How do you feel? He inquires. Sandralia smiles. It was akin to unleashing fire magic. I gathered my strength, and it was over in an instant. Rest well, I will handle the rest, Carmen replies, gently arranging her hair. Allow me to see the children. I feel splendid, with a warm current swirling in my abdomen. Surely the influence of fire magic. Carmen offers no further explanation, merely gesturing for the midwife to bring the children closer. Sandralia takes her offspring into her arms. The two little ones share a striking resemblance, both adorned with golden white hair. The eldest, a boy, possesses a pair of violet eyes, while the youngest, a girl, has captivating blue eyes. The eldest resembles me, while the younger takes after you. Sangrulia cradled her two children joyfully, exclaiming, "Haha, how can you tell who they resemble at such a tender age?" Carmen chuckled in response. Let us name the children. Sangrulia gazed at Carmen thoughtfully. I have long decided. The boy shall be named Bariz Egalian, and the girl shall be called Minia Egalian. Carmen watched over Sangrulia until she succumbed to slumber before he departed. On the following dawn, as the sun ascended, Carmen summoned his ministers at the True Dragon Hall, publicly announcing the birth of Bariz and Minia. He conferred upon Bariz the title of Prince of the True Dragon Hall, thereby firmly establishing his position as the heir to the Second Kingdom. In the ensuing 7 days, Carmen hosted a grand celebration that lasted for 7 days and nights to commemorate the birth of his heir. Father, I want a hug. Grace extended his little arms towards Carmen. Carmen enveloped Grace in his embrace, the little one having not seen him for over a month. Perhaps we should let Grace and Diana remain at the True Dragon Hall for now and return to Riss when they are a bit older, Carmen suggested, glancing at Johanna. That is entirely your decision, but I shall not continue as the intelligence minister. My assistant, Burton Wilson, is quite capable. Let him take my place, Johanna replied, leaning against Sangrulia, feeling the comforting weight of her presence. With Grace now crowned as Prince of Riss, and the Governor Dragon King alongside Chiole assisting, Johanna felt a sense of surrender creeping in. What will you do then? Johanna shot a glance at Carmen. What will I do? Naturally, I shall indulge in feasting, drinking, and merriment at the True Dragon Hall. What else? Carmen blinked, realizing Johanna wished for him to stay close to Sangrulia to ease her mind. Yet, Sangrulia did not grasp these nuances. Her intellect seemed most applicable when delving into fire magic. With a sigh, Carmen felt a sense of helplessness, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. One was excessively astute and sensitive, while the other was blissfully naive and slow-witted. Could they truly coexist harmoniously? Your Majesty, urgent intelligence has arrived from the front lines. The coalition of the Three Cities Alliance has faced defeat. Demon Targaryen has nearly seized all the islands. Proclaiming himself the king of the Narrow Sea and the Stony Steppes, crowned by Second Valyrian, Lysene rushed in with a report, revealing that after such a long wait, the Three Cities Alliance had suffered total defeat. Immediately assemble the Storm Army and march towards the borders of the Dralia Plain. Carmen commanded. The Dralia Plain belonged to the Heart of Mill, situated directly to the east of the disputed territories, adjacent to the Myzelos River region. Originally a vast expanse of plains, it had merely been divided between Riss and Mill. However, Carmen had long coveted the Dralia Plain for its fertile lands. If properly developed, it could sustain hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. The Storm Army, dispersed for training throughout the Second Kingdom, swiftly rallied towards the borders of Dralia. Carmen once again publicly demanded that Mill surrender Ivica, Anders, and Destin, threatening that if they were not handed over, the Second Kingdom would resort to violence. Fresh from his defeat at the Stone Steppes archipelago, Mill had barely caught his breath when Carmen came knocking. However, as expected, Mill refused to acquiesce to Carmen's demands. The trio of Ivica, Anders, and Destin served as a pretext for the Tri-Cities Alliance to trouble Carmen in the future, and they would surely not be relinquished easily. Yet, this was precisely what Carmen desired. If the Tri-Cities Alliance could use Ivica, Anders, and Destin as an excuse, so too could Carmen. If they would not surrender the captives, then they must prepare for a beating. In the first month of year 109, Carmen donned specially crafted armor and arrived at the border of the Second Empire, poised to confront Mill. This time, he intended to take matters into his own hands and seize the entirety of the Dralia Plain. At the temporary command post on the border, Carmen sat in the commanding seat, formulating his battle plan. Once the conflict commenced, his forces would need to divide into 3 paths. Frank, you shall lead 2,000 cavalry with the primary task of plundering estates. Execute the estate owners without hesitation, and ensure that the slaves and tenants are relocated. Kane, you will also command 2,000 cavalry, targeting towns and villages. Be cautious not to pillage the common folk. It is imperative to escort them back to the true Dragonlands. The Dralia Plain, with its flat and expansive terrain, was dotted with farms, estates, and villages. lacking any defensible fortifications. As the saying goes, when people survive but land is lost, both people and land endure. When people are lost but land remains, both are forsaken. Carmen planned to first relocate the population before gradually engaging in battle, training his troops while fighting. The Dralia plain was easy to attack, yet difficult to defend. Once on the defensive, one would be at a disadvantage. Cain and Frank each departed with 2,000 cavalry, while Carmen led 30,000 infantry, marching robustly towards Mill, making as much noise as possible along the way. Upon learning that 30,000 well-trained infantry were advancing towards them, Mill was thrown into a panic. He hurriedly organized 5,000 slaves to defend the city, while desperately sending out numerous pleas for aid. Aside from Valyria and Talos, Mill even sought assistance from the city-states of Pantos, Norvos, and Coar. Due to the generally flat terrain of the contested region, Carmen's march was remarkably swift, covering the distance to within 50 miles of Mill in just a few days. Mill was thoroughly alarmed. Valyria was too far from the contested area. Currently, they had only 5,000 able-bodied slaves and an additional 30,000 slaves from Talos for support. According to scouts, Carmen's forces were well armed, with many soldiers clad in leather armor and a few donning full armor. The governor of Mill began to worry. Could they truly hold the city walls against Carmen's 30,000 with just 80,000 slaves? However, as Carmen's storm troops drew within 40 miles of Mill, they halted their advance and set up camp instead. This development eased the governor's concerns. Now, Mill could only hope to delay as long as possible, eagerly awaiting the support from Valyria. Chapter 49. Detailed assault and reconnaissance. How dare that wretched beast initiate war against us? In the grand hall of the Mill Palace, Governor Ancta Sayu roared in fury, and not a soul among the assembly dared to utter a word. The governance of Mill was shared among a council of governors, primarily composed of affluent local merchants and nobles. The Sayu family, to which Ancta belonged, was the most ancient and illustrious lineage in Mill, unmatched in its nobility. It was customary for one of the 3 governor positions in Mill to be held by a member of the Sayu family, wielding immense power. Ancta, you must compose yourself. Our foremost priority now is to defend Mill. Should the city fall, all we possess will be rendered void, Miho advised. He is right, Ancta. Our immediate concern is the preservation of Mill, added Pedda. Despite their counsel, Ancta remained consumed by rage. Having ruled Mill like a sovereign, he believed that Common should approach him humbly to establish rapport with the city. Not only did Common fail to seek his favor, but he also dared to ally with Blafos and now launched an invasion of Mill, showing utter disregard for him. Miho exchanged a weary glance with Pedda, both feeling utterly exhausted. Yet their influence paled in comparison to Ancta's. Many matters could only proceed once Ancta's temperament was soothed. That fool Common overestimates himself, attempting to seize advantage in our moment of defeat. Mill shall deliver a resounding blow, Ancta declared. I have already conscripted the slaves within Mill's heartland under the pretense of war, and arming them to defend the city will pose no challenge. Furthermore, Tylosai has commenced contact with mercenaries. Within a month's time, we shall surely vanquish Common forces. He will pay dearly, and treasures such as fine salt, exquisite soaps, and golden liquor shall be ours. As Miho spoke with confidence, he secretly began to contemplate his own escape route. A mere merchant. Should the conflict commence and Mill fail to withstand until reinforcements arrived, he saw no reason to perish alongside the city. He even felt the urge to venture to Lys, or rather to the Second Kingdom, where the trade of fine salt promised an influx of clientele. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky. A troop silently traversed the Mill River, stealthily appearing beneath the walls of Mill. The station slaves, drowsy and complacent, sensed no imminent threat of war. Suddenly, the deep sound of a horn reverberated through the air. The drowsy slave soldiers jolted awake, followed by the resonant beating of drums and the call to charge. The soldiers hastily rang the alarm bell, and a multitude rushed to the battlements. At that moment, a considerable number of infantry wielding shields emerged beneath the Mill walls, prompting the commander to urgently order the firing of incendiary arrows. In the dimness of night, unaware of the enemy's numbers, the commander continually commanded arrows, rolling logs, and stones to be launched. Unbeknownst to them how long had passed, the infantry below Mill City receded like a flood. The commander, witnessing this, breathed a heavy sigh of relief. No one anticipated that Cayman would launch a night raid, yet fortunately, they had successfully repelled this sudden onslaught. However, the true nightmare was only just beginning. Following the conclusion of the first wave of attacks, Cayman continued to dispatch troops across the river. A total of 6,000 lightly armed soldiers crossed the river, attacking Mill in groups of 500, alternating their assaults. Clearly, 500 men could not seize Mill, but each ostentatious attack left the city's defenders, composed of enslaved individuals, utterly exhausted. This display of bluster persisted until the latter half of the night before finally subsiding. The Mill River stood as a barrier between Mill and Cayman's forces, linking the west to the Mill Sea and the east to Lake Ratniel, the most significant freshwater lake in this contested region. Cayman was reluctant to move all his troops to the opposite bank of the Mill River, should his entire army cross. Supply logistics would become problematic, and he had to remain vigilant against the potential advance of the Tarosian army from the western side of the contested land. Such a move would be fraught with peril. Moreover, Cayman's objective was not to capture Mill, as holding it would prove difficult. Rather, he sought the inhabitants of Mill. Cayman assembled 10,000 infantry to the western region of Cowes, which bordered both Mill and Tarosia. The Cowes of Mill shared its boundary with the Cowlos of Tarosia and the Morgos of the Second Kingdom, forming a trijunction of territory. Cayman was convinced that Tarosia would not forsake Mill. Should Mill fall, Tarosia would soon find itself under threat. Thus, Tarosia would inevitably dispatch its army through Cowlos and Cowes to support Mill. Cayman intended to encircle and weaken Tarosia's strength, while simultaneously blocking their forces in the Cowlos area. Buying time for Cain and Ferric, Cayman ultimately gathered 30,000 infantry. 10,000 were stationed along the border between Cowes and Cowlos, while the remaining 6,000 were encamped on the northern bank of the Mill River. For 3 consecutive days, these 6,000 men would launch grand disturbances against Mill well into the night. On the 4th evening, after the final wave of detailed assaults had concluded, the enslaved defenders atop the walls of Mill relaxed, having gradually acclimated to the rhythm of the Second Kingdom's attacks, and began to take turns resting to conserve their energy. The two sides engaged in a manner reminiscent of a turn-based game. The Second Kingdom would launch an assault, then rotate their personnel, while the defenders would respond in kind, alternating their efforts. This exchange led the 3 governors of Mill to conclude that Cayman was merely posturing, and that he was, in essence, a coward of empty bravado. Yet the patrolling soldiers atop the walls of Mill remained focused on the ground below, oblivious to the dark shadows circling above. These recent assaults served not only to numb Mill's defenses, but also allowed Cayman to manipulate the consciousness of Igalaris, using the cover of night to scout the layout within the city. After 2 nights of aerial reconnaissance, Cayman had identified the warehouses where Mill supplies were stored.